Hello, hello. First things first. Can you hear me? Got to check every time just to make sure. The picture will come back in a minute. Hang on. It should start to focus. Focus. There we go. There we go. Is that better? You can hear buzzing. I can hear a very slight buzz. Very, very slight. Is the buzzing really annoying? I'll tell you for why, because I've hooked up my wireless earbuds. I hooked up my wireless earbuds so I didn't have to have those things on my ears pissing me off. So if it's causing an issue, the picture could possibly be because it's quite dim in here, but the buzzing, okay, fair enough. I'll go back to normal headphones. Fuck's sake. Always fucking moaning at me about something or other this lot. Okay. Is that any better? If you say no now, I'm going to fucking flip out. Oh, it must be your head then. It must be something in your head, lost souls. Literally, the only thing that I've changed since I was last on is popping the USB thing in, Bluetooth thing. I'll tell you what, let me unplug the Bluetooth dongle and see if that helps. Back in a minute. Going under my desk. See you in a sec. Oh, Jesus. What's going on? Things I do for this lot. Okay. I'm back. Now I've got to let this fucking thing focus again. Oh no, it's not too bad. Or is it? No, oh fuck me. Head rush. Right. Has the buzzing gone? So if I turn the light up too much, I look really pasty. Oh, you're joking, it's not still there. Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't win, can I? I fucking cannot win. Right, anyway. How you doing, folks? But apart from the fucking buzzing in your head, which is the government firing radio waves to read your thoughts, can you hear me apart from that? How you doing, Tony? Stop fucking doing that to my carpet, you little bastard. So, as you can see, a little bit busy today. Popped out a few videos today. I've made some more. I could have put some more out today, but I haven't. I've saved them for tomorrow. That will give me. That means I don't have to rush tomorrow in order to put anything out. Do you know what I mean? Because I've already got some that no, too high. I've already got some that I can pop out, so it relieves me of a bit of stress. So yeah, so I have. I think it's 4 or 5 more videos that I've made, and they're already uploaded to YouTube, ready to go live tomorrow. I've got my list of stories I need to cover, which I'll record tomorrow, hopefully, and put that out on Tuesday. So I'm kind of a day ahead of myself at the moment, if that makes sense. Although if there's something important that comes up on any particular day, obviously if that needs to go out, then I'll put that out. So oh fuck me, look, we've only been on for 11 minutes and you're talking about a crinkle already. Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry YouTube, that's blasphemy, innit? Allah. Hello Danny, how you doing, mate? What's up, Lucifer? Thank you, Andrew. Oh, somebody beat me to it. Approving that comment from Reality Check. I was beaten to it. I bet it was Molly. Do you know what, Holly? I think you would grow a penis just for him to suck off. That's how much you dislike him. You would actually go out of your way to grow a penis in order for him to suck. Evening, John. Evening, Paul. From sunny Southend. How sunny is it? Is it sunny down there? That's the thing. It's probably sunnier than it is up here because it normally is, but there we go. Just finished my latest video. Yeah, do you know what? I didn't realise when I put it up to go out at 7:30. I wasn't thinking I'm going live at 8. I should put it up a bit earlier. It just didn't cross my mind. So yeah. Oh well. Evening, Rob. Evening, Nod. How you doing, Spence? I'm sure you would, Lost Souls. I'm sure you would. I can imagine you, your little petite Lost Souls paranormal, ramming a penis down Crinkle's throat. Oh, fucking hell. Well, do you know what I'm going to do today? Again, I'm not going to talk shit too much. I'm going to let other people do the talking again today. The other day, Thursday was it? Thursday was quite a good live stream, I thought. And yes, Lost Souls, and his mascara running as well. How you doing, Animal Rights? Nice to see you. Oh, now it put me off. Lost Souls Paranormal, talking perverted. Yeah, so I'm not going to worry too much about chatting shit too much and boring you all. I'm going to open the phone lines quite soon, and we're going to get people to phone in, hopefully. You know, the other day we had the phone call from Bryony. Very, very brave girl. Incredibly proud that she, you know, I don't know her, but I'm incredibly proud of her for being able to speak up about those issues. And, you know, I kind of put myself out there to, you know, to do this kind of thing. I kind of open myself up for people to call me. Some people say I'm easy to talk to, you know, good listener or whatever. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to blow my own trumpet, but, you know, I just think that if we can help somebody, if somebody's in need of help, whatever help that might be, if I can offer some assistance, whether it be listening to somebody or whether it be giving them advice, then I am fucking all for it. Do you know what I mean? I've had a few people over the past 3 years that I've been on I've had a few people that have messaged me after a live stream and say, even on the live stream, or in the comments, and said if it wasn't for me giving them some time, listening to them, they might not be here anymore. And it's an incredibly sad thing to hear somebody say. But I am so grateful, I suppose, that I don't know if that's the right word. I'm just glad I can offer somebody something. Do you know what I mean? So there we go. Anyway, somebody just tried calling, but it wasn't ringing again. I hope my Skype isn't fucked up with plugging the old wireless headphones in. That's okay. That's all. That seems okay anyway. Arctic Boy, how you doing? Thank you, Nightmare Demon. Obviously, there's no need to get me anything, but I appreciate whatever it might be. Lost Souls. Hang on a minute. Let me turn my sound on there. There's a buzzing, but it's fucking hardly anything. You know what I mean? My breathing's probably louder than that buzzing. I do need to fix it, obviously. I was talking to somebody, I can't remember your bloody name now, on Discord. I need to get back to him. Actually, he's left me a few messages I did read, but I didn't answer him back. Talking about computers, upgrading and whatnot. So I will need to do something in the future. Obviously, not at the moment. My main concern at the moment is equipment, getting back on track properly. And once I've done that, then as I'm putting videos out again, I'm going to be earning a little bit. It's probably going to take me a year or so, but then I shall get a new computer. So you might have to put up with a buzzing for a year or so, I'm afraid. Oh, Spence, it was a fucking nightmare. I've got to be honest. I literally unplugged everything, as you probably saw on that short that I put up. I actually felt sick afterwards. Yeah, I showed that video, then I went and made myself a coffee. I walked back in the room and my head just... I forgot to take my tablets yesterday morning as well, which didn't help. But my head just started going fucking woo. And I thought, oh, bollocks. I really don't want to do this. I just want to close my eyes and go to sleep now. But I did do it. And, we're back on. So it's all good. Lost Souls Paranormal. You have something for me. Flicks eyebrows up and down. I'll tell you what, Lost Souls Paranormal, if you put on some of those fake eyelashes, you can tickle my balls while you're doing it. Oh dear. Crinkles Dinkle. I wonder if Crinkle's about tonight. I wonder if he's going to jump on tonight. I wonder if Alex Belfield's on tonight. I don't know. I don't wonder if Alex Belfield's on tonight. Don't tell me in the comments. I don't want to know. Oh no, I know what you meant, Lost Souls. I just meant that, fluttering your eyebrows whilst you're, shall we say, root deep in the pie hole. You can tickle me balls with your eyebrows as you're fluttering your eyes. Oh dear. Listen, I need to be careful because the last thing I want to do is turn out like, what's his name, Tony P. Fucking hell. How you doing, Paul? Simon is in Sideways going live. He gets quite a lot of views on there. We need to try and beat him. I don't know what's going on. Why we're not getting more people come onto these live streams? We do good work here. We do fucking good work here on these live streams. We should be banging it out. We should be having thousands of people on these live streams, and my phone should be ringing off the hook. But it's not. I don't know why. I do follow Alex Belfield, Tony. I don't watch all of his videos. I kind of, if a title grabs my attention, I might go and watch it. But again, I have so many people that I'm sub to. If I spent my time watching all of their videos that gets put out, I'd never get any of my own stuff done, you know. So I have to be sort of picky about what I watch. How you doing, BB? I'm a swinger. Call-in number will be on the screen shortly. And hopefully it's working, because somebody tried ringing just a moment ago and it didn't ring. We had this problem before and I had to restart everything in order for it to bloody work, and that's the last thing I need. Rob never got a notification. No, I keep saying this, but I need to get somebody to put together some kind of a website for me. I mean, I could do it myself, but it's just the time that it takes to do. So I've got to try and get a website put together with a mailing list. And on that mailing list, obviously, I'm not going to email you random shit. It will literally just be for when I'm going live, when my videos are uploaded, so that people that haven't received a notification through YouTube, which seems to be a lot of people, me sending an email hopefully will be enough of a notification to let people know. So you just done it again. I've just got a ding ding in my earphones as the person hung up, but it's not ringing as they're calling. What do you mean, Bastian? Copy Belfield's business model. What's his business model? Oh, that was you, Lucifer. I'm going to put me lines on very, very shortly, and hopefully it will. Hopefully it will pick up and work without an issue. The reason I've got my glasses on tonight, folks, is because I've got a bit of a headache. I've been sat. It's been a long time since I've spent as much time in front of the computer as I have today. A year, in fact, or almost a year since I've spent this much time in front of a computer, and I've given myself a headache. So I'm having to wear my glasses because it's a little bit annoying. The GoFundMe Spence, it's the same as it was a few days ago. It's stalled. 150, I think it's on. Yeah, I think it's on 150 without opening it up and logging in. I'm not entirely sure, but it has stalled at the moment. But you know, I can wait for YouTube to cough up its pennies at the end of next month. Yeah, the end of next month, and that might help a little bit towards it as well, depending on how well my videos do and how many get monetized. Well, Lucifer, do you know what? If somebody had gave me £1,000 and asked for it back, I'd give it them back. I said it at the beginning. You know what I mean? More than happy to do that. You know, and I know you're messing around, but again, if I bought new equipment, I'll get my equipment back. I'll sell some equipment that I've got, if you know, and I'll give people some of their money back if they want their money back, or I'll give them all their money back if they want their money back. So it's just a case of waiting and see what happens. But I am back in London on the 9th to answer my bail, and we'll see where we're at that point. Anyway, we're going to give this a go. Forgive me if it doesn't work straight away. I will try and fix it if it doesn't, but let's get that on the screen. So if you want to give us a ring on 0151 528 9590. It's 0151 528 5950, or Dan Pap is my Skype handle. I will keep an eye on the screen because it's not ringing, but let's hope that people can hear the person on the other end. Let's hope I can hear the person on the other end. Somebody want to give me a ring to see if this is working? Here we go. We've got one coming. No, hung up. Too late. Right. Hello? Okay, so I can't hear anybody. Don't hang up yet. Do not hang up yet. I see what's wrong. Yeah, now I can hear you. Let me just check everyone else can hear you. Can you say something, caller? Testicles, 1, 2, 3, testicles. Brilliant. Can everybody hear the caller there? Come on, chaps and chapesses. No. Okay, right. Bear with me. Right. I'm still here. Okay, can you speak again? Testicles, 1, 2, 3, testicles. Okay, and one more time for me, please. Yeah, I can hear you. Right, no, they still can't hear you. What the bloody hell? Okay, let me try the other. Okay, give us a testicles. No, I can't hear you now. What the bloody hell? Okay. We will get there eventually. I should have checked this before, but that's right. Right.
Windows 10 is terrible for setting up bloody sound devices and things like that. It's just all over the place, isn't it?
This is an absolute nightmare, I've got to be honest.
I know, mate. And OBS doesn't make it any easier. You've got sort of multiple audio devices and things like that.
Yes, we have testicles.
Testicles, 1, 2, 3.
Brilliant. We have our testicles. Excellent stuff. I do apologise for that, caller, and guys watching. So, do apologise. Right, caller, how can I help you?
Well, I was just going to discuss that video that you put out earlier about that guy. What was it, Gwent Police?
Right, yeah, the black dudes.
And the guy that got sort of ambushed in someone's garden.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing sounds dodgepot in the first place, doesn't it? You know, let's have a meeting in the park.
Of course,
But,
absolutely.
you know, it's something that we're in. It's, you know, you'd hear about these stories like once in a while, but now you're hearing more and more of it every week. I mean, every time you hear the news, a police officer somewhere's either been done for some sort of sexual deviance somewhere or violence somewhere. I just wonder if, you know, the 20,000 that they got rid of were the ones that were probably, you know, too good to be in the police, and the near 20,000 that they've replaced them with are all these dodgepots. They're just, you know,
could well be
on a door at Witherspoon's, wouldn't you? You know, they're
I mean, if you think about it, a lot of the people that they're taking on now, you know, I've got nothing against people that come to the UK and they, you know, they become part of society and they contribute and they do the right thing. Do you know what I mean? Come and get a job and pay their way and all of that stuff. No problem at all. I don't care who you are, where you're from. Fucking have at it. Come and help the economy. I don't care.
as long as they're illegally.
Yeah, obviously. But it seems that a lot of people are coming over. The police have dropped their standards so much, and they're turning around and going, right, well, we need to be diverse. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll scrap this and we'll scrap that and we'll scrap this of you know, the exams, and, you know, we won't make it as difficult as we had it before, and we'll just get people in that can help us tick some boxes. And then they've got people that have got no real idea of how to police in a country such as this. You know,
or what they do, they bring their tactics from where they're from and try and act the same way. You see it with security, you see it in the police. You know, it's like a free for all here. I don't know any other country.
Yeah.
Certainly in Europe, that one would allow people from a foreign country into their governmental services, such as the police or any other role.
Yes.
That involves the security of their nation. You know, okay, America's a bit of an exception to the rule because, you know, that whole thing was based on mass immigration, and you know, it's just a different. I don't know. You know, America's not as old as some other countries like here in Europe, but you wouldn't see that in Italy. You wouldn't see that in Greece. You certainly wouldn't see that in many other countries. This multicultural system that we have to change the whole system of our policing for them to fit in, and it's just well, it's a recipe for disaster, isn't it? Because that just means that there's no real controls, or there's no real you know, it's just like anything goes, and you can certainly see that. Certainly when we were looking at some of the London protests and some of the way the police officers were behaving there, it was bloody terrible. It was, but I don't just think it's I don't just think it's foreign influence. I think that we've got, even with the indigenous, you know, however you want to look at that, the indigenous people that are being recruited into the force are certainly on a level that is below par. I'm not trying to be polite. I'm trying to be diplomatic about it. It's below par. It's, you know, it seems to me that they want to attract thugs into the police. I mean, every week now you can hear not just thugs, sexual deviance within the police. There's a rape. There's a police officer that's had inappropriate contact with victims of crime.
You wait till tomorrow. You wait till tomorrow. The videos I've done today for tomorrow. You wait till tomorrow. You talk about sexual deviance and whatnot. You wait.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable, and it's every week, and it's near enough on a daily basis now. And it's like, the way you've got to put it in perspective is that you look at the total amount of police in the UK, and then you take that percentage of the criminal aspect of the police, and you compare that against the nation as a whole. Mm-hmm. It's bloody high. It's off the charts.
Of course.
And that, you know, something like that isn't going to get any better whilst it's, you know, being ignored, and, you know, senior officers and the Home Office turn a blind eye to it all. It's going to get worse.
Well, shit rolls downhill. That's the saying, isn't it? Shit rolls downhill, and it all starts at the top, and it does. Well, you know, we've seen how woke the police have become, and not just that. It's really weird. They've become really woke and really aggressive at the same time. And I know lefties are, lefties are as woke and as violent as you could probably get, like the mad lefties.
You've got to look back at Eastern Bloc countries and how the far left and socialism works in them societies. It is, no matter what you say and no matter what they come across like here, they're the biggest racists. They're the biggest racists of the lot, and they're the most violent. Yeah. And the most cowardly way of doing it as well, because they'll all dress up, they'll all mask up, they'll all dress in black like our police are, and it just gives you a tip. And I think that's what's being attracted into our police force. The wokeism in this country has just gone overboard, and I think it's on a path of being irreversible. If it's not sort of nipped in the bud quick, because we're on that sort of nipped in the bud cusp now, where it does everything, no matter whether it's in education, whether it's in business. You look at corporate companies now, they've all got the same woke messages. The police, the security forces, the services, the armed forces, the NHS, they've all gone down the same route, and I just think we're on that tipping point. Yeah, and I can't argue with you at all. I mean, obviously, I cover, or I try to cover mainly people in public office or public officials of sorts, or people in positions of authority, including NHS, including teachers, social services, things like that. Most of my stuff is about the police because that's what we hear most about. But again, I do see the decline of standards in all of these organisations. Yeah. I mean, let's take an example. Yesterday, Telford, you've got the Tommy Robinson led stuff going on there about exposing the authorities in Telford. Now, let's just put aside for a minute, I'm not a particular Tommy Robinson fan, but where credit's due, this stuff needs to be discussed. It really does. And the trouble is, and it's there for us all to see. If it is discussed, then you're labelled racist. And this is why the police have such a particular issue with it. Well, there's a double-edged sword with the police aspect, because I think with a lot of police forces, certainly places like West Yorkshire and maybe Telford, seeing what was exposed yesterday with that DCI, they're implicit. They're implicit with it, whether it be for monetary gain or whether it be that they're up to their necks in, I wouldn't say so much child trafficking, but whether sexual abuse of children. Well, they're definitely covering something up, in my opinion, without doubt. Definitely, and the Home Office are very quiet on it. This is what rings alarm bells with me. We know this is happening up and down this country, in major cities and major towns, and the Home Office have been very quiet. Yes, and this has led since Theresa May's rule of it. She closed down a lot of the inquiries, or she poured water on a lot of the inquiries that were going on at the time. And since then, I think the Tories have made a point of putting people in like who we've got in there now, Priti Patel, that all talk and all, no matter what policy she's discussing, no matter what problem it is in the UK that she's, sort of heading up, it's a failure. It's a failure with the border force. It's a failure with the police force. But the Home Office at this very moment, and for the last, it must be, 3 years now? 4 years, possibly? That woman, everything that she said she's going to do hasn't happened, or the opposite has happened. Yeah, personally, I think the people in these positions should have a 1 year term, not allowed to retake a position for X amount of years. Okay, this will give this way we're not stuck with some fucking idiot for 4 years or 7 years or whatever it might be. We get to see whatever they do, if they do well, then fair play. Next time it comes round, we're going to cheer for you. But if you do shit, then see you later. 12 months later, we get somebody else in to take over and see if they can do a better job. And we haven't got. They want their cake and eat it. They want their cake and eat it. They want all the interests of the commercial world and all the financial benefits that come with that. But when it comes to parliamentary stuff, they want protection They want to be, or was it parliamentary privilege, where that, everything has to be hushed up if things get a bit too dodgy for them. No, fuck that. That should all be done away with. If they want to have the mixed life of being a politician and having the benefits of all the corporate benefits that come with that, we've certainly seen that over the COVID crisis, where the politicians have benefited out of this COVID crisis
hugely.
massively.
Yeah.
Well, then they've got to play in the real world. All them parliamentary privileges should be pulled. They should not be able to, and they should be able to be held criminally liable for their actions as well.
Of course.
Certainly, if it costs this country. I mean, a CEO in a company or a chief financial officer in a company wouldn't last 5 minutes if they were to make 10% of the mistakes that have been made in this government, whether it be financial or whether it be through poor advice.
If you bring a company's name into disrepute, or the same with the police, you bring the police's name into disrepute, allegedly, they straight away there's a misconduct hearing, okay, or whatever it might be. Chances are you'll get the boot if you're working for a private firm and you bring the company name into disrepute. But politicians and police, in most cases, that will get fucking hell, we're lucky that one never got out to the public, so you can stay.
Exactly, yeah. But the thing is, what's really frustrating is witnessing what we're seeing now, all this about the cheese and wine at number 10. This is all a distraction for what else is going on. I don't think people realise just how much shit financially this country's in. See, we cover it up. We're the first one to point the finger at going, well, Russia's economy's failing, and they're giving it the big one at the moment. Well, I'll tell you something. If we put it in perspective, the trouble is we've got good lawyers, we've got good speakers. And the thing about the British culture has always been they've always been able to bullshit their way out of everything. This country's been run on bullshit. Through my education, we were the best in the world at this, best police in the world, best armed forces in the world, best banking system. When in actual fact, it's not.
No,
it's quite good.
The words you used is absolutely right. We were the best, but
it's the same with the BBC. The BBC used to be pioneering. They used to be at the forefront of technology. They used to a lot of the broadcast standards that have been that we see today have been developed by the BBC. But that's all legacy stuff. That's years ago that was done.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to all live off that legacy.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Totally agree. It is a fucked up world that we live in, and it's not going to get any better anytime soon.
Well, in the short term, I can't see it getting any better. It's got to change. There are people waking up to it, but it's a very slow process. A lot of it's denial that they actually think, well, surely they wouldn't do that to us. Surely they're not that corrupt, and surely the police aren't that corrupt, because it's like a comfort blanket. Everything's a comfort blanket to them in this country. If they do lose that vision that, well, maybe the police are corrupt and they're more corrupt than they've ever been. We go on about the police in the 1970s and the 1980s. Well, I was brought up as a teenager in the 1980s. We had a respect for the police. It's them and us, but we had that respect. You wouldn't go out to a cop and call them a cunt, or
No. Do you know, for me, right? When people go about, say about the corrupt police in the sort of 70s and 80s, and even before that, but when you see about the East London gangs paying off police and this, that, and the other. Now the thing is, right? Yes, there was a few bad police back then, okay, however they generally, if they was going to be like we see them today, that was generally against somebody who was a serious criminal. They wouldn't go up to somebody and put their asp across their throat and start giving them a punch in the kidneys or whatever for calling somebody a name or whatever it might be. They never used to do that, which is why I think we had the respect. They wouldn't come after us over petty things. They're more likely to take us home where we'd get a fucking hiding off our parents, and that's what I was more scared of.
Yeah, exactly, and that was that sort of respect that we did have with the police. That, they'd drag you off home, and that can't happen nowadays because fucking hell, they're not allowed to look at a youth in the right way or the wrong way without some sort of complaint being made. And this
Yeah,
is the problem.
but even parents aren't allowed to discipline their kids anymore.
No, that's
You know, nothing. Listen, I've always been open with stuff I've done in the past, and my mum always says to me, because you tell people too much. But do you know what? I remember once when I must have been about 15, I think, or maybe 16. I wanted some money to go shopping, swimming. Okay, so me being a fucking idiot as I was back then,
That's we all were.
I broke into my mum and dad's bedroom. Okay, not through the bedroom door, but from the outside of the house, climbed through the little window in the window. Somebody saw me with my legs hanging out the window. Okay, clocked me.
Yeah.
So I've gone in. I've found a few quid, got back out again. Went swimming. Come back out. I mean, I was in and out of the house. I had a key to get in and out. I could have gone in through the bedroom door, but no, I had to go outside and through the window. Anyway, I got home, and do you know what? My old man put me across the kitchen. Right, he put me from one end of the kitchen to the other side. Okay, and that was me taught a lesson. Yeah, you do that. You do that now. Somebody steals, one of your kids steals from you or threatens you, and you plant them. You're the one that's in the shit, not them for doing what they did.
That's what they label it as, and this is what I hate, and I laugh. I'm sorry, and there's nothing more sickening when I hear police constantly spewing out these terms that sound so Orwellian. Hate crime, right? Hate's a very strong word, but it's used that you don't like something or you don't agree with something. And the other three words that fucking do me off is harassment, alarm, and distress. I've never heard so many fucking words overused in such succession with police. It seems to be their catch-all card now. It's like a fucking dragnet.
Absolutely.
Is hate crime. Because how do you define hate? How where's the boundaries on that? Because if you look at it in terms of law,
there isn't a boundary. A hate crime. Sorry to interject there. A hate crime is the person who feels offended's feelings. That's what defines a hate crime. So there's no physicalness. Go on.
If offending someone's a crime, that's a fucking sad place to be in, because that just means that's probably not just your opportunity to offend someone. I mean, even if you wanted to, it's an end of all conversation and debate.
Yeah. I'm surprised that if you saw my video earlier about the BMW, the police BMW, Cumbria Constabulary catching fire. Did you see that video?
I've not seen that. No. I saw was that the one where the police are being advised now not to do high speed?
Yes, that's the one.
Cases.
That's the one.
I haven't watched the video yet. No, I watched the other one. I haven't seen that yet.
I offended somebody because. So what I did, I like to rattle cages where I can. What I did is I was talking about these the police cars, catching fire, and a few minutes into it, I decided to take the opportunity to promote the merch store for the channel. So I'm talking about this police officer getting, he died. Let's face it, that's a terrible thing to happen. Okay, anybody died is a terrible thing to happen.
It's not a hero status. It could happen to anyone in the car.
Yes, yeah. But and I was expecting to trigger a few people from this. I decided to chuck in the advert for my channel. So I said, I'll take this opportunity to self-promote the channel merch. Sorry, somebody's saying the mic sounds a bit high. Let me turn it down a little bit. I hope that's a bit better, guys. So I was like, go to the channel merch store and you can find find loads of different designs. You can make your own design, blah, blah, blah. Even a design like this. And one of the designs that I made a couple of years ago was a pig with a metal skewer all the way through it, sitting over some flames, saying the only good pig is a spit roast pig. Now, okay, now that's touchy. I've got to say it is close to the bone, right? So copper dies in a fire, okay, and I then go and promote a design, with a pig being, sitting over flames. Now, I knew that was going to trigger a few people. It wasn't done you know, it wasn't done in a malicious way as if to say, right, let's go and burn them all. Right? It was done as a, you know, I fucking don't dislike the police, yeah, but I wanted to make people laugh from it. Some people with my sense of humour. We can't all have the same sense of humour. Some people won't like it, but fuck it. That's, you know, that's the way I am. And
exactly. But it's a pity that people don't get as upset when we look at all the deaths in custody. Stuff that gets swept under the carpet. It's a pity that people don't wake up. It's a pity we don't get as angry when the police turn a blind eye to fucking young girls being abused. Yeah. And, you know, for years, not just the odd week here and not just the odd police force here and there. I'm talking nationally, that's been happening over fucking 40 years. It's a pity people don't get angry about that, but they don't get angry about that. They get angry about stuff that, you know, we would say is a statist attitude. If it's against the state, if it's against anyone that works for the state, then, oh, you're a demon if you're laughing at that. But when it comes to their own children, when it comes to society, oh, no, they're scared. They're fucking scared. They won't say nothing. They're cowards.
It's it's crazy shit. You know, I mean, I know we could talk about this, you know, literally for hours. But it's, you know,
the reason why I brought it up is because I think it's very concerning. I think this is the big elephant in the room, right? And it's the same. And I did watch the online stream of that Telford thing yesterday, and I thought, well, hold up a minute. Yeah, what these guys done was absolutely disgusting. But this wouldn't happen if we had police forces in this country that wasn't so woke, wasn't fully signed up with all these fucking mentally ill, and I will call them mentally ill agendas, because that's what they are. They're not normal. They don't sit as in normal, as in how I think and most people think. If we didn't have police force like that, these things wouldn't have been going on for decades. Yeah. But the sad fact is, this woke agenda has worked into everyone's. It's worked into society in general. You go shopping, you can't get away from it. You go to work, you can't get away from it. You listen to the police, it's
everywhere. Of course, it's everywhere. But people have been conditioned now to think that it's all normal. You know, what's happened in my view. What's happened is we've got a generation or two of people. You know, I would say, after my generation, okay, I'm 43 now. I would say the generation after me, okay, has been brought up in a way that is not compatible with normal thinking, shall we say. Yeah. Now, the thing is, once you train a generation to be a certain way, that's going to filter down, okay, and people will soon forget how things were before. I mean, luckily, I think this has started a bit too soon. I think that there is a lot of people still relatively young, you know, like me, 43,
too much too soon,
who can still try and make some kind of a difference. And if we all come together and we all say, no, enough is enough, yes, we should be respectful to each other, but fuck it, if I want to offend somebody, I'll offend them. And if they want to offend me, fuck it, let them offend me. If I don't like it, I'll walk away. That's the, you know, we need to turn things around, and we need to try and get back to that situation where we, you know, where we can deal with some hurty words instead of phoning the police and saying, oh my God, he called me, I don't know, he called me a lefty or whatever it might be. Yes, if he called something online and it's defamatory, there's a law for that. If you type something online and it's libelous, there's a law for that. If you scream and shout in somebody's face and cause them fear, alarm and distress, there's a law for that. There is a law already for everything practically that we need to worry about.
And they want to bring more in.
Yeah.
They want to, this Crime Bill Act is just intensifying what we've already got. It's just going to make it easier for them to secure prosecutions on silly crimes where that someone on Facebook has insulted someone, or someone has turned around and said, "Well, a trans woman, if they've got a penis, they're not a woman." Stuff like that. It's just ridiculous. We've gone from one extreme to another where that now it's totally inverse. Everything's inverse.
Yeah,
and you can't argue against it. You can't have a debate about it.
Well, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to.
No. It's just a shame. And it's just like, well, where's it all stop? And the signs that we're seeing at the moment is not. It's not.
No.
It's a shame.
As I say, I think it's gonna take a few generations of hard work from people that remember what it was like before, to keep fighting and to get more people to remember how life used to be. How, yes, okay, there was racism and stuff, and there's always been racism and stuff like that. What's that?
You hit the nail on the head a minute ago, and you said that, it don't take long before people forget. And it's the same with the COVID thing. It's been 2 years now, and already, right, there's people saying they're having anxiety now, not wearing masks, not seeing other people not wearing masks. That's now a condition. It's a condition. Within less than 2 years, it's now a condition where that people out shopping see someone with no mask on, feel anxiety.
Yeah.
That's not normal, and that didn't take long to propagate that.
No, and the thing is, it's not a condition. It's an excuse. It's an excuse for some, for some twatty left wing or far left wing, should I say? I've got nothing against left wing or right wing. Okay, I don't really give two shits either way.
Let's just summarise that. Can we just summarise that a minute? Because left wing, let's go back 30 years ago, was much different to what is defined as left wing today. I would say, my family was split. My mother was sort of a Labourite, but I'm talking 60s and 70s generation. Now she detests fucking Labour. So I think there's a big difference to, people with left wing views or people with right wing views were much more balanced than what they're. Today it seems to be an insult that if you label someone right wing or you label someone left wing, it's like an automatic insult. Yeah. Whereas because today it means a totally different thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, listening to you say that as well has just made me think to myself, perhaps I shouldn't use that. Not because I might offend somebody, but because maybe it's the wrong phrase to describe them. As you say, things have changed. Left wing, right wing. But the thing is, one of the reasons I think we've got this extreme left or extreme right is because the left and the right are at each other's throats, and then as time goes on and arguments get bigger and debates get more divided, people then go, "Oh my God, you're worse than I thought." It's like if you're if you're in an abusive relationship, or somebody hits you, and a couple of years down the line you realise they're actually far worse than you thought when you first met them.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean they're.
Let's look. Just to kill the argument that we're attacking the left wing. Let's look at the right wing. Years ago, Conservatives, they were to the right, they were right wing. But their policies back in the day was low taxes, right? Yeah. Well, let's look at the Conservatives of today, right wing. Everyone, now it's extreme right wing. Well, let's look at them today. Are they coming across with what's coming out in the press now as being a party of low taxes? No, because they're just about to bend everyone over and shaft everyone, whether it be through national insurance, whether through bank interest rates, and whether it be through your tax code. You're going to be in for the ride of your life this year, certainly if you're earning less than £30,000 a year, because you're the one that's going to be suffering. And that's a Conservative policy. So what bollocks is that? Yeah.
No, I mean, when it comes to politics, most people on this channel. I mean, I got called a what did you call me? Far right extremist earlier. I got called.
Oh, I've had it all. I've had nonsense. Now, I've had it all.
The thing is, from my perspective, I mean, people call me what they want. I don't know if I'm classed as far right or far left. All I know is that I try and think things logically. So, for example, when it comes to trans issues, got no issue with people wanting to be what they want to be, living their life who they want to be. It's like when you go to school, you can ask the school to call you anything you want, any name you like, but when legally you have to put your legal name on documents. But you can get people to call you what you like. I've got no issues with that. None at all. If you've got a bit of meat dangling between your legs and you want to wear a skirt, good luck to you. Do you know what I mean? What bothers me is when it gets pushed onto other people, forced onto other people, and opinions get stifled in favour of other opinions. That is what pisses me off. And to me, that's logical.
Yeah.
That's just logical thinking as far as I'm concerned. If that makes me left-wing or right-wing, then so be it.
Well, if we were to draw parallels, where that nowadays it seems to be very hip and very, you know, very, how can I say, a fad of everyone now going down this vegan route and no meat diet and stuff like that. Well, you know, if we draw the parallel between that and then forcing everyone to accept whatever's going on with the trans world and stuff like that, you know, the hypocrisy stinks, because we're allowed to criticise one thing with meat eaters, right? So people that eat meat and have meat in their diet, they're allowed to be criticised. People that that turn around and don't want to be vaxxed, it's their personal choice. It's their body. They're now being demonised. So what's the difference between demonising someone that had their bollocks chopped off and tucked up, right, and demonising someone that chooses to eat meat? What's the fucking difference?
There is none. There is no difference.
There is none. When we put it in parallels like that. But it seems to me today, this woke agenda seems to only work fragmentedly. It's okay for some things, but it's not okay for others. Yeah. You know, and it's the same with the race card thing. You know, well, racism is apparently only one way. You know, it's the whole hypocrisy of that argument. Shoots them down in flames time and time again.
Well, what gets me is, I'm going to have to wrap this up soon as well. I'm afraid, but I'll finish. I'll finish. That's all right. I'll finish on this now. What gets me is that the people that make a big fuss about things that happened in the past. Okay, not what's going on now. Right, so racism, for example, was bad in the past. Can't deny it. Okay, however, and I'm not defending it, but however, people a couple of 100 years ago, that was a normal way of life for them. They were brought up to believe that. You know, that's not necessarily.
You've got to look at the other side of the spectrum, mate. You've got to look at the other side of the spectrum. If you want to see racism, if you want to see a real bad slave trade, let's look at the Muslim world's slave trade, right, which was the biggest slave trading organisation on this planet and still is to this day. It's still one to this day for us to buy. Nothing said about that. When you mention it, everyone, the room goes fucking quiet. I don't like the hypocrisy. You know, but we look back on the, 20 million whites were trafficked throughout North Africa, throughout the Middle East, over hundreds of years. But that side of history is all silent. No one's taught that. No one's told about how bad that is, because it might offend the Middle East. It might offend the North Africans. And I'm fully with you. It's still going on today.
And I'm fully with you on that. See, one of the things I do through this channel, and I was talking to somebody the other day on the chat, and one of the things I try to do with this channel is talk about the tools that are used against us. So, for example, I talk about acts and statutes. I get a lot of people go, acts and statutes don't mean jack shit if you don't consent and all this, that and the other. Now, I can understand where they're coming from. However, it doesn't work. That argument does not work. If you say to a copper, I don't consent, it means nothing. You're still going to end up in court. You're still going to get fined or sent to prison. Okay? So you have to use the tools that they use against us, against them. It's the same as when I talk about if I'm talking about slavery, for example, or persecution of some kind, when I talk about, like Africans, for example, being like the African slave trade, I talk about that because that's the one that's thrown at us all the time. As you say, the Muslim side of things, the Muslim slave trade, been going on for thousands of years, is not talked about. Which perhaps I should talk about it a bit more. But the reason that I don't when I'm explaining something is because everybody's more familiar with, with the African slave trade type thing. So that's why I use that as an example.
Brainwashed.
But my point was that I've forgotten. No, hang on, it's coming back to me. Oh fucking hell! Now it's gone. Oh Jesus. No, it's gone. Do you know what? I need to get my notepad again.
I have brain fog as well, mate. It's all encompassing that, I mean, when you see the hypocrisy of it all, when it's like, well, hold on a minute, we keep going on about the US and the UK slave trade. And in the bigger picture, it was just a very small aspect of it. If anything, the bigger part of the slave trade was the Africans doing the trading off of their own people. Right?
Yes.
So let's not forget that. And that always gets forgotten. And this is why Jamaicans have a fucking big problem with Africans. And that's gone through generations. If you speak to any Jamaican about, they weren't so much pissed off as they were against the British or the American authorities. They were more pissed off with the roots of where they come from. That was Africans actually trading them, their own people doing it.
Yeah.
But that never gets discussed. That always gets swept under the carpet. And it's the same thing with the Arab thing. And that's what really annoys me. Yes, we can have these discussions. Yes, it was terrible. I'm not justifying it in any means at all. Yes, it's fucking disgraceful. But come on, let's look at the bigger picture. It wasn't just us doing it. And, okay, we stopped it. We could argue and say, well, corporates have taken over that role now. But, when we look at the sheer aspect of what was going on back then, it is still going on in a lot of these Islamic countries to this day.
Yeah.
And it's ignored. We're not allowed to discuss it without being called racist.
Totally. Listen, I'm going to have to wrap this one up. I've got somebody else trying to get through, but it's been nice to chat with you. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. No worries. Okay. You take it easy.
Take care, mate.
Ta-da.
Have a good one. Cheers, mate. Good night. Bye.
Hello. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening.
Who's that?
Rich.
Hello, Rich. How you doing?
I'm all right, mate. I
Good
spoke
stuff.
to you a couple of weeks ago.
Cool.
I told you about my predicament about the wall being kicked down. And,
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, but I just wanted the guy that's just been on. I 100% he was bob on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree with practically everything he said. I've got, it's to me, it's majority is common sense, as I said myself, and if we all lose our common sense and start following this narrative of wokeness, shall we say, for lack of another word, we're all going to end up in a shit heap, all of us.
Where's it going to go before people realise, the silent majority realise and stand up? I'm not condoning it. Where are we going to go?
Well, there's only one place to go unless we get a grip of ourselves, and that's in the shitter. To be fair, and we're clinging on to the edge of the bowl as it is. The way things have gone over the years, we're literally clinging on to the edge of the bowl, the edge of the toilet bowl. And if we're not careful, we're going to slip right in.
Yeah, it's a great metaphor.
It
really is. But yeah. I'm worried because I told you people I work with, and they just don't seem to get it.
Yeah, no, a lot of people won't. This is what I mean.
They're brainwashed by it.
Yeah, and they think that by following that narrative, they think that they are morally correct. And to be morally correct, you have to be correct, if that makes sense. There's no point in you call somebody a far right extremist because you don't agree with them. Or
far left.
It's or far left, yeah.
Just because no one ever criticises the far left, do they? Everything, the narrative we're told, and the narrative that we're given, should I say, is that everything that it's always far right is wrong. But why can't we? Why isn't there balance? That's what I'm asking for, is balance. To say, well, the far left are as bad as the far right. If you're gonna, in some ways, but obviously the polar opposites. In order
for things to be balanced, we need to be equals.
Yeah.
And that is one thing that certain people do not want us to be. They go on about we should be equal. We should all have equal rights and equal this, equal that, equal the other. But no, they don't want that. They say it because they think it's the right thing to say. Okay, when it is completely in opposition to how people should be. We need to be equal. We need to treat each other with respect, but to argue against somebody, to cancel that person, to tar them with a particular brush, to shut them down, that is doing exactly what they're blaming those people of doing themselves.
Well, I say you sum it up in a nutshell, for one of a better phrase. I hate cliches and all that, but you've hit the nail on the head. But yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Is how can you oppose something without arguing against it? That's all my point is. Don't agree with somebody, but fine, put your point across.
Yeah,
the left, the right, or whatever it is. I will listen to it, and I will. It's my right to argue with you and say you're wrong, or I think you're right, or you're wrong, etc., etc.
Exactly.
What is wrong with that? But no, everything's been cancelled, isn't it? Because the narrative that they're pointing for, I keep repeating myself, but is that their agenda is right, and anyone that opposes that is wrong.
Yeah,
and that's what I just think that we're losing something.
I can't disagree with that. As I say, again, with the risk of repeating myself, we're in a situation that we're going to struggle to get out of. And to be fair, we've allowed it to happen. To be honest, people will go, no, I haven't. I stand up for my rights and this, that, and the other. We've allowed it to happen. We do what we can, but we've allowed this change to happen over time, and we're in a situation now that we're going to struggle to get back from. We could get back from it, but we're going to struggle. It's going to be a hard fight, and I think a lot of people out there don't think they're up for that kind of a fight. But what I say to them is, you won't know if you're up for the fight unless you start to fight.
They can't fight because of the environment they've created in the workplace, etc., where you've got no opposition to this narrative. For want of a better phrase, it's just indoctrinating every aspect of our lives from from primary school age, as far as I can see, from having children in education. Yeah. I'm not feel myself, but the stuff that they're fed, it frightens me in some respects. I mean, all right, listen. I've lived with mental health, not for myself, but through family for a long time before it was then the go-to sort of thing for a lot of people. I'm not belittling anything.
Before it was fashionable.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. Because But what I'm trying to say is, I lived with it all my life through the 80s. I saw my dad in Battle Section 3 times. If you want to go, I'll go there. I'll tell you that now. I'll tell you the story. But anyway, I'm not going to go there. Well, I'm not looking for that. What I'm trying to say to you is why do kids have to be told about stuff like this when they're 7 or 8? If a kid's gone through something traumatic and understand them being counselled, etc., or needing the help that they require, why does every child that's just go out there and play? Why do they have to have that even fed this stuff?
So I said this when I heard about a school in Bournemouth, I think it was, teaching sort of 5 and 6 year olds about trans issues.
Okay.
Now, for me personally, if I would suggest that you leave the children to grow up, but make sure they're in an environment where they know they can ask questions. If a child then comes to you and says, they know they can trust you, they know they can talk openly, which unfortunately they don't these days because they feel that they can't talk about certain things for fear of being shut down. But if we had a society where everybody felt, especially the kids, that they could be open and talk, they would go to somebody and say, look, I've been having these feelings. What does it mean? Then explain to them. Let them come to you. And I've said this about people with their own kids as well. If your kids know that they can come to you with any problem and you will deal with that problem with understanding. You might be pissed off, you might be disappointed, but you'll deal with it with understanding. They will come to you with every issue that they've got in the future.
That's being a parent. That's a good parent.
Exactly. And it's exactly the same, I think, with teachers and kids. Don't force shit on people. Let them come to you. If they have a question, let them ask you. Then deal with it, but don't force it upon them.
Yeah. It's just why are they even talking about it? For me, it's just just where are we going? But listen, I'll go. You're a great guy. I love it. I love
Thank you.
I love listening to you.
Well,
But
thank
I'm
you.
going. I'll let someone else talk.
No worries.
All right.
Thanks for calling. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
Good night.
All right. Cheers.
Bye. Some interesting calls this evening. Lines are now free. Hello, Heisenberg. How you doing? Yeah, Tina, exactly. You know, if you're honest with your kids and you allow them and you let them understand that they can come to you with anything, then they're more likely to come to you with any kind of problems, and you can then deal with it. The same as the teachers. But other than that, I think it's ridiculous. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Can you turn your sound down in the background? Hello.
Okay.
Hello, can you turn the sound down in the background?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Thank you.
What the fucking hell have you got in your answer phone? Fuck's sake. Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Hang on, fuck's sake. Right, can you hear me, mate?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, I've rung before, Mark Dover, yeah, from Norfolk. Okay.
How you doing?
Yeah, mate, I sometimes come in, I'm not hiding my identity. I can be looked up, probably I can be traced to my house, but I don't care. Well, I can say, you know, I'm only going to do it short because I've been drinking, but
Right.
when you talk about slavery, they got about the 17th, 18th century, okay, and the Arab slavery, which, you know, which happened, you know, Cornwall, Devon, you know, slaves were taken, we know that.
Right.
This was after the African slavery was made illegal in this country. We done this. We banned it.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a long time ago. Yeah. Okay. So we've got the African slavery, which is carrying on today. You can go to Libya now to a market buy an African slave. The Chinese were enslaving people.
Yep.
To make what we're wearing now on our feet, yeah? But I think you're not wearing slavery shoes, okay, as a left wing or right wing, whatever you are. Yeah, it's shit, you know, the stuff. That's made by slaves, including the masks that you wear on your fucking face.
Yeah.
That I don't wear. Yeah, it's bullshit, okay, but, okay, what I'm talking about the lower class, which is me and you, okay?
Yeah.
Our class, okay? We've always been used, okay? With the slavery and everything else, but it's no higher class. Higher class are not involved, okay? And the slavery has always been used, okay? We've always been enslaved to the lower class. Okay, what I'm going to say, I've been drinking, so I can't speak too long, okay? Because I could just go around in circles, okay? I was going for that, the slavery and the Chinese slavery and the Arab slavery and the markets in Libya where you can buy African slaves now. By this minute you can go there and buy them, okay? That's in the past, okay? Remember, in this country, right now, we go back to like London, North London, I come from, but I'm in Norfolk now, but we go back to the 1850s.
Right.
Victorian workhouses, okay, for the poor, which is, you know, they're there now. You can go and visit them now.
Yeah.
In most counties, you can go to visit a Victorian workhouse. Do you know what I mean, Dan? Have you ever heard of that?
Not recently.
Victoria and Georgian is 1920s, okay? Victorians are like 1840s onwards, okay? This ain't long ago. Don't think this is like 300 years ago, like the African slave trade, which was sick, you know? You know that.
Oh, it's still going on. We know it's still going on.
Well, we know it's going on now, but just remember, in this country, in the 1850s onwards, probably, we had workhouses in this country where the poor, what's the poor? These were people that were, or these were women that had children out of wedlock.
Yeah, yeah.
They weren't married, okay, or they had mental health problems. They were put into workhouses and they all worked to death in these fucking places, okay? You know, the museums are there now. You can go, most countries you can go to a workhouse, okay? You can go and look at what they've done. You know, like you can go to watch the ships, you know, how they load the old galleons and whatever. Yeah. The poor people always used to do shit jobs. The shit jobs where you could die. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the poor people were, they are now basically used as the lower class fodder.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Well, I'm saying that, you know, me and you, we're talking, we are fodder for them, the upper class. Okay, so the Victorian workhouses, now in the 1950s, 1940s, 50s, 60s, okay, they put people that were lower class, okay, they were, you know, had problems, okay, like we say problems, okay, yeah, they're not problems, okay, they're just things that could have been done or sorted out, but they didn't do that, okay. In the 1940s and 50s, they were put into mental institutions.
Yeah.
A lot of them are there now, okay, but they're reused for, well, when I was a kid, you know, I was born in, you know, we must want to live life in new bodies. So we knew nat free, we knew, you know, all these nat, we call them nat houses, you know, what you do. But so many people were just put into these places, drugged up, okay, before, so it doesn't matter, you know.
Yeah.
They were drugged up and put in these places. Well, yeah, my nan was put in there. I've been to try and find Hill End, there was Hill End Hospital. I tried to find it, he's put in the housing estate. You know, I drove a truck down there, you know, I worked with the co-op, I drove a truck, and I tried to find it, and I couldn't find anything, nothing, there was nothing there. It was just housing estate, taken over by agents. There's an Asian housing estate, and I sat there and I just cried, you know, because I thought, I mean, you think this is not long ago. This is my this is my nan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, I'll get you.
It was put in there because she had I think she had a child out of wedlock. Okay, she wasn't married. Okay, she had a child. Okay, they're frowned upon. Okay, you don't think that? But I'll tell you what. I want to swear, but I don't want to swear. So, you know, I don't lose your channel. But the fucking African slave trade. This is only in the 1960s and 70s where this happens. Okay. I might say I grew up in New Barnet, I got involved in a lot of shit, but I spent a lot of time, I spent time in prison and whatever.
Yeah.
I've been in jail, I've been in prison and all that, but because I'm a low class, because I come from a council housing estate, I was pissed off and angry.
Well, there's nothing wrong. Listen, there's nothing wrong with coming from a council house estate. I mean, I'm not from a council estate, but not that makes me any different to anybody else. But I don't see people that come from a council estate as any different to anybody else.
Yeah, they do, Dan. They do.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do.
They do. Whether you're black or white, they do. They always have done. I've been at Tottenham Magistrate Court, okay? Some black bloke, he was only in something, what he done was nothing, okay? And the magistrate said, 6 months, and I thought, wow,
yeah.
What? He ain't done fuck all, okay? He went nuts, he tried to jump, and he got beaten. I mean, he got beaten badly, Yeah, because there was no cameras then, so no one would have seen it.
Yeah.
That's the way it was then, okay? Which is probably good in some ways, but bad in many more than some ways, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course.
It shouldn't have happened. But police were 6 foot tall then. I've looked at the police in London, and oh my god, they're like 4 foot fucking tall.
Yeah.
No, I hate the fucking police. Policemen come around here, I'll probably end up being locked up.
Right. Just be careful. Be careful what you say.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying, police come in here, and say stuff, that I don't know. I'll fucking lose it, and which I do. I don't want to end up back in prison. I can't do because I've got my kids and stuff. I can't do that. Yeah, that's my first thing against me. I can't. But I hate jail. It's annoying. It's annoying.
It's not the ideal place to end up, is it? Let's face it.
No, mate, no, it's not. But what I'm saying is the lower class. Okay, yeah. When you what I'm trying to say, okay, I've had a bit of drink, but obviously drink with tell. But what I'm saying, we go back to the African slave trade, and we go back to the slave trade which happened, in the 19th century, in Cornwall, Devon, where white people were taken as prostitutes, selling markets and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a long time after the African slave, and then you got the African, you got the slave trade in Libya where they sold African slaves. Now, right now, you can do now. By this minute, buy an African slave.
Yeah.
In Libya, okay, because the Arabs don't like the Africans. You want racism, that's racism, okay. Be like India and Pakistan, okay. But remember, in this country, we used our poor. It's always the poor, always.
Yeah, no, you're right, absolutely.
It's always us, Dan. Always us, mate. Ain't them. It's us. It's us and them. To me, it's always us and them. By the way, I don't imprison me. It's always us and them. Okay. Yeah. The authorities, suppress support. Okay, and they put them down. Okay, and that's what they've done. In the 18th. That's right. It's right. Probably in the middle of the Victorian period, which was about 19. Probably 1860s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right approach is 1890. And the Georgian period, which was 1900 or whatever, onto sort of just before the war or just after the war. But that is when poor people were taken from forest states, which were, suffering bombing and whatever, or deprivation. They were taken and put into workhouses in the countryside. I live in Auckland now, so but I remember, like, when I was in London, I went to poor houses and workhouses, in the country, Hopshire, Bedfordshire. They're still there now. You can go and visit a museum.
Yeah.
Okay? They're still there. Okay. So, but no one ever said nothing. Okay, these are workhouses. They take the kids, from the local schools to workhouse. But no one thinks, okay, this ain't long ago. This ain't the slave trade. This is only 150 years ago. It's not that long ago.
Yeah.
Where we was enslaving the poor. And they're called the poor. So I go metal detecting, okay? When I came up work, I took up metal detecting, okay? I find these tokens, it says, for the poor, okay? 1850 on the coins, These were rich people trying to help us, the lower class. Me and you, yeah? That's what we are. We're the lower class than them.
Right.
Does that make sense, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you remember, me and there's probably lots of people listening now who are back grandparents who have been locked in time to these fucking psychiatric places.
Yeah.
These people were just drugged, okay? Forget Pfizer and drug company shit, okay? This has been happening for fucking years, okay? They were drugged up, shoved on Valium, put away somewhere, okay? They were noisy, fucking just give me a load of drugs, okay? This has happened for years. I was only something for 40 years, okay? This is us. This is our working class. This is our class of people. We've been fucked over. And now we've been fucked over now with the mandates and shit, okay?
Yeah.
What's happening in Canada is fucking stunning, mate. It is amazing. But can they keep it up? Are they going to get, tied down in lawfare and, all this shit? We don't know. Like Tommy Robinson got just tied down in legal issues and shit, But, we need to actually, I know I sound pissed, but, it's all about us and them. We understand it. With the police, it's us and them.
Yeah, of course it is, and it's always
But the police look down at us. You understand that?
Yeah, but it's always going to be that way.
The police won't touch the addict person. I know he does these. It's good. We can. He's brilliant at putting out news and shit.
It's always going to be that way. Listen, I'm going to have to wrap this one up because I've got somebody trying to get through at the moment talking about some document or something. Listen, you look after yourself and take it easy.
Good job, but I'm in my late 50s. I've been fucked over by fucking my back. Okay, because I work do time making and stuff. But what I'm saying it's us and them, okay? It's us working lower class, okay? And they don't give a fuck about us, okay?
Right.
Promise? They don't care.
Right.
They do the thing. That's it. It's not their problem, okay? It's our problem.
Right.
Like the immigration and everything else, it's all our problem. We have to do with it. They don't. I wish it was all put in their fucking, outside their houses and none of their thing. Oh my God, this ain't good. Yeah. I know.
You know what I mean, mate? All right, my friends.
Working class people, low class, have been used forever.
Yeah.
Okay. Not just the African stuff. The African poor people. It's us. It's all about poor people.
Yeah.
All about poor people. Everything.
I know. All right.
When everybody says to me, it's all about us and it.
Listen, I've got to wrap this up, my friends.
I'm pissed, so yeah. All right, you take care. Yeah.
Yeah, you too. You look after yourself.
Mate. Yeah. Bye.
Ta-ra, mate. Ta-ra. Hello, caller.
Hello, Dan, it's Bobby.
Hello, Bobby. Just give me 1 second, Bobby, if you don't mind. Those people in the comments saying that the guy I was just talking to is boring, etc., etc. Listen, I've said this before, and as it says on the screen, it's about you share your story, you whistleblow, you talk crap, you call me names. In other words, you can phone up and talk about anything you want. Now, I get that sometimes some of you may not be interested in the conversations that's being had, and I understand that. But some people want to or need to talk to somebody, and that's what I try and do as and where possible. So please remember that if it was you that was phoning up and you was in you was in a state or you just needed somebody to talk to, then I would afford you exactly the same respect as I afford everybody else. So please remember, it's not so easy, Mickey Mouse, to give callers 10 minutes each. I have tried it, but then sometimes people call up and the call goes on and on and on, and I can't physically say clear off because I can tell that I need somebody to speak to. So it's not always that easy. Although I will try and keep calls shorter, but it really isn't that easy. Bobby, go ahead, mate. Sorry about that.
It's all right, Dan. I didn't want to talk about what that fella was saying a couple of calls back about the police are racist and all that.
Yeah,
Um, this woke business came around the Bear government. He put an thing in called positive discrimination in, where you've got to employ coloured, blacks, um, transvestites, and all that.
yeah,
Now, he's talking about racism. Oh, we can't be getting racist too, being a racist too, because we're white, because they had been being slaves. If you look at the facts, Dan, we got invaded by the Romans, enslaved us. So we have this country has been enslaved.
yeah,
So that doesn't stand up for an argument, but because they got this um, um, figure complex that because he was thrown for slaves. We owe them a living. We don't owe anyone. Only people we owe a living to. It's ourselves and our family.
yeah.
Now, and also what gets my blood going down, if you've ever been to South Africa,
No, I've not. No.
I went there, I think it was 95 or 96 for the Rugby World Cup. It's a fucking shithole. Now, any other country, like, you have the Aztecs, Mayas, Incas, they've got beautiful ancient
Yeah,
architecture, like the Egyptians, the pyramids. There's nothing in South Africa. There's nothing. When I went there, Dan, like this is a true story. When I went, I was feeling a bit poorly, so I stayed in the hotel room. Now, the people who used to rob. This is my personal experience and my personal views. Maybe different to other people, but they used to rob you blind.
yeah,
The hotel staff now, and also used to property for sex for money. This head housemaid came in. I was on my bed after sleep, and I disturbed her. So she was going like that with money, like that. No, insulating a sexual act. I said, I know, I'm going to sleep by. So when I went to meet my mate, and there's fucking some weird woman in my room today. So then she was there to rob you,
right.
and etc. So why do you keep saying about this slavery? If you ever been to I don't know about South Africa now, Dan, but then it was a shithole. There's nothing at all there. There's no architect. There's no ancient architect there.
Right.
Nothing.
No, well, I've not been lucky enough to travel much in my life as yet. So I've not even been places where there is architect. To be fair, but no, I know, when you're talking about like past, like you're talking about Mayans and Aztecs and stuff. I know that all of this stuff is normally focused around certain places, and other places never get a mention. So. So yeah, I mean, I get it, although I've never been.
It's, it's like the go there, Dan.
Sorry?
You went from It's like you went and been to the Great Wall of China.
No, no.
No, that's the worst. That was like this part of it is good, but some of the parts was rebuilt in the 80s. Now, I just think so. People say that the Great Wall of China is this eighth wonder of the world. It's been rebuilt in the 80s, and that's what when I go somewhere, I like to look at Egypt and the pyramids.
Yeah.
Now, even that's a shithole, but you've got something to look at. I give you another little. When I was doing secure, I'll give you another little. That's why colored people's got this attitude. We all there living. I was doing secure, Fasco Park in Liverpool. You know where it is.
No.
I cannot play.
Don't get
I
around
can't
much,
play
me.
no by the police head used to be the headquarters. In 2000, yeah, it's going to have a big party. Fireworks, he's playing everything. Um, this colour guy, Dan, he was a rotten he was smoking the yaki baki constantly. Used to have they had a truck where they came into with the fireworks in. Now, that was the best place to get your Adonis. You'd have a bit of a kick because it was away from the road, way back, so you never got disturbed by the police, the cop cars, and all sorts.
Yeah.
He came in. He said, "I want to get my head down." He came in, lit up to smoke. It's the way I can back me in a fucking truck full of fireworks. Then
Right.
built the right. I had them berserk on him. Now, I knocked him out, and so we took him to the cab, lay down. He brought one of the fireworks out there, and set it. I don't know how he set it off in the cab when we were sitting. It was unbelievable, and I went berserk. The first thing he said to us, he only, because I knocked the other type of shit out of him, because I went berserk on him. The first thing he came out with, Dan, you only do this because I'm black. I said, no, you fucking because you fucking nearly killed us.
Yeah.
No, that's what every other, anytime you wrecked or when I was doing the shops, if you pull a black person off that, the first thing they say is, you're only doing it because I'm black. It's not because you're a Robin cunt. That's what I mean. They've got this attitude now, down here, that you've got a victimization attitude. And they should, like now, they should get it out of this because then you've had positive discrimination, where all this and all this. You know who's the most uneducated class in this country is?
Right. Go on.
It's young white males. He on top of young white males. So I know people think I'm a racist, and I'm not. I've got most half of my family are coloured, and we have boxing matches left, right, centre, but we still be there for each other. This is what I'm saying is now you've got the police who, when you had Black Lives Matter marches, the police was doing nothing. When people was marching against the anti-vax, the anti-lockdown, he went in strong. You've got a felony pissed on a world statue, lost his job. I think he got done and found guilty, and he went to prison. He got other people taking statues down. Nothing. The statue. If I knew that he was going to London that day to knock that paedophile statue down, I would have went with you. Now, the double standards. It's like TV actors, film actors. Now, you can't be a film if the person's coloured or Asian or whatever. A white person can't play it. But the other program on Channel 5, Anne Boleyn, played by a black woman, nothing got said. I spoke to Jeremy Fan about this, about when he started. Note that film with about the US female serial killer.
Right.
I can't remember the name. That came on. I said to him, so therefore, you're saying to me, you would have to find a lesbian, a prostitute, and a serial killer to play that. The word is in on the term that it's acting. And you've got people who like the trans people now banging on, we've got this, we need rights. You've got any rights you want, but don't expect us people to bow down to you. I really get pissed off sometimes, Dan. Like now with all the Partygate in the government, and the police investigation.
Yeah.
Originally, the police said he was the one to go and investigate it. Now they're investigating it. But what people don't realise, and it's only a delay tactics, because the government believes now that people's going to, it's like tomorrow, the next day, forget about it. That's all this stupidness is to delay, because people say it'd be next day be the chip paper.
Yeah.
So what I'm really pissed off about, Dan, is these people come on like any other like program. It's like, oh, if you're white male, you're a monster. If you're this. Not every white male is a rapist. Not every white male is a monster. Not every white male is a paedophile, Dan.
No.
Some decent people out there.
Well, listen, just to, I want you to respond to this comment. Somebody, Keenan1066, has said, and I understand where he's coming from because I had trouble understanding Scouse accent when I first moved up here. He said, what language is this guy speaking? I understand 1 in 5 words. Now, I don't necessarily take that to be an insult. I struggled when I moved up here. But he says that it just sounds like a load of racist bollocks. So what would you say to that comment?
Well, the Scouse and Irish, it's a mixture.
No, I mean,
There's also German as well.
Forgetting the accent, as I say, I think he said that because I had trouble when I moved up here, understanding Scousers. But the part of that comment where he says that, what you're saying sounds like a load of racist bollocks. What explain to him what you're saying.
I'm just making a point.
No, I don't. Listen, I'm just asking. I'm just asking you to respond to that comment. I'm not calling you anything. I just want you to respond to that comment.
I respond to that fella. Listen, mate, I don't care if you're white, coloured, Chinese, Martian. You could do whatever you like. You could slag me off, do whatever you like, but don't impact on my life. If you want to go around smoking whatever you smoke, I don't go around impacting on your people, other people's lives, Dan. I've never been a racist, but what I'm saying is, Dan, is that it's got to the point now where it's like every white man is a murderer, a rapist, a paedophile. There's loads of nasty people on, Chinese, Mexicans, any race you've got bastards, you've got good people, you've got bastards. Now, I don't care, like I said to you, Dan, I've spoken to you a few times, I don't care what people think. If you want to go around humping dogs, go ahead, but don't you expect me to think it's right.
Yeah.
Don't you expect me to look at it. It's like gay people, Dan, as well. I don't expect people. If I went to my bed in the street, got me balls out and wagging it about, I'd be arrested. A gay person would do that, Dan. It's funny. Oh, it's double standards. And when I'm complaining about that, it's double standards. It's one move for them and one move for us.
Indeed. Listen, Bobby.
I'm not racist, Dan. I've never.
Sorry, no, go on. Say what you going to say.
I'm not a racist, Dan. I've explained to you before. I've had arguments with my cousins who are black. And before Christmas, it came to blows. But 3 hours later, I was shit. We actually shared a bed because he was on the piss. 3 hours later, I was in the double bed. He was on the bottom. I was on the top. So, I'm not racist. All I'm trying to say, Dan, so people's got to lighten up, is that if you want to live in this our country, any country, you've got to hereby by what our rules are. If we go to other countries, Dan, like any country you like, you've got to hereby what their laws are.
Yeah, of course.
But when they come over here, like the migrants came over. Now, the law states that you're supposed to claim asylum on the first safe country you come to, which they go to France, go to wherever, but they come here. And then when people start to moan about it, you get called, like that fella just called me a racist. I don't care if you want to come to this country, come to this country, do whatever you like, but don't expect us to bend over and let you shaft us in the ass, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know.
And that's wrong. That's what I think is wrong in this country, that people are too scared. Or if you shout at a kid now, Dan, the first thing you call you could get called a paedophile or
Yeah.
a nonce or this. People are scared to open their mouths now, and it's wrong. It's like
Yeah.
every time on the news, like still banging on COVID. It's been proven only over 70,000 people have died of COVID. It's not 150,000.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. No,
they
we
still
know.
bang
Yeah.
on. And then you get then if you talk about it, you get accused of being anti-vax and nutter, and you get other people like I've been complained to Facebook 5 times. People's just gotta just live with each other and
Yeah.
don't expect us. I would respect that fella. He said I was the racist to pay for my kids. I would expect you to pay for my kids, Dan. I wouldn't even expect anybody to pay for my kids. My
Yeah.
kids are my problem. But you get these families who's calling people above me. Haven't got a dad. You see them constantly. If they can't get their own way, the first thing that they say is only because you're doing this because they're black. It doesn't matter, Dan. It's that you're doing it because hey, you got caught. This. Oh, you're only doing it because of black. And then everything gets shut off then, Dan. Like the hospital. I was in the hospital a couple of weeks ago. The fella came in, ranting, oh, blah, blah, they played the racist card. I was there nearly 2 hours. He got seen before I did.
Yeah.
Because the race card, if you pay the race card, Dan, in this country, they bend over backwards for you. And that's wrong. That's wrong. There's other people in this country who's got suffering.
Yeah.
But
No, you're
because
right.
of this, they've got this victimization thing. No, they've got the colour people. Right? If you're, I don't know if you should. And I'm going about in this country, Dan, it's been proven by DNA and genetics that not one person living in this country has got any connection to slavery going back 300 years ago.
Right.
But they still go on about it. They still, our country, we've been enslaved from the Romans, the Vikings, etc., etc. So we know what it's to be, not me personally, but this country, to be slaves. So, and if you say to a colour person, well, I think they are racist to me, I can't be racist. You know, the definition of racist, Dan, is discrimination of person on their colour, race, or sexuality, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. Among some other things,
So,
but yeah.
Yeah. But that's what I mean, and that's what gets me so pissed off for. It's that,
All right.
like, if you want to do something in your life, go let it do it. If you want to be like these footballers, like Marcus Rashford, um, the racer, Hamilton, going on about black and race and all this, they're having discrimination. They're millionaires and you're still talking about it.
Yeah.
You've made a good life for yourself. Why you still go banging on? And what I'm really pissed off, people see this and when I'm coming into this country, blah blah. Oh, this must be a racist country. It's not. It has to be racist. You still get racist people in this country, but the most dangerous. Who makes the most racist people is to call themselves like like the Black Lives Matter, fuck the police. They want white people to move out of their houses to give the black people, etc., etc. Have you ever looked at the Black Lives Matter website, Dan?
No, to be honest, I've only looked into them as much as far as they had a GoFundMe up and running, which had like over £1 million or something, and I was just wondering at that point where that money was going to. So, but I've not looked into them.
The woman who's the runner in the British over there got shot.
Yeah.
In the head. The first on the news everywhere. The MPs. It was a racist attack. But 3 black fellas shot there.
Yeah. I remember that. Listen, Bobby. Bobby, I don't mean to be rude, but I've had a few people in the comments going on about a document which, whilst you've been talking, I've found it and I've downloaded it. It's just something I want to go through. It doesn't necessarily concern this channel as such, but I just want to go through this document. It seems to be quite important. So,
okay.
All right, my friend. Listen, you take it easy, and I'll speak to you soon.
All right, then. All right, see you soon.
All right, mate. Ta-da. Right, guys. Phone calls off for a moment. Let me just do this so I can get my comments up. I'm going to go through this document in just... Oh, there's the camera there. I'm looking around for it. I'm going to go through this document in just a second. But for now... No, that's not it. There it is. But for now, I'm going to leave you with this, and I'll be back in just a second. And we're back. So, I did want... I haven't got my pad with me, so I keep forgetting to write stuff down. But I did want to acknowledge a few people in the comments. I know One Woman Vigilante was one. How you doing? I hope you're feeling okay. I did notice you responding to people in the comments, and I wanted to say hello a bit earlier. There was somebody else, but it was fucking miles away. Right. I'm not taking any calls at the moment, so please just hold off for the calls for the moment. Now, CCTV user, is that your name? CCTV user in the comments. mentioning that Tyrant Finder's going through a document on his channel, or was going through a document on his channel. I have got that document, and it does name some YouTubers that most of you have probably heard of. For example, it's got Auditing Britain, it's got Tyrant Finder in it, Audit Ed, and Live Free. Now, this must have been made some time ago, because this is talking about when Auditing Britain had 76,000 subscribers on YouTube. I think it's got over 100,000, so it was a while back. I'm going to show it up on the channel, on here, and we'll have a nose. I'm sorry, I'm not taking. I'll turn that volume off. I'll turn that volume down. So let me open this up. Desktop monitor. Add display capture. Right. I need to know, can you hear me? Let me know in the comments, can you still hear me? Yeah, okay, brilliant. Okay, so what we've got is we've got a document from Mighty, which is a massive company. Here in the UK, they've got 77,500 employees in Great Britain. 77,500 employees. This is a global security operations centre, the rise of auditing. Now, bear in mind, I've not had a chance to look through this previously, so this is my first look practically along with you. So we've got the auditing craze is a growing problem across a range of sectors, no longer limited to the monitoring of perceived overreaching of police, but more a means of challenging everyday activity, which, let's be fair, we should be able to do. We should be able to challenge everyday activity if it is not in keeping with the way that people should be behaving themselves. So it goes on to say the activity broadly involves individuals filming a premises or people, either overtly using domestic camera equipment or covertly using body-borne cameras. Now, let's bear in mind that if you've ever watched an auditing channel, you will be hard-pressed to find anybody who has covertly filmed the police, especially with a body cam. The purpose is to make it obvious what they are doing. Okay, so this for a start is talking shit. Okay, they're saying that people are doing it covertly, but they're not doing it covertly. We want to make that absolutely clear. Now, I'm not an auditor. I agree that people should be able to go and do what they want, even if that's taking photos and videos in public. Some people don't like it. Fine, no problem. Forget it. Move on. Get on with your life. Ignore it. But for this company to put in this document that people are covertly using body-worn cameras is bullshit. It's not covert. Nobody that I know in the auditing community covertly films. It is blatant and obvious, and that is the entire point of it. So it goes on to say, understanding the potential intentions of an auditor is important in ensuring it was met with the correct response. Some individuals are intent on obtaining footage of the inside of a government facility, such as a COVID-19 testing centre, to build weight to their conspiracy theory, whereas others are purely intent on eliciting an aggressive response from a security officer or other staff members through verbal taunting and the encroachment of personal space. Now, let's clear this up as well. Since when has a COVID-19 testing centre actually been a government facility? I thought it was the NHS, which is publicly funded. So for me personally, I find it unusual for them to call it a government facility as a COVID-19 test centre, and most people haven't gone to a COVID-19 test centre to say it's bullshit. I want to see for myself that you're talking crap, and I'm going to expose it to the world. Most people are just going to see whether or not the security actually do their job. Okay, and when I say do their job, I mean not going hands-on and throwing somebody off of public property. This whole eliciting an aggressive response from a security officer or other staff member is not the fault of an auditor. That's not their fault. It is the fault of the absolute fucking numbskull Neanderthal that you've hired to secure said government facility, as you put it. Okay, so that is absolute and utter bollocks, and this encroachment of personal space as well. We've all seen the videos, or most of us have seen the videos. I would hasten to guess, and it's very, 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 very rare that any auditor will walk up to a security guard. It is almost always the security guard encroaching on the personal space of the auditor. Okay, so already on page 1 we've found some bullshit, okay, in how they're trying to spin this particular story. Now it goes on, these examples are likely require a different approach, and therefore assessing the potential intentions is important. Okay, so number 1, if you want to elicit a perceived overreaction from police, security or other personnel through verbal taunting, aggressive behaviour or trespass. Now again, verbal taunting, aggressive behaviour. If the security guards didn't come over and try and overstep their authority, then there wouldn't be any verbal taunting. That verbal taunting is usually in response to the taunting they get from security. And trespass is a civil matter anyway, so I don't know why they've put that in there. So it says this type of audit involves groups or individuals either directly approaching security officers or acting in a manner which will require a security officer response. So standing with a camera on public property is not a manner which will require a security officer response. Approaches are varied from those under the guise of conducting official audits or creating a historical documentary to those who immediately direct an increasing and exhausting tirade of abuse towards the officers. Yet again, more bullshit. Their collective aim, however, is to film some form of heavy-handedness by security officers who they perceive to be going beyond what is lawful. The footage is designed to show them being removed from sites by police or security officers, which they then share online as evidence that they have been wrongly assaulted. Well, should Mighty's security guards and G4S and every other firm, should they do their job properly and treat members of the public with a bit more respect, then it wouldn't go on YouTube. We've discussed this in previous videos. Auditors have discussed this all the time. You need to understand, from our point of view, or from auditors' point of view, YouTubers' point of view, whatever you want to call it, this is a opportunity for security and police to show themselves in a good light, but they fail to act in an appropriate manner. Therefore, they are the ones that get themselves put on YouTube. Often those filming ask to see ID or warrant cards, which is absolutely fine. The group will often claim legal legitimacy when confronted or asked to stop filming, which they've got, due to an area being publicly accessible in a public domain. Even if it's an area which is in fact private property, they will quote legal acts and rights, but this is to further antagonise staff as opposed to be an actual honest legal defence. Okay, so how is it is an actual honest legal defence? Section 33 of the Criminal Justice Act states if at the relevant time the area is open to the public upon payment or otherwise, it is classed as a publicly accessible area. So it's not being used to antagonise staff, it's being used to educate them. So it's got auditors will often resort to "I don't care" or "what are you going to do" when their claims of legal immunity have been disproved. Again, there is no disproving the legal side of it. Section 33, Criminal Justice Act, 1979, I think it is, I might be wrong about the year. This is an act, this is a legislation, a piece of legislation that is enacted, which means it is the piece of legislation that's being used to cover that simple offence of trespass in this case. The area, if it is open to the public upon payment or otherwise at the material time, is classed as a public space. And you can see what they're doing with this document, trying to convince people that it's not. They are also quick to claim they have been assaulted if they are physically engaged, touched or halted by a member of the staff. And so are the members of staff. If an auditor put their hands on a security guard, okay, they would be arrested for assault. 100%, telling you now, they'll be arrested for assault. So for these people to turn around and spin it round and say, "Oh, they're crybabies, they'll cry assault if you put your hands on them," well, so would you. In fact, they're lucky that auditors don't put their hands on them, because auditors know the law in that respect, and they wouldn't put their hands on them. So they will often turn to innocuous "please can you stop filming me," turn an innocuous "please can you stop filming me" by staff who have a camera pointed at them into eventual claims of assault and escalation. Again, that is down to the security guard's reaction, not the auditors. What's this called? Example 2. The auditing craze has also been used by conspiracy theorists to seek to film the inside of a government building. Rubbish. These involve in this form of auditing are not necessarily looking to elicit a perceived heavy-handedness of security officers, although there remains a potential. Their focus is to obtain footage which aids their narrative, which in the case of the pandemic is empty testing centres and hospitals. Well, the thing is, Mighty, the camera doesn't lie. And if there is empty testing centres and hospitals, that kind of does aid a narrative, doesn't it? And it's not your narrative that it aids, which is why you want to protect it or stop it from being happened. Because although these involved in this form of auditing are not as aggressive as they previously mentioned groups, they are more persistent and routine in their activities. Main protagonist groups. Here we go. Here's where some of our friends get a mention. Auditing Britain is famous. This channel describes itself as photography is not a crime. News correspondent, 76,000 YouTube subscribers. There's a large focus on the police, visiting police stations around the country, but has also targeted numerous military and council premises, often approaching and questioning security officers. Tyrant Finder. Now, I didn't think Tyrant Finder was an auditor. I mean, when he first came out, I know that he filmed a lot of police and stuff, but I didn't think he was an auditor. So this channel uploads live stream videos of anti-lockdown protests, and there's approximately 21,000 YouTube subscribers. Focuses mostly on the police and has visited immigration detention centres, but also some shopping centres. Audit Ed focuses mostly on police stations, but has also visited the Nightingale Hospital in Bristol. Has approximately 12,000 YouTubers subscribers. And Live Free, largely focused on police officers out on patrol and police stations, as well as prisons. Has approximately 41,000 YouTube subscribers. Now, I don't see what they have put the amount of subscribers in there for. I mean, there are, it's got Audit Ed in there. I mean, let's be honest, Marty Blackborough's got a bigger channel than Audit Ed. He's not mentioned him. They seem to, I don't know why they seem to have picked on these 4 particular people. So And there's a number of additional individuals with significant online followings who are also involved in auditing practices. They range in focus from police officers to stations to hospitals and more recently COVID-19 facilities. So, common targets: police stations, job centres, prisons and custody centres, military bases, local council offices. Although some people will target COVID-19 centres, hospitals, high street retailers, supermarkets, shopping centres and public spaces. So quite literally, all of these places are places that are perfectly legal to film. Perfectly legal to film. As we go here, given a broad range of focus for those involved in auditing, there is no clearly defined list of targeted venues, and as such, any sector or premises could be susceptible to this activity. As we see a return to normal life, then it is likely that other facilities or high security premises are likely to become attractive targets. Major transport hubs such as airports will likely feature. Well, I know some people who have done airports. I've seen some people do airports. So let's see what Mighty suggest is the future of auditing. I mean, they seem to know what they're talking about. Bollocks. But let's have a look, see what Mighty believe is the future of auditing. So the issue of auditing, as with other YouTube channels, trends, is likely to grow in the coming months, given the number of subscribers and views that the main YouTube channels referenced receive. Those already involved are likely to increase their rate of publication, and we're likely to see new channels emerge. There is a growing online community, and visits to the types of targets identified will likely increase in the coming weeks and months as the COVID-19 pandemic continues. There is no fucking pandemic, Mighty, you bunch of shit cunts. There goes my monetisation for this video. There is a growing distrust and hostility among the groups towards the government and government-affiliated bodies, and this has driven the popularity of these videos. Mighty, it is a distrust, okay, against people taking the piss, against security staff, against police who overstep their remit, who abuse their positions because they are not taught properly. Okay, you take these people on, you give them shit hour-long training in a fucking room somewhere, and you expect them to go out and do what you want them to do. Of course they're going to fuck up, and that is what auditors are highlighting the fact that these people don't understand the law, and they should. Okay, therefore it's your fault that your staff are shit. Police stations and police officers remain the most popular target. However, security officers in general are targeted. No, they're not. Security officers target the auditors. Auditors aim to provoke a reaction. Whilst many of these auditing visits are mostly a nuisance, there have been instances of violence between auditors and security. Again, that generally happens when the auditors have hands placed upon them. The targeted premises of auditors is evolving, and we are expecting to see an even broader range of sectors experiencing the issue in the future. Their activity is overall illegal. Right, there we go. Their activity is overall legal. However, where do we see it up here? I can't find it. Right, here we go. They will often film from outside the perimeter on public land and therefore argue that their activities are legal and that they are acting within their rights. Well, it's not an argument if it's the truth, is it, Mighty? You can't say here, you can't say their activity is overall legal, but up here say they argue that their activities are legal in a way to try and suggest that it's not. So make your mind up, fuckfaces. They are fully conversant in their rights and will argue this point extensively. Their activity generally cannot therefore be stopped, and the focus should be on de-escalating and disengaging with the individuals. Okay, so again, this document is really contradictory. Okay, so they're saying now that, you know, you as a security guard, okay, the focus should be on de-escalating and disengaging with the individuals. But further up, you say how these individuals try to elicit a response. They will only get a response if your Neanderthal shit cunt security guards don't understand the law, okay, and act outside of their remit. Now that's the form. That's it. That's the form, guys. Okay, this is an absolute fucking joke, I've got to say. Let me come back on here. It's an absolute joke. I mean, it's so contradictory. And let's face it, move that over there. If security and the police simply, okay, ask your question, that's fine. I've got nothing against people asking questions, okay? So if a copper comes up to you and says, you know, what are you doing? And somebody turns around and goes, well, what does it look like? I've got a fucking camera here on a tripod. Then the copper should go, okay, no problem, leave you to it. They can go and keep an eye on them. They can report to their control room that they've spoken to somebody, so that units can, or police constables can keep an eye on that person. But they don't need to engage other than that. And we know this. We see this so often, where they ask somebody for their details, they say you're not getting it, and they use that, because they've been butthurt, they use that to then draw out a section 50 or a section 43 of the Terrorism Act, you know. And it's exactly the same with security. Security, yeah, by all means, ask somebody what they're doing. You have the right to ask a question, but we have a right not to respond. But you don't like that, so what do? You get all fucking antsy about it. Start becoming aggressive, so then the auditor or the photographer or whatever will respond to that aggressiveness. Okay? You can't expect to be aggressive to somebody and then go, oh, okay. This is somebody who is fighting for their right to do something which is not illegal. And you're trying to piss all over it. So, of course, they are going to get antsy with you for being a dick. So what you need to do is you need to stop trying to pass the blame on to other people, okay, and stop trying to distract your employees from what's really going on, which is your shitty lack of fucking education, right? And do your fucking job properly. It's not hard. It's not fucking difficult. You're a security guard. You don't need any fucking brains. It's not rocket science. Do you know what I mean? So, there we go. I mean, I think, to be honest, I think that's an absolute piss take document, I've got to say. Absolute piss take, if you ask me. I don't know what you lot think. By all means, have your say in the comments, or when I open the phone lines again in just a second. But I think it's an absolute piss take. I think that they simply, they are, as I said, they are simply trying to hide the fact that they're not educating their security guards better. All right, it's not difficult. I've learned loads of the law in the last couple of years. I learned quite a bit of law in a couple of weeks. Now, if you give your security guards more than an hour-long fucking training sessions sitting in a rented office somewhere, then maybe, just maybe, they may understand the law a bit more and act a bit more responsibly. But, you know, that's just my opinion. What do I know? It's your opinion that matters more than mine, so let me know what you think. Let's get these lines. Pack it in. let's get these lines open again. Oh, getting a numb bum. Oh no, that's not right. What's going on? There we go. Get up there, subscribe, hit the bell if you haven't already. Right, Finn Murphy, give me a second because I've turned you down. I can't hear a word you're saying. Hello? Oh no, I've turned you down on the other bit, that's why.
You alright?
Right, hello.
How are you? Been a week, I think, since I last spoke to you.
I'm not so bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm amazing, mate. I'm amazing.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I did want to talk about that hit piece document, but the first thing I wanted to ask was, are you able to talk about anything to do with what happened with you in London? Like, what the hell happened?
I can mention some bits. Yeah, I do have to be careful.
I understand that I'm guessing I'm not allowed to say a lot, but I was just wondering if I could have a rough idea of what the hell was going on.
Well, I'll tell you the same as I told the police. You know, the fact is, I was asked to go down there to cover a story, in a journalistic capacity. So I went down there. I knew something was going to go on. I didn't know what it was, but I knew something was going to happen. Hence me being there. Excuse me. The CCTV apparently saw me talking to David Chick, the BBC CCTV. Apparently,
was that the guy with the hammer on top of the?
Yeah.
Is that him?
Yeah, his name's David Chick. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, I was filming, obviously. I mean, I didn't even have time. I didn't even know he was going up there, right? You know, in all honesty, if I'd have known that, I'd have been set up. Like, so I'd have had all my cameras and everything set up, okay? But we walked past. Suddenly, you know, boom, he's gone up and started doing what he's doing. I was struggling to get my camera sorted. If you've seen my live feed from it, I had to put my phone down for a little while I sorted my camera out.
Yeah, I saw you were like fuddling around a bit.
Yeah. So I was trying to, you know, had I known what was going on, I'd have had everything ready, wouldn't I? If you think about it. So
yeah, obviously.
Anyway, so when the police turned up, initially they sort of ignored me. Then I saw a couple of them. I knew they were getting spoken to on their earpieces because every now and again I saw sort of several of them all turn around and look at me at the same time. So I knew straight. I knew straight away they was talking about me.
Gonna happen. Yeah.
I mean, I could have walked off. I could have changed. You know, I could have taken me eye-vis off or whatever. I could have changed. You know, my jacket or you know, I could have done lots of things, but I didn't because I'd done nothing wrong. So they all came over. It was a case of we're detaining you under Section 1 of PACE to search for items relating to criminal damage. So I was like, okay, do you know what I mean? In fact,
now we're going to steal all of your stuff.
Yeah, but if you watch the video, you'll see they say I'll search you, you know, under Section 1 of PACE for items relating to criminal damage. And I repeated it. I said items related to criminal damage because I was shocked. I had no idea they was going to do something like that. Items related to criminal damage. So. Anyway, they took me off. They took me away from where David was because they didn't want him to see me. Can somebody get rid of that spammer in the comment? Thank you. Then obviously they searched me. They went through all my stuff. They could clearly see I was there as in a journalistic capacity. I had nothing else on me other than my legally required stuff to do what I do.
Journalistic things.
Yeah.
Need to do journalistic activities. You had all of that stuff, and then they found no evidence of the stuff that they were searching for, and they found no evidence with the legislation they were using.
So what they done instead is they fell back on the fact that I was seen talking to David Chick on CCTV, apparently. Now, I've not seen that evidence. I don't know whether they've got it or not. They said that they saw me. But they didn't show me anything in interview. Now, In interview I gave, I'll get to the interview in a second. So obviously nothing on me. So they turned around and they said, right, okay, so we're arresting you on suspicion of conspiracy to commit criminal damage.
They know who you are. That's the reason they're doing it. They know who you are. And that's the reason they're doing it.
I don't doubt it at all. Absolutely don't doubt it.
That is legit fascism. The word fascism is widely just used for stupid reasons now, but that is actual fascism.
Well, nobody else got arrested. I mean, Tyrant Finder phoned him while he was up there. You know, he didn't get his felt for speaking to him while he was up the ladder. So why did I get spoken to for speaking to him earlier in the day? Don't make sense.
Because of how, and I mean, because of how you are with the police. That's why they don't. Anyone that treads on anyone who's even perceived to tread on these public servants' authority, they will do anything they can to do it. And then when they're proven that they are in the wrong, they will do whatever they can to just brush it under the carpet, and that's it.
Yeah,
that's just what they do, and that's why no one respects them anymore. And why you know how I feel about it. Things will turn ugly soon because of the way they act. We've done nothing wrong in this situation, none of us.
Yeah.
Same with you in that situation. You're in a public place filming.
Yeah.
And if anything, like you can't destroy statues for an entire summer and then when it's a pedophile statue, then start complaining. Like their morals are in all of the wrong places. It's just everything's upside down for these people.
The moral compass is fucked up.
It's a mental illness, mate. It's a mental goddamn illness. You're tearing down statues over something that happened 300 years ago, but then you've got this, which is even more recent, and you know what he did to his two daughters. And it's like, you can't do that. Like that's fascism, that's racism, that's this, that's that. Just shut up. Just these are the people that shouldn't be voting.
Yeah.
These are the people who are ruining life for the rest of us. You know.
Yeah.
It's these people, and that's why I encourage them to get all of their boosters, you know. That's why I encourage these people to get all their boosters.
You know, I one of the things as well is that, you know, this was sort of, hang on a sec.
Yeah, tearing down statues, then getting found guilty by the jury.
You know, my argument in my head, I've been sort of not wrestling with, but thinking about, is that if the BBC had a phone call from BLM to say we're having a march, okay, and the BBC turn up to film it, and then suddenly they decide to tear down some statues, or they decide to graffiti on something, or whatever it might be that they want to do, as an example, is the BBC reporter complicit in that because he was asked to go along and film it?
No, because they never said to the reporter, we're going to commit crime. They just you know what I'm saying? So if he knew that they were going there to commit a crime, then possibly you could bring him in as an accessory. But when they haven't stated that they're going to do that, then no, you can't do that. And it's the same with you. You had no idea what was going on. So how the hell are you at fault for anything? You're just there filming. Here's
another question. I'm going to put this to you and to the comments, to everybody else that's watching. Let's say that I don't know, some far left extremist, we'll use that as an example here, some far left extremist, or some far right, actually, one or the other, say some far extremist, phoned up the BBC or ITV or Sky and said, we're going to go and piss up the statue of Winston Churchill. Now,
they'd probably say, good, I'll join you.
Would they call the police and say to the police, somebody's told me they're going to go piss up the statue of Winston Churchill, which is classed as criminal damage as well, and a multitude of potential other offences? Would they phone the police and tell them, or would they go to film it to get their footage in order to get their ratings?
They'd film it to get the scoop, and they'd be the who get the scoop.
Exactly. And the thing about those journalists is journalists have a right under the law. They have journalist rights. Okay, and some of those rights are that the police need a court order to take their equipment, and the reason for that is because their equipment might hold information about about their sources of information.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have to get a court order to take their stuff. Now, when I was down there, the police clearly saw that I was there in a journalistic capacity. I had my press, the Velcro thing that goes on the back of my high vis. I had one that said press. I had one that said independent journalist. I had an ID card that stated the law, had my picture and said photographer on it. I had all that stuff, but yet the police took all my stuff off me.
Yeah, because I don't care. Like, you're not a journalist. If you're not a corporate establishment activist, I don't call them journalists, but activists, they don't care. You do not matter.
Yeah.
The same way when the people were filming protests, they were only going after the independent journalists because they know that they're not going to have an editing team editing certain bits to have exactly the narrative they want from the protest.
Yeah.
They know that people like you aren't going to do that. Tyrant Finder, who does a fucking 4-hour live stream of the entire thing.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. This is the whole thing. We're not constrained by time, so we don't have like a few minutes on a newsreel. We have to edit the footage down to show, where you can, whoever's editing it can politically persuade, their political persuasion. Determines their edit. We do things. We generally upload the entire incident.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that people can see everything. And of course, they don't like it.
And the news doesn't do that. The news needs to paint a certain narrative. Like when the protest goes absolutely peaceful, and then at the end they segregate a small group of people and then ambush them, get a fight going, and then say, "Oh, far right anti-vax protesters clash with police." It's like, that's not what fucking happened, you dirty fucking liar.
Yeah.
Like, oh mate, I'll say that these people, they're radicalizing the population. It's no one else, it's them.
Yeah.
They're radicalizing with anger, because the amount of anger, like an average day fucking person like me, a chef in London, just some normal random guy, like the amount of anger I've had over the past 2 years. It was even worse before. It was before then as well, but especially the last 2 years, the amount of anger I have now towards the entire establishment elite. That came from them. That didn't come from you. That didn't come from a YouTuber I watch, or Steven Crowder or Russell Brand.
Yeah.
That came from you guys fucking lying, like how they lie about Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
You've got probably the most powerful podcaster in the world, and you're saying he took horse dewormer. Like, are you taking the piss? And you're getting away. That's journalistic malpractice.
Sorry, I just want to say hello to Tyrant Finder, who's just popped up in the comments.
Yes, Tyrant Finder, my guy. A lot of love for you. Brilliant YouTuber.
Sorry, man, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to say hello there.
Absolutely no worries. I love Tyrant Finder. He's a brilliant guy. But yeah, they that's how they operate, and they have radicalized the country. Look at Canada. Yeah. They've got like 50,000-60,000 trucks, and Trudeau's had to run away. He's had to leg it. He's in hiding because Canada have had enough. They're tired of this bullshit. The same in pretty much every country. We're tired of the bullshit, and soon it's gonna get to that point where it's like a 1776. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
it's in history. There's been 76 pandemics throughout history, and in 74 of them there has been mass uprisings after.
Right.
Like that's common history. 76 known ones, 74 of them, and there's been big uprisings after.
Right.
That's what's gonna happen, because people are sick to the teeth. People are fed up. People are fed up of being told, like, we were told we couldn't go to work, we couldn't feed our families, and if we tried to, we'd be fined.
Yeah.
And they get a pay raise in Parliament, and we paid for it. Are you taking the piss?
Yeah,
They're
I know.
mocking us. They're literally mocking us to our faces. They're caught off clip, laughing, putting a mask on, and taking it back off.
Mm-hmm.
They're mocking us to our faces. They don't care about us. We're paying them to fuck us over in every single aspect of our lives.
Yeah.
And that won't change until people stand up and say, I've had enough. Stop paying your council tax. Bankrupt these people. Bankrupt them all. Stop paying your electricity bill. Stop paying your gas. Stop paying all of it. Just bankrupt them.
Yeah.
As soon as the money stops coming in, they're screwed.
Well, I've said this before. I mean, all these
down and kill everyone.
Most of these companies aren't running on money in the bank. They're running on what they're bringing in each month. So if everybody turned around and said, we get this like global warming fucking bollocks thing. No. Once a year they go, right, turn your lights off for an hour or some shit like that. Well, once a year everybody should go, fuck it, I'm not paying any bills this month. And you see how quickly the attitudes change of the gas and electric companies and the council and everybody else. If everybody turns around and goes, fuck it, I'm not paying this month,
then we're on the front foot.
Then they would all be down millions of pounds, and they would be shitting themselves, going, shit, how are we going to manage this now?
Exactly. I'll give you another example. You do you know anything about the trading when I forgot the I think it's GameStop, when everyone bought GameStop and absolutely destroyed the big hedge funds, and they lost millions.
Right.
I think it was GameStop. Someone in the comments will be able to fact check me on that. I think it's GameStop, and the media and were going out. They're defending the big corporations here, saying that they're losing money. So no, what's happened is the little guys have got to win.
Yeah.
They've got the money in their pockets, and you're outraged about the little guys. Like, how can people not see that they are not on our side in literally any aspect of society? They are not on our side in anything. That hit piece that you just explained.
Yeah.
That's almost slander in ways.
Yeah.
Like what you're saying in that is just completely not true. And anyone that's watched an auditing video from Live Free or an Auditing Britain's probably one of the best ones as well, because he's nice, he's polite, and he only starts to give attitude when they give attitude back.
Yeah. I've said about a few auditors how occasionally, not all the time, but occasionally they let things get away from them, and they don't take control of the situation enough, and they get into a situation where they kind of fumble about a little bit, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but they kind of fumble about. They forget that they need to behave in a certain way and whatnot, and they may give some abuse back and that kind of stuff. But it's not as often as being made out in this document. This document suggesting that they are an absolute fucking shower of abusive, fucking angry people. When most of them most certainly aren't, and they generally only get angry when somebody approaches them and infringes on what they're legally allowed to do.
Yeah, like with Marty Gladbury, he had a video, I think it was yesterday, or either today or yesterday, and he called an officer an idiot, and he got arrested, and he got an £80 fine.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot, and it's like, mate, there is the thing I like about Live Free now is that he talks to them like shit. But they deserve it. When you come across like that, and then Live Free just goes, bang, lays it out. Good. You're a public servant. You work for us. We pay your fucking wages, and you'll fucking stand up straight with your shirt tucked in, and you'll treat me with some fucking respect.
But AB does it in a way that cannot be perceived as being aggressive.
That's why AB's the best order, because the way AB does things. That's why he's got 100,000 subscribers, because the way he does things is completely by the book, which I understand, and that's good. But what I like about Live Free is not scared to give them shit back. And when they come out in their gang of 5 and then say, why are you afraid? Like, there's 5 of us. Bro, because statistically, you're more likely to kill me than I am to kill you. So shut up. Yeah. Like, this is like at least 5 times more. I'm 5 times more likely to die in your hands than you are in mine. That video you had the other day of, I think it was today or yesterday, of that black guy in the mate. That guy should have defended him. Like, when I'm a safe thing. I keep it nice, but he should have defended himself. Like his life depended on it. Like.
I think the problem is
who you are. Just because you're in fancy dress doesn't give you the right to go around assaulting people and expect to not.
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. But I think what the problem is Finn. I think the problem is that people have been conditioned. Okay, we have all of these Channel 5 police, follow the police around. Fucking bollocks.
They're all propaganda.
Of course it is. What it's done is it's slowly over the years it's poisoned people's minds as to the level of interaction that a police constable should have. Now, we see they purposely cut out the parts of the filming that don't show their narrative, and they show the worst criminals, they show the mouthiest criminals, but they also show and have almost made it common practice for them to be heavy-handed with people. So people see that now and they just think it's normal. And when you're being attacked by a copper, again, because of these propaganda videos, new TV shows, it's difficult for you in your mind, even though you want to fight back, you've always got that niggling thought in your back that I'm going to go down if I defend myself. They're going to screw me if I defend myself. I'm going to get fucked if I defend myself. So I don't think that people are actually defending themselves as best they can, if that makes sense. I think they're frightened to defend themselves properly for fear, fear reprisals.
But the thing is, especially at one of these protests, I say to people, bro, defense spray is legal and free. You can get 3 of them on Amazon for £20.
Yeah.
If an officer comes at you, spray him in the eyes. Simple as. If you're not doing anything wrong, and someone comes at you, just spray them in the eyes.
Yeah.
Like, mate, everyone's filming. You're gonna be fine in court. Everyone's filming.
Yeah.
And as soon as people see that, the thing about our side is together. Someone has a fundraiser, bang, 20 quid. Someone needs something, I'll give them some help. Someone needs some volunteering, we're there to help them. Look in America with the school boards. They're taking back over everything.
Yeah.
They're starting to realize that literally the radical left, like an infection, have infected everything, every institution, Congress, the judges, the courts, everything, your schools, everything has been infected by these radical liberals. And they're starting to take things over again. And it will be the same in the UK. As soon as the small group of people really start to rise up, more people will follow. And remember, it only takes 3% of a population to overthrow a country.
Yeah.
It takes 3% of a population. And they've got 2 choices. They either fight and they lose, or they kill us all. They're not going to do that, are they? They're not going to get the army out to shoot us all with tanks. They're not going to do that. So they're going to have to roll over.
Well, this is the same as not paying your council tax, as I've said many times. If everybody turned round and said, right, fuck it, I'm not paying, what can they do? They can't lock everybody up. They can't lock everybody up.
Exactly. They can't lock us all up. They'll literally just have to accept it and be like, oh, we've got to take the L on this one. There's literally nothing we can do.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
If it's a small group of people, then they'll do it and make an example out of them.
Yeah.
However, if a big enough amount of people do it, that's when they start to get scared.
Absolutely.
Like with Canada, that's why Trudeau's gone into hiding now, because there's too many of them. He called them a small fringe. If it's a small fringe of people, why did you have to leg it?
Yeah.
Because it's not. It's about 60,000 truckers. You've got the Indians supporting the Canadians over the farming protest. You've literally got every country, the normal headed people. We're all together. Race doesn't matter to us. Gender we don't care about any of that, because we have one common goal, and that's to get our countries back and to preserve freedom. That's what we're about.
Yeah.
They can. The left-hand side, they can fuck around with race and gender and propaganda and teaching 4-year-olds about gay sex in school. They can do that. But as soon as we take back power, you're fucked. You are fucked. And that's something I'm looking forward to.
AC in the comments has just said if everybody stopped paying council tax, it would just get added to income tax. But this is the argument, right? If people turned around and said no, fuck you, we're not paying. Okay, if everybody said we're not paying any bills this month, no, but I'm not paying a single bill this month. Phone bill, TV, gas, lecky, council tax, income tax, whatever. No, I'm not fucking paying it. If every single person done that, they could do nothing about it. Absolutely nothing about it. They couldn't force us all to pay a fine because we'd turn around and go, no, we're not paying a fine. They couldn't put us all in prison. They're not going to come and kill you because you've refused to pay. There's nothing that they can do.
Yeah, but people are mentally enslaved. Well, everyone's slaved in a prison. And there's no bars or anything. You just think you're in a prison. You just don't know. It's mental enslavement. And as soon as you unplug from the Matrix, you realize everything. You realize that most conspiracy theories are true. You got 9/11 where a building burnt down with 2 planes, 3 buildings burnt down, and one was half an hour later. People start to realize that, oh my god, that actually doesn't make sense. And they, as soon as they're unplugged, things start to make sense. And that's the thing. It's about unplugging people from the matrix and getting them back into society and understanding what's really going on. Because, you know, at the end of the day, we need these people who are still not woken up to everything that's going on. We need these people. These are the people who are fucking us over. These are the people who are voting our rights away. You know, your rights are like a muscle. If you don't exercise them, they disappear.
Yeah. AC's just responded. He said he agrees, or they agree. Sorry, I don't know if you're a bloke or a woman, but there is a bill to be paid or services stopped. Now they couldn't stop everybody's services. Or they could, but what would they gain out of that? They would get nothing. That means that they won't get paid for the next month, or the month after, or the month after. So they have to. If everybody says I'm not paying this month, there is nothing that they could do apart from take it on the chin. Nothing. They couldn't say, right, fine, we'll cut you off, because they'd have to cut everybody off. Then the next month they get fuck all money again, and that's not what they want.
Or how about this? To the money that you've lost from council tax, why don't you all these things, all these projects that the government do? I said about it the other one, like a bomb sniffing elephant. They spend a couple of million on all of these crap pot things that they waste our money on. How about foreign aid? That's another one. Why don't you stop giving foreign aid to other countries, to corrupt governments who don't even give it to these people that need it, and spend it on our country? How about that?
Yeah.
Or another thing, why don't you stop housing immigrants in hotels? There's 28,000 of them currently, and £124 a night hotels. Why don't you ship them all back and use that money?
Yeah.
How about that?
Would it be?
Also, why are you hiding it? Why are you arresting people? Like when Nigel Farage, and I don't really like Nigel Farage, but when Nigel Farage went down to the coast and was filming them coming in on dinghies, they threatened to arrest him.
Yeah.
How dare you expose the government? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you expose us? That's literally how it is. It's ridiculous. These people work for us. We are their we are the employer.
Can poop. If everyone doesn't pay bills, no one will get credit, and on top of that, they won't pay your benefits.
Not everyone's on benefits.
First and foremost, okay, credit is shit. Okay, if you can't afford something, don't buy it. Simple as that.
Credit card.
Forget credit. Okay.
Use a debit card.
Well, even that, you don't need credit. If you can't afford something, then don't buy it. Simple as that. Wait till you've got the money for it. Okay, that's the first thing. Secondly, about them stopping benefits. This is what they've wanted. This is what they wanted, and this is what they still want. They want people to be reliant on the government. Okay, they want us all to have to own nothing and be happy. In other words, be completely reliant on the government. The government will feed us. The government will clothe us. The government will give us somewhere to live. The government will allow us to travel.
The government will educate us.
Fuck that. Fuck the lot. Right?
Just
not
look at
happening.
America. That's exactly what they're doing in America with Joe Biden. He said, "Don't worry, the government's come to get you." And I think it was Kennedy who said that one of the scariest things that you can hear is, "I'm the government and I'm coming to help you." That's the worst thing you can hear. The government historically are not here to help you. Mind control. That's literally what they do. We have state media, for God's sake. How the hell can you watch state media and think it's going to be unbiased and down the line? Like, piss off. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. They've been they literally hid Jimmy Savile. You know, they were joking about it. Oh, I'm feared in every school for 15 miles, and everyone's joking. Everyone knew, and everyone. So this is why Me Too doesn't mean anything. All these left wing bullshit things that they have, like Me Too and I Stand With Her, it's all bullshit. No, you don't. It's all about publicity. It's about virtue.
Oh God, yeah.
That's what it's all about. And that's why you've got to. I'm at the point now where these people aren't even. You can't reason with these people. Don't argue with them. Just tell them to get their boosters and just leave. No, seriously, just leave them to it. They're deep into the cult and they can't be helped anymore.
Yeah.
If you generally 15 days to slow the spread, and it's been over 2 fucking years.
Yeah.
If you are still going on with this, you are beyond help. If you kept having your vaccines when they first said that when you get it, you're not going to get COVID, that came out of Joe Biden, he's not the president, but the former vice president of the United States said, if you get these vaccines, you will not get COVID.
Yeah.
That's a lie. No one's fact checked him because the fact checkers work for them.
Yeah.
They're paid by them. You know, you got people on the board of Reuters who are also on the board of Pfizer.
Yeah.
So you've got a fact checker.
So
That's the biggest conflict of interest you can have.
they've got people everywhere. These companies, you know, they've got people planted everywhere.
They've integrated every part of society, and the only way you win is by uprising, by saying we're not going to pay this, we're not going to pay that. You've got in America, you got this thing called Gab, and this guy, he's like building his own infrastructure, like everything, his own payment, his own everything. Like he's building his own world.
Yeah.
People like us to go to, where you'll at least be able to know that your channel's not going to get taken down, your money's not going to get taken away. You know, soon we're going to have our own banks. We're going to have all of this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we're literally. They said to us, it all started. Oh, Twitter's a private company; they can do what they want when they kick people off. So then you know, you had Gab come along. Okay, then we're going to take them off the App Store. We're going to take them off off the Android store. Oh well, they're a private company; they can do what we want. So then we keep on going. We build all the infrastructure ourselves. And what do they say? Re-fascism. Because they have no argument. These people are mentally ill. They're in a cult. They can't be helped. Don't bother trying to reason with them because you can't. You physically can't reason with these people. Just tell them to get their boosters, you know, and leave them to it and let the long-term side effects take care of the rest. Because they're beyond help. And we just have to focus on us people lifting each other up, supporting each other, and actually going out there and bettering our world. Trying to take back what's rightfully ours. Because if people just kind of sit and do nothing, nothing's going to happen, you know?
Right. Let me just respond to a couple of comments there. Keenan 1066 and Carmen. No, it's cool. And Carmen Smith. Keenan says mortgage is credit. Come on, man, think what you're saying. And Carmen Smith says all about credit.
Yeah, mortgage is different, mate. Mortgage, that's not the same.
Well, it is different, but it's not. But this is how you have been trapped.
Yeah, but you need a house. You don't need.
You do.
House.
But you do need a house, but you can rent a house. You don't need a mortgage, okay? We want to have nice things, but this is the trap that has been laid for us. We want nice things, so we go and buy a nice car, okay? Which is never really ours anyway, because we are just a registered keeper. You want a nice house, so you go and get a mortgage, which for 90% of your fucking life, or whatever, is not even owned by you. You know, and can be taken off you at any time.
Exactly, and not even that. The Queen, I think, it's like 15 feet underground. The Queen owns that land. It's like, how the fuck does she own that land? I've just paid like £900,000 for my house. How the hell do you own this? Or the fact that you own the house and the police can still come in without a warrant? Yeah, mate. For me, like I'm not even going to say what I think, but if the police tried to enter my house without a fucking warrant, I swear to fucking God that would not go down well. Well, that would not, or the biggest one, the biggest theft of all, inheritance tax. Taxing money that's tax. And my dad's and my mum, they've been putting things into trust funds, so then like you dodge all the tax and stuff. But I said to my brother, I went, because my parents are both fully vaccinated, I went, if something happened to mum and dad, and they died, God forbid. And then people came to the house to try and take the house away. And my dad's owned this house for about 15 years. Like, he owns this house. He paid his mortgage off about 15 years ago. Like, if the police tried to come around, or someone tried to come around to take the house, are you actually not? You'll have to kill me to take this house. You think you're going to kill my parents and then take my house? Are you nuts? Like, you have to kill me to take this house. Like, it's not going to happen. And when people start having that attitude of, if things keep getting worse, then what's the point in being alive anymore? When you look at how things were back in 2015 and how things are now, like, it's depressing. Like, the amount of people that have killed themselves in the past 2 years, it upsets me.
It's a completely different world.
It's mind-boggling. Like, it's so hard to understand and get your head around how radically things have changed, and that's the power of propaganda.
Yeah.
You look at how long Hitler was in power, and look how much he did in that short period of time. It's nuts. Okay, it's not the same scale, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like that much indoctrination and propaganda can get people to kill people because of their religion. Like it's fucked. But that's what you can do when you have that much power of hypnosis on people.
Yeah.
When you control every single piece of information people are getting. And that's in theory what they have. And when there's people like you, they try and do everything they can to take you down. They try and ban you on Facebook, stop you earning money on YouTube. They try everything they can. They are the true fascists, and we need to stop them no matter what. And you know,
Well,
otherwise, I'll be scared. I won't have children if I have to live. I don't want kids in this world.
I've got to say, I jolly well hope the Metropolitan Police have noticed that I'm back up online, just to rub salt in the wounds and say fuck you.
If you're watching, yeah, fuck you. No one likes you. Your approval rating is lower than it's ever fucking been. And honestly, like, I'll give you some advice. Resign now before this is over and you're in a military tribunal for treason. Resign now, because if you're still in the job when we take over, you'll be charged with treason. You know what the punishment is, and I'll be there clapping and laughing and filming.
Yeah, but they're so indoctrinated through their training process
that
they believe that what they're doing is right. They're incapable of stepping back and saying, actually, should I be doing this or not? They're incapable of it because of the indoctrination. They get told, look, you're part of us now. You're part of the family. We'll protect you. We'll look after you. Fuck everybody else. It's us against them. Wear this thin blue line badge and it shows people that, you know, the division between the police and the public, blah, 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 blah. And they get so indoctrinated that
the blue line flag is stupid. It's like, to respect the fallen police. It's like, mate, you kill way more than us, and we kill of you.
Yeah,
like,
but that's something I'm going to bring up. And for everybody watching, I've got 179 people watching at the moment. So I had somebody mention on one of my videos earlier today, Shooked One, I think it was Shooked One LDN, said to me that I should come up with an anti. Not anti as in against, but anti as in opposite.
Opposite, yeah.
Thin blue line.
Yes, facts.
So if I can come up with like a pin or like a ribbon or a pin or something like that is that is remembering the people that have died at the hands of the police, which is way more than have died from terrorist attacks. In this country. So let's make that clear. That's what we should do something like that, and sell it for £1 or whatever. And everybody wears like a little pin, and when they get stopped, you go, "What's that?" That's to remember all the people that the police have killed.
Yeah, I'm going to mention. I'm going to say I want to just quickly address one comment, and then I'm going to leave and listen and let other people call in and say what they need to say.
No worries.
It was Klaus Saxon. I think it's funny how people think the media have only been lying for 2 years. They've been lying and covering up shit since the conception was improved. Yeah, that's 100% true. The New York Times, they refused to cover the Holocaust when it started happening.
Right.
When the Nazis were killing Jews, the New York Times refused to talk about it and publish it. So yeah, they've been doing this for fucking decades, absolute decades, and that's just another argument for us. Like, how the hell can you trust the media when you have the New York Times, who are currently being sued for defamation by Project Veritas, which is going to be a big lawsuit, and I'm really looking forward to that coming out. And anyone who knows Project Veritas will know that James O'Keefe is probably the only fucking mainstream journalist out there that's actually on our side and trying to expose what's going on.
Yeah.
In America, but yeah, they've been lying. They've been lying for years. It's the exact same company. New York Times back then refused to report on the Nazis killing the Jews. Now they're getting sued. They're getting a big defamation lawsuit against Project Veritas because they're lying. They slander, and it's got through the motion to dismiss, which means they go to exposure, which means their text messages, their emails, it's all going to get leaked, and they're going to get fucked.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, the same left-wing cult people will still read their news because they don't care. They don't care if they've been caught out lying. They just want to hear these buzzwords and they just want to hear what the cult's saying. That's all they care, because that's what they're into now.
Yeah,
they're too far gone. But yeah, everyone smash the fucking like button and give Pap some love.
Listen,
One, smash the like button.
man, I always appreciate you coming on. I know the people in the comments like it when you come on because they respect your views. So nice one. Thank you for calling
Yeah,
in.
man, that's what it's all about. You know, everyone is pretty much on the same page when it comes to things. Everyone's got different opinions, but that's the thing. We live in a free country. No matter if you've immigrated over here or you're born here, if you're a legal citizen here, you have every fucking right that I have.
Yeah. That's it. Sweet. No worries. I'll be on for at least another hour anyway, so we'll see what happens. All right, geezer. All right, take it easy. Bye, bye, bye. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. I didn't realise that I forgot that the audio isn't on this particular screen. All he said was respect to everybody. Yeah, that's pretty much what you missed there. I'm sorry, callers that are trying to call in at the moment. I just want to say a couple of things. A few people are saying about a thin red line in regards to what I was talking about with Finn. The thin red line is already used for firefighters. Now, that is something I could probably get behind, because yes, these people actually lose their life. Many of them lose their life saving other people or trying to save other people from the worst death imaginable. The police that wear the thin blue line think that represents them all, even the ones that die from sitting at a desk, and they die of fucking heart disease or heart attack or whatever it might be, and they still go, oh look, thin blue line for all of our fallen colleagues. Look, some of them are fat fucks, and the reason they're fallen over is because they're fucking fat fucks running to the donut shop. And so the thin red line is something that I can get behind. You've got the green line, as Roger Whittington's just said there, which is the paramedics. So what I want to do is I need to come up with I'm hoping to come up with an idea, whether it's a pin, a badge, a ribbon, one of them rubber bracelet things or whatever it might be. But what I want to do is ask people, anybody out there that is any good at design, if you can think of a design, okay, think of a color scheme, think of a tagline, think of a name, like the thin blue line, thin red line, etc., or the white ribbon, which is another one, that the purple ribbon, for example, that's been used recently for something. Now, if people are out there and people watching this are any good at doing stuff like that, designing and stuff like that, and you want to throw me some ideas, what I'll do is I can go through them, I can research them, see if there's anything like it out there, and I can maybe take something from one, something from another, and come up with something. But what we'll do is we can do a sort of get 4 or 5 designs from people and put them out for you guys to vote on which ones you think are the best, and we can do something like that maybe. And it's not virtue signalling, by the way. It's not about virtue signalling, AC. It's about putting a point across. It's about saying you've got something for you, okay? You've got something for the police that die on duty, even though many of them die because they've been sitting at their desk for too long, and the health requirements of being a police constable are shit these days. And yet nobody thinks about the thousands. I mean thousands. In fact, I've done a video a year and a half ago on my channel, on this channel, A year and a half ago, I done a video. I spent hours going through the websites, the statistics, the place where it's all recorded, and coming up with the figures for how many people have died, or how many police have died over a period of time, and in the same period of time, how many people have died during contact or following contact with the police. And the numbers are astonishing. The difference is absolutely astonishing. But I think it's something, a good idea. I think it's a way to turn around and say, look, fuck you. You know, you got your little gang, your little thin blue line gang. Do you know what I mean? What about us, members of the public, who come into contact with you and, you know, maybe never seen again? But anyway, got a bit of a bit of a tickle in my throat now. Oh fucking hell! Here we go. My voice is going. One woman vigilante. I saw a couple of your messages a minute ago when Finn was on the line. Is everything okay? A thin blue baton and a cracked skull. No, Princess Angela, I can't. Sorry, Lynn. What's that? Realise what? Sorry. Asked if you received your email. Well, I did reply to an email you sent me. Unless you've sent me one today. Never knows. Oh, Brian, is that the one where you gave your phone number? If that's the email you're talking about, I have read it. I did see it. I, to be honest, I thought you might be trying to phone me at some point because I gave you my number as well. My apologies. Tomorrow, I've got some videos I've got to do tomorrow, but I will be free at some point tomorrow afternoon. So if you want to, give me a ring, or if you want me to ring you, just let me know. And I can do that tomorrow. It'll be late tomorrow afternoon, but I can call you tomorrow. Or at least we can speak tomorrow, whether you call me or I call you. I did email you back. I responded to your first message. You sent me 2 messages. I responded to your first one. No, not this number. This one's only for Skype. Number that I sent you is, if you go to my main Facebook, my main YouTube page, you got the banner across the top that says Police Abusing Powers. In that, there is a phone number. It says send your WhatsApp number, send your videos WhatsApp, and it's got a phone number. That's the number. But you need to text me first to let me know that you're going to call, or to let me know that you can accept my call, and then I will call you or answer your call when you phone. Looking at. I'll open the phone lines again in a second. Oh yeah, of course. The phone number's in the description as well. Yeah, description or header image on the my main YouTube page. But the number's there. It says about WhatsApp, but use that to send me a message first, so that I know it's your number, because I don't often I don't often answer that phone, unless I'm expecting a call. Simply because I'd be answering phone calls all day long. So let me know you're going to call, and then I'll know what your number ends in. So when it comes up, I can answer it. So anyway, how are we doing here? Right, let's close all that down. 3 hours and 15 minutes. I think I need to go and make another coffee and then come back and get these phone lines open. What do you guys think? Oh, cool, Roger. Brilliant. Yeah, got a few. Yeah, okay, brilliant. Okay, so I'm going to go make a quick cup of coffee. It literally takes about 45 seconds for me to boil the kettle. So I'm going to go do that. I'll come back. I'll open the phone lines again, and we'll get some more calls on. So I shall be back in just a minute. And we're back. So, Joe, I'm a bit concerned nobody's asked me about my T-shirt tonight. Normally, people go, "Oh, what T-shirt are you wearing tonight?" But I've not had that tonight. But for those of you who wanted to ask but haven't, that's what it says. Hey, try it again. Thank you, Carol. I did speak to Civil Disobedience. I spoke to him the other day. He said that he's dealing with some legal issue. He wasn't specific as to what it was, but he said that while he's dealing with this legal issue, he has taken his channel down. So I'm sure he'll be back, but I'm not sure when. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. If it's your first time watching one of the live streams, I'd appreciate it. Oh, there we go again. Doing it again. Am I still doing the merch? I am, yes. Links in the description. I haven't updated it for a while. There are a couple of designs that I've been thinking of recently that I would like to do. It's just finding the time to do it. But let's get back to business. 0151 528 9590 is the number. Give us a ring. Share your stall. Bloody hell, that was loud. Oh. Why can... Hang on. What was going on there? Everything ringing while I'm talking. Hello.
Hi, it's me again, yeah.
Hello there.
The drunk man from Norfolk, Moldova, yeah. I won't spend long. I'm going to piss off your punters, okay? Or your people in the chat, okay? What I'm going to say is I'm going to go back class again, okay?
The what, sorry?
I'm going to go on back class again. Yeah?
Right, okay.
Okay, where we are, we're lower class, okay? You know, I've seen your thing about, I've been away for a while for the computer, so I've only come back, so I don't know what's been going on. I heard a little bit about the people that go and, record the people at the back of the, police stations.
Yeah, the auditors, yeah.
I think that's probably what they do. I think what they do is actually fantastic. Because we all see, we don't know what's going on. We only see the front of it, we don't see the back. So we need to know what's happening. So they need to keep up what they're doing. They're helpful, and they're basically helping us to understand what's going on.
Oh, they're certainly not going to stop, and all that document has done is just promoted them even more. So what's going to happen is a lot of people that work for the company, 77,500 people in the UK work for Mighty. What they're going to do is they're going to go, oh, who are these? Let's go and check it out. So they're going to go and watch a video. They're going to go and subscribe to the channel to watch the videos. And all that's going to do is, they're defeating the object. Their object is to stop this from happening. The best way to stop it from happening is to ignore it. But they're making a fuss about it, which is promoting the auditors, which is going to get them more subscribers, more views, and make them do it more.
Well, that's good, mate. That's good. Because we can know what's going on. Because we're fucked over as lower class. We're fucked over. Okay, We need to know what's going on, with the police, with the prison service, with the, the security firms. We need to know. And we need to put a camera to their faces and, we need to know what's happening. We need to know these people. We need to know their faces. We need to know how they look and whether they're angry or, because it's us that are fucked up during the day,
Yeah, listen. If an audience,
We're fucked over by them, man. We need to see, what they're like. What are they? Their temperament. Temperament like a dog.
yeah, but this is what I'm going to say. What they're doing is if a security guard or a police constable loses their shit with somebody with a camera, then that shows that they should not be in that position that they're in. They should not have that job. They should be gone. If they cannot handle somebody with a camera in the street, maybe giving them a little bit of grief, what the fuck are they doing wearing a uniform and doing the job that they're doing? It's bullshit.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, so, the auditors, the recording, of other people. I know that he's free with his name. He's a bit like me, a bit sort of loud and proud, and ends up in jail, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I get that, that happens to because he's low class, but, but I've seen some of them, they're brilliant, and they record them, and if they get angry, they shouldn't be doing the fucking job.
Exactly. If they can't control their their feelings, no, they can't control their feelings, then they're potentially a danger to other people, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's wrong. Okay, but what I was talking about again. Okay, I won't spend too long because I piss people off, but I'm drunk. But it is that class. Okay, because if you see what Peter Corbyn has done in London, it's amazing. He's brilliant, great bloke. Because of his class, okay, they're going to get banned. Exactly the same with who's that actor? Fox, Lawrence Fox. Okay, he can do what you do, or you done. Remember you done? You watch someone do a bit of damage. He will never get back. You will.
Yeah.
And this is the difference of what I'm saying. And it's same with Piers Corbyn, okay, because of his connections, okay, still about connections, still about class, okay. Because he's a different class, he's middle class, okay, you can't get away from it. He's on that side, brilliant, we love it, yeah. But he won't get what you get.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, and this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. People that live free, quite, I love it, listening. He's a good sounding bloke, nice bloke, got, he's got a few problems, and that's why he ends up in jail, because he's, a lower class than they are.
Yeah.
Like, and it's sad, we see this all the time. But the auditing is needed. It's really, really needed. I didn't realise how bad it was, okay? But we need to prick them, okay? And if they buy it, they shouldn't fucking be there, okay? I'm not talking about just the police, they shouldn't be there, We need, decent people to have decent,
I mean, look,
calm and everything else.
You wouldn't want a let's say you wouldn't want a nurse who's got narcissistic tendencies to be looking after your family member. Okay,
well, definitely not. No.
So why should we sit back and expect or allow people with similar tendencies as narcissists to abuse anybody? Well, we shouldn't.
No,
we
shouldn't happen. It should never happen. And they should treat us with respect. Okay, they don't. They treat the lower class, what they call lower class. put camera in their faces and see how they react. Okay, then you know they should never be there.
Yeah.
They should be sacked. Yeah, their bosses see that. This is what the auditors need to do. They need to, to see the temperament of these people. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, but the bosses see it, but they do fuck all about it.
No,
Right.
they call the police. Yeah, I know.
Carol, thank you. Finn, thank you. Brian, thank you. Much appreciated, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think they're great what they're doing. I haven't heard all what you said. Okay, I haven't heard. The lady from Eastbourne, the one with a lot of mental problems, who's been messed up. I can't think of her name. Great call the other day. You spent a lot of time with her. Wow.
Bryony, yeah.
Yeah, she got a lot of problems.
Yeah. Well, she's in the comments now. She's been on the
I've
chat.
seen her on there. Yeah, I haven't got it on. So I've turned it off. Speak to you, but yeah, she's a lovely lady. I've got her on chat. I was subscribed to her chat. I looked at her and I think, oh wow, she's someone that's been fucked over by the system. Really fucked over.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in the 60s. She'd be something in that house in the 60s. But she's really been fucked over, and they need to look after her. They need to take care of her, okay, and help her. Fuck's sake, she's left out to fucking dry. It's fucking making me feel sick.
Yeah, it is sickening.
You done really well the other day. I know it's a couple of hours, and some people got pissed off on your chat. It fucks me off. It fucks me off. They don't care. They don't care. They don't think of themselves. Some people, but she has a lot of problems. She got it out. She got it out, which is brilliant. That's the first step. You got to do that.
I'll tell you why that is. That's because we care.
That's the first step, Dan. Getting out there.
Well, as you said, nobody cares. But when you say nobody cares, I know you don't mean not a single person cares. You mean the people that should be there to help don't care.
Exactly,
but we here on the channel, we care.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Yeah, the lovely lady. I've watched a couple of her live streams. Lovely lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, just needs a little bit of support, and help from the community, like us, from us lower, plebs.
Yeah.
We are plebs, That's why we get arrested, and I don't anymore because I don't get involved in that shit. I can't do that. I can't end up in jail all the time. But the plebs like us, us lower class, we are, well, we know the way we're treated, okay? But her, lovely lady, very pretty, very young, deserves, a nice future, a good future.
Well, we do what we can on this channel.
It's very complicated what she's saying. I wish I got a spare room in my home in Norfolk, in the countryside. But she's got so many problems. I wish I could help her. I wish I could help her, but I'm not really in a position to do that. You know what I mean? I'm not really.
Listen. I said this on the stream I said this on the stream the other day. Okay, helping people. We all think I'm not in a position to help that particular person. But you know what?
No.
As I've said and as I've proved, you give somebody some time. So all you need to give them some time, and that can be enough to help people. You might want to help more, but you know what? Time is far more precious than anything else.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah. Well, that's it. But the way she come out and she didn't want to. You remember she didn't want to say anything.
Yeah. Thank you, Mickey.
She just spoke out, and it was brilliant to hear. You might piss people off, but to me, I heard that and I thought, oh my God, this is bad. She's been let down so badly, and I was almost in tears, because it was horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible to listen to, but she's strong and she's young.
It was.
The
It was.
whole life out of her, and I hope she makes it. I hope she makes it, and lives a fulfilling life.
It's not so
I
much.
think she can. I think she can.
Let me just
Dan,
let me just correct you. I know what you meant. Okay, I just want to correct something. You said it was horrible to hear what she'd been through. I think what it is, it's not.
That doesn't sound good. I know.
I know exactly what you mean. It was upsetting to hear what she'd been through.
Exactly. Yeah. So I meant to say that. Yeah. I said.
No. I'm not berating you for it. I'm just saying. I'm just making a point. That's all. It's upsetting to hear that somebody's been through anything. Especially as much as Bryony. And I apologise, Bryony, for talking about you. I know you're in the room.
Yeah.
But
she's a lady because
it's like anybody that's phoned in and they've got a problem. Some people might think, oh, that's not a problem, but to a person it can be the biggest issue that they're facing at that particular time, an insurmountable mountain that they have to try and figure out how to get over, and doing it on your own is not easy. You need somebody to pull you up or push you over the top of the peak so you can get to the other side. And I've been there myself, many times. I've been on a live stream in that situation. I've cried my eyes out one night on here. Do you know what I mean? Because I'd had enough. Excuse me. But we've got to be there for each other. Nobody else is there for us. People get paid to be there for us, but they're not really there for us because they're getting paid. And at the end of the day, they go home to their family, their kids, their little life, and they forget all about us.
I don't care. I don't care. They're paid. I mean, yeah. She's part of the community. She's a lady because, people wake up. She's a girl. She looks, I don't know. She's early 30s, late 20s, I don't know, but she's young and she's desperate, and I felt so sorry, but God, I wish I could help. But
well, let's also remember that
she's talking now, which is good. She's talking to you.
Yeah.
And it pisses people off. I don't care.
Let's also remember that it doesn't matter. I know you said about her being a girl. Let's remember that it's not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Well, no.
Female, yeah.
Well, no. Being female or not makes no difference when it comes to mental health.
I know that.
As I say, I've been in that place. I've been in a dark place. I've cut myself. I've tried to kill myself. In the past many times. That's the truth. I'm not going to deny it.
I've been in this unit for months.
I'm certainly not looking for sympathy when I say that. It's made me who I am today. It's made me able to empathise with people, and because I've learned how to do something, i.e., empathise with people, and I think I do quite well with it. I hope.
You do, yeah.
I should use that skill that I've learned through my own issues to try and help other people. And isn't that what life is about? Isn't it about?
Well, it is, yeah. You gave the lady a lot of time the other night, and I was listening to it. I know it's a couple of hours, but she just blurted it out. I know a lot of it's personal and shit, but she had to get out.
Yeah.
And us as a community, as a pleb community, I should say, we're all pissed Corbyn, aren't we? Yeah. Well, if we get arrested, we're fucked. She was great to listen to. It was great, lovely lady. God bless you. If you in the chat, I don't know. I'll tell you.
She is. She's in the chat.
Yeah, God bless, and I just wish you the best luck. Yeah, I just wish you the best. And I'll be looking lady. We pray and pray. Your head's screwed on, and you've been fucked over by the establishment and the police. The police is fucking
Oh look, let's look at it.
But,
Let's look at it this way, right? They've tried to stitch me up. They've tried to stitch me up by taking all my stuff. Okay, now I haven't.
Well, they will do. Yeah, that was wrong.
I've not managed to get all replacement stuff yet because I'm still waiting on the on the GoFundMe to reach a target. However, I did find this camera in a box in the bedroom, which is absolutely fine to use for now. I can get back on here. They obviously tried to shut me down, in some way. They haven't. I'm here, and with the help of the community, the generosity of the community, which has been amazing. That I can get back to normal and not have any issues, not be sitting here worrying and wondering whether I'm going to get my stuff back next week or next month or whenever it might be. So, big thanks to everybody.
Yeah, with the community, the audience thing is brilliant. We need to know what the fuck's going on, okay? Because it's turned into a shit show. And Brian, her name is, yeah.
Yeah, Brian.
Good luck, you love. Good luck, you love. You deserve more than what you are getting at the moment. It sounds like a shit show, but you'll get over it. You'll settle down and live a good life, hopefully. And Dan, mate, the time you gave her, was brilliant. Yeah, fantastic.
It was just as I've said before, I will afford anybody that I know needs to talk. Okay, and you can tell from the sound of somebody's voice and from the topics they're talking about. You can tell whether they're phoning in to talk about about something in the news or whether they're phoning in because they want to talk to somebody. So you can tell, and anybody that phones up and is in a position. And I feel they need to talk, I will let them talk. I don't care how long it takes. They are phoning up, in some cases as a cry for help. Yeah. Okay, as a way of taking their mind off some bad thoughts, as I did when I done my live stream. So again, I know exactly, I know what it's like to be in that position, and I know how important it is to have somebody that will listen to what you've got to say, and how disappointing it is and how much it hurts when you feel that when you're not being validated.
Oh, yeah. Well, Dan, you've done well. I'm pissed at what I had, so I'm just pissing off your
no worries.
Your chat, mate. But I'm pissed. But yeah. Brian, what's the name?
Bryony, yeah.
Brian, love, you've done really well, and I'm really proud of you. And I just hope the best. Good luck to you, mate. Love, yeah. All right, Dan, mate. Yeah.
All right, mate. You take care.
Yeah, don't forget the difference between Piers Corbyn and us. Okay. Remember that.
The what? Sorry.
Remember the difference between Piers Corbyn and us. Piers Corbyn can do what he wants. Okay.
Yeah.
We're different because we're different class, yeah?
Yeah,
remember that. Piers Corbyn is on our side. Brilliant. Love it. Thumbs up. All right, mate. All right, mate. Love you, mate. Love you, Brian. Yeah. Take it, Dan. Yeah, cheers.
Take care, mate. Ta-ra.
Yeah, bye, mate. Bye.
Bye, mate. Oh, fucking hell. It scared the shit out of me, that one. Hello, caller.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Not so. Who's this?
Ed.
Ed.
Come here.
Oh, how you doing? Sorry, my apologies.
All right, mate. No problem.
Your call startled me. I literally hung up on the last caller, and not hung up, but put the phone down on the last caller, and your call came through, and my arsehole fell out.
Good. I'm glad to have that effect on some people. It's just a couple of things, basically. First of all, before we get into it, just a shout out to you for everybody that's listening tonight. A lot of people aren't aware of it, but you put me on to somebody who is now assisting me in sort of a little problem where I got arrested. And it was actually thanks to them and yourself, basically, me going over it in my head, that I realised that they didn't actually read me right.
Right.
So that's now ongoing. So it's a big shout out to you for assistance on that, because obviously I'll be honest, I wouldn't have known where to turn with it.
Well, this is just to interject there. This is one of the reasons why I do have other people that I can speak to or put you in touch with, is because although I may be able to cover certain areas, sometimes I do overlook things, and more than one head, as they say, two heads are better than one. So when I can put you in touch with somebody and they already know what I've gone through with you, and then they pick up on something else, then it all adds strength to your case.
Well, that's it, yeah. But without that, I'll be honest, I wouldn't know where to turn in. But the reason I'm bringing tonight is, and it's probably going to be a sore subject, some of your listeners to this, is, have you seen these new, and I know it's slightly off subject, because I know everybody's talking about mental health and stuff tonight, but I think this is going to cause a knock-on effect to mental health, and I'll explain why in a minute. The government have recently changed the legislation on cyclists and stuff. I don't know if you're aware of it or not.
Yeah.
I think it's the biggest white elephant going, basically, and I'll explain why. I'm not going to lie, I drive a motorbike, I walk, and obviously I drive a car. And today, literally, it's not even been enforced 24 hours yet. I'm driving down the road, this woman decides that, well, you know, now the new legislation's coming, it's all been all over the internet and stuff, that she doesn't even need to look at crossing the road, and just basically walks out in front of me. I slammed the anchors on. She then booted the side of my car.
Right.
I thought it was quite nice of her, because she walked out. And then proceeded to tell me that I should be watching where I was looking and walk across the road in front of my vehicle, even though I saw her stepping out, and that's why I put the anchors on.
Right.
And if I'd have had a car behind me, it would have been, no if no but, it would have been a crash.
Yeah. Roger, take it easy, mate. Thanks for joining us this evening. No, do you know what? I thought this, as soon as I heard about the legislation, I thought to myself, this is going to cause some problems, because I know what I was like when I was a kid, and and I've never hid the fact that I was an absolute twat when I was a youngster. Okay. I used to think to myself, how cool would it be to get a claim out of being run over on a zebra crossing? Honest to God, I was that fucking stupid as a kid. I used to think to myself, I could make some money if I get knocked over on a crossing. So I used to walk up, I used to cross the road without looking. Do you know what I mean? Nearly got squashed a few times, and it would have been my own fault had I got squashed. But this is going to open the gates to a lot of people using, like, the hate crime element, okay, abusing it for their own gain. So somebody could say, and they're not going to need any proof, they're going to go, oh look, I stepped out in front of the road and he didn't stop, there's his number plate. They're not going to bother listening to your side of the story. They're going to slap you with a fine.
Yeah, but this is the Mickey take with it, because a lot of it is like, you've got things on there, it's, I'll be honest, I'm still getting my head around all of it, to be fair. But there's some things on there, like passing a horse at least 2 meters, 2 to 3 meters. Some of the roads in our area ain't that wide anyway. But everybody I know anyway that drives, when it comes up to a horse, they do go to the other side of the road and give it plenty of room and pass slowly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they're now saying, oh, now this is law. And it's ridiculous. It might upset a lot of people, but I personally think it's just another white elephant to make more money for everybody concerned.
Of course it is. I mean, look, when I learned to ride a motorbike, I was told that I should ride in the middle of the lane, and we're talking 20 years ago.
Yep.
Okay, so, well, more than 20 years ago, when I learned to ride a motorbike, and I was told back then to ride in the middle of the lane, not in the middle of the road, but in the middle of the lane. Okay, because if you tuck in against the curb, as cars go round you, even if they give you a wide berth, as cars go round you, your natural reaction is just to slightly move over, and eventually you could get stuck in the curb, okay, and have an accident. So I was always told to ride in the middle of the lane. Now that to me is just normal. So if I see somebody doing that, I just see that as normal, and then I'll wait until it's clear coming the other way, and I'll go round them. I'll go right across the road, go round them, providing it's safe, and get back in front of them. No issues. And I think the majority of people do. Yes, there are people out there that will overtake and they're not thinking about it. They just overtake a bit too close and, pull back in a bit too soon or whatever. That's due to people being in a hurry. You know, it's not due to people being ignorant of bikes as such. It's due to them being in a hurry and wanting to get where they're going. Because everybody these days is in a fucking rush to die. Everybody wants to get everything out of the way really quickly. Must get this done. Must get that done. Must fucking do this. Must do that. And then the next thing you know, you're dead. You've not enjoyed yourself. So people driving, I think, are in a hurry. They forget a bit of common courtesy. I think this is a complete and utter money-making scheme. Nothing else. This is not about, in my opinion, this is not about keeping cyclists safe, because how we rarely hear about cyclists being knocked over. I'm not suggesting they don't get knocked over, by the way. So if there's any cyclists out there, just, you know, understand that. I'm not suggesting that, but we very rarely hear of cyclists being knocked over. So I can't see how it's such a serious issue that we needed to have changed the law, other than to generate some more revenue because of all the money that's been spunked up the wall over the past 2 years.
But this is what I'm saying. This is what I can't get my head around, because, again, you know, obviously, a perfect example was a gentleman died, I think it's about a year ago now. She drove into the back of a boat trailer that was parked at the side of the road.
Right.
Because he wasn't looking at what he was doing, basically. And he died for it because he was travelling at some speed on a push bike.
Yeah.
And basically ploughed into the back of this parked up boat trailer. And it killed him. But my point is where do you draw the line? Because you've got people at the minute, cyclists at the minute, that basically think they own the road. You know, I'm not going to lie, it does annoy the hell out of me as a driver on my bike and in my car.
Yeah.
Because they get in front of you and then decide that, you know, they've got all day to wait and they do 3 mile an hour. You know, and you've got loads of cars behind you beating the road, and you can't get through because of the type of road it is. You know, you've got to sit there for them to get on with it. But then you've got the other, we will say, members of the public. I was going to say something else. We'll say members of the public who basically look at this and think, right, that means now we can basically do what we want on the roadway, and the cars are in the wrong. And if you actually read the wording on it, which I've been going through it last day or so on social media and whatnot, it actually worded, no matter what happens, the car driver is in the wrong.
Yeah.
You can have one muppet run out into the road in front of you, get ploughed over by your car, and you've got nowhere stopping, and you're still in the wrong.
Well, I've always said to myself, so when I've crossed the road and somebody comes up, you know, speeds down the road and they just miss me arse with their wing mirror and that, and I always say to people, look, at the end of the day, people were here first. Okay, yeah. So I always give way to a pedestrian. Okay, unless it's dangerous to. So if there's like a traffic behind me all going at speed, I won't give way unless I'm travelling slowly enough and they've got enough time to slow down. The same with bikes. Can somebody get rid of that spammer in a comment, please? Same with bikes. Same with bikes. Now I know a lot of people hate bikes, but the thing is, people that ride bikes aren't very considerate either. We've got to be honest about that. You know, if they're on a stretch of road and there's nobody in front of them and they're holding up the traffic because they can't overtake them as such, pull over to the side of the road and let people pass. You know, a bit of respect for other road users. Don't hold everybody up. You know, if there's traffic in front of you and you're riding your bike and the cars can't go anywhere anyway, then fine, keep doing what you're doing. But you need to have that respect for all road users.
But this is the thing. If you read it, and as I say, you know, it's just something you might want to do if you get 5 minutes, amongst all the other stuff that you do. It makes no sense to me, because the way it's been worded is, no matter what happens, the motorbikist, if it's a pedestrian, the car driver, if it's a pedestrian, has got literally no chance. No matter what happens, you know, if somebody just steps out into the pavement, it used to be a matter of the police would come along, they'd look at it and say, right, well, you stepped out, you know, it wasn't your fault, you know, you clipped him or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to turn up and say, right, well, you clipped him, you nicked.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You know, there's a big fine, there's a few quid in our coffers, and away you go.
And that's it. Yeah, it's you know, it's a way of number one, it's a way of earning some revenue. Number two, it's a way to get people off the road.
Well, yeah. The thing is like, you'll remember this probably. Did you ever do your CBT at school?
Not at school. I didn't know.
No, you did a cycling proficiency test.
Yeah, I done that. My CBT was for my motorbike when I done it.
Yeah, no, cycling proficiency test.
Yeah.
Well, we did that. When I did that, and obviously you probably did it as well, the first thing you were taught was, look around and what's going on around you.
Yeah.
Some of the people now don't have a clue.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you're right.
It annoyed the hell out of me today reading it, because I'm like, as a driver, I pay, well, you probably do yourself anyway, you pay substantial amounts for road tax and insurance and all the other BS you have to put out for.
Yeah.
Cumbria has been now confirmed as the capital of the UK for potholes.
Right.
The number one capital of the UK for potholes in Cumbria, which is fantastic. We know that because we've got millions of the damn things. And it's like, why don't they just turn around and say, look, we don't want cars on the road, so we're going to fight and make it impossible for you to have insurance, and impossible because we'll just whack all the fees up.
Yeah.
Because that's all what's going to happen. People are now going to start getting... It's like the other one is, if you're on the main thoroughfare and you're turning left or right and there's somebody waiting across the road, you've got to stay where you're at to let them cross the road.
Yeah, see, that's dangerous.
Exactly, and that's exactly the point I'm making. If you're coming... the point is, it's... where do you... I'm trying to think the best way of wording it. How do you decide if that person is crossing the road?
Well,
for example, I saw two women standing at the side of the road gabbing, so I thought, I'll find a gabbing. When they turned the corner, one of them decided to walk across the road.
Yeah. Well, see, one of the things that goes around in my head is that, fuck's sake, here we go again. I was literally just had it on the tip of my tongue what I was going to say, and now it's just floated off. Yeah. Now, as far as I was aware, I may be wrong. I don't study the highway code, but as far as I was aware, you're not allowed to park within a distance of a road corner.
Yep.
Okay. Now, I think it's maybe a couple of car lengths or something like that. You're not allowed to park your car within a certain distance of a corner of a road. Now, I always assumed that generally you're not supposed to cross the road on a corner. Now, maybe that was just the way I was taught as I was growing up. But I've literally worked with that thought my whole life. Now, I will cross the road on a corner if they are quiet roads, like intersecting. But if I'm on a busy road and I need to cross the road, I will go round the corner a bit, go at least a car length down before crossing the road.
Yeah.
Okay. And that gives anybody that wants to pull in, that gives them time to pull in, slow down, let me cross the road and carry on without blocking the main road.
Yeah. But this is the thing, but the other thing as well is, which again we haven't even looked at, is, and again, I must admit, I've not drove one, but I've got family members that have. You're driving an Arctic, it's not the same as a car.
Yeah.
Now, the towns and the cities especially get deliveries by Arctics. It's common knowledge, it's common in our area anyway, to see Arctics driving up and down the road dropping goods off to some of the major supermarkets, we will say. They can't stop on a 10 pence piece.
No.
And it's ridiculous because they're... So, and this is the whole point about it. It just makes no sense to me whatsoever why they brought this in, apart from it's just another way to make more money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's madness, as I say. I think it's a way of revenue generating, and it's a way of getting people off the streets. I think it's they know that people are going to fuck up. They're not going to be lenient and go, okay, it's a relatively new change. We'll give you the benefit of doubt. They're just going to go, right, slap fine. There you go, 3 points on your license or whatever it might be. And some people are going to lose their license within a few months. And there's going to be an awful lot of people that are in a situation that, number one, they won't be able to afford the fines, and number two, they're going to lose their right to travel because, when I know some people are going to have a go at me in the comments for that, saying you can't lose your right to travel. It's a right that we have. What I mean is they're not going to allow you on the road, and if need be, remember, you don't own your car, you are just the registered keeper. So if need be, they will take your car from you, and there's fuck all you can do about it.
Exactly, and the final point, which is, and I will say they'll take you right away, because I guarantee some of these will be disabled drivers.
Yeah.
And if they lose their licence, they can't just go for a walk to the shop, etc. Because the whole point of them having a car is for their use to get them around.
Yeah.
I just think it's totally ridiculous the way they're brought in. I understand the principle of what they're trying to do, but I think the better way of doing it was to go back 20, 30 years when I was a kid and say, right, educate the children.
Yeah.
Educate the parents. Because I've always said it, snowflake society's took over and sort of got the hell in the handbasket. Because there's things happening nowadays that we never even think about doing when I was a kid.
Yeah, oh, of course.
You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, yes, he's normal now. Well, it wasn't when I was a kid. All right, you say I'm an old fuddy-duddy, I'm 48. But, you know what I mean? I wouldn't have even thought about, I remember the days when and again, you probably wouldn't do yourself, but when you used to leave the front door wide open.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah.
And you can leave, you could put 50 quid on your doorstep, go away for a month, come back and it'd still be sitting there.
Well, you used to put money in the envelope out for the milkman.
Exactly, you know what I mean? And it's just, it doesn't, now you don't even put your milk bottles out for some decent fee with them.
Well, somebody will end up smashing it on your front garden or something for a laugh.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. Things have changed so much. Partly my fault. I used to go around nicking milk and bread off of people's doorsteps. So I'll put my hands up to that.
I think we all like, to be fair, walking to school in the morning. But no, I just started jumping and let you have a sound off about that and just think, because it's like the other thing as well is they brought it in. They said it was part of the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Now in our area they have designated cycle lanes.
Yeah.
No bugger use them.
Well, they made a big fuss about it, didn't they? During the pandemic, they're going, air's so much cleaner without all this traffic on the road. Let's spend some money on some cycle lanes. Well, okay, you're spending money on cycle lanes. That is coming out of the road tax that car drivers are paying. Yeah. So why the fuck are cyclists getting away with not having to pay anything? If anything, they should have to pay, although albeit a far reduced rate, they should still have to pay some kind of road tax in order to use the road and maintain the cycle lanes and insurance.
Yeah, exactly. The insurance, I totally agree with you on. Because at the end of the day, they might then drive a bit more, we will say, road friendly.
Yeah.
If they've got an insurance, you know what I mean? But no, that's it. This is the one thing. I'm currently, and I know it's a little side note, but I've sent a snotty letter to the local highways department on Friday because Cumbria has now been announced as the official capital of the worst roads in the country through 4 potholes.
Right.
And I sent them a snotty message saying, pointing this out to them and sending them the article, and also adding to it that, when it comes out of paying your road tax next time round, unless I see some major improvements, I'll be deducting what I think's a suitable amount for it.
Yeah.
And I said, I'll take this all the way to the court, to magistrate's court if I have to, because it is ridiculous. Why are we paying as drivers, paying for... And I'm not saying the roads are perfect. The roads are not perfect anywhere, to be fair. But it's got to the point that literally, I don't think there's a road in our area that hasn't got a pothole on it.
Yeah.
And we know where all the money's going. It's going back into the purse of the county council who are blowing it on other daft things.
I just want to respond to Lucifer, who's just said he used to nick daffodils from gardens to give Mum on Mother's Day. Listen, we've all done that, but do you not recall? I think it was not last year before. Do you not recall the kids that got arrested? There was like some 5-year-old, 6-year-old kids got arrested for picking some daffodils off of a plot of council ground. I mean, what the fuck is that all about? Seriously.
Yeah, I do remember that because that made the national news. It was like a side of virgin that the council had planted or something, if memory serves me right.
Yeah.
And then I had pictures for the parents.
Oh, fuck me, I've got Crinkle trying to call in.
Right, I'll let you go sort of Crinkle then. But yeah, as I say, it's just my little 2 pence to... Because I know you have people. Quickly though, before I go the reason that you don't have millions of people watching your live stream is you will have. I've got a friend of mine who does a live stream every so often about children's rights.
Right.
He's also in Liverpool, actually. And he has roughly about 45 to 50 people watching his live streams.
Right.
But that's what it shows on the meter. But he actually has over 200 to 300 at each time on it.
Right. Okay.
Because for some reason YouTube limit the, we will say, more interesting live streams.
Yeah.
So it doesn't show as many people on there that actually are.
Right.
So you might want to check into that. But as I say, that's what happened with him. He had to write a snotty letter to YouTube to get it sorted out, and they confirmed it. Which is why when you said earlier, you're not sure if anybody's there. You probably have got them, but YouTube aren't showing you them.
Right. I'll have to see if I can figure out how to find out those metrics anyway.
Yep. Well, on that happy note, I will get out of you there and let you go and get a big stick in it. There's people over the head that think this new scheme is a wonderful idea because clearly they got a car or they work for insurance company.
Isn't it? No worries. All right, you take care. Speak soon. Bye bye. Hello. 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 You've reached Lost Soul Paranormal Sex Shop. Can I help you? Maybe not. Hello.
Dan!
Oh God, who's that?
God bless the UK, mate.
Hello, mate. You alright? Fucking frightened me then. I thought, what the fuck? You were Dan.
Well, I thought, you know what, right? I'm going to have to think about something to say now just to stop fucking Crinkle from phoning in.
He's just tried again.
If he got another 7 hours, he might have fucking gone to bed by then.
Oh, fucking hell. No, his jaw's swinging, isn't it? Probably. So he'll be up till tomorrow. He'll be up till tomorrow morning at least.
You know why he's got the sunglasses on, don't you? He's fucking strung out. He's strung out on it all. I want to know who his dealer is.
He gets some good shit. Clearly, he has to get some good shit, doesn't he?
Listen, so you talk about cars.
Go on.
Talk about other things. Have you got a car? You haven't, have you?
No, not at the moment, no.
So you've had a car.
I have done, yeah.
Right, so imagine you smack a curb really hard and you knock your tracking out big time.
Yeah.
And you only got 100 miles out your tyre and it goes down to the bare wire, yeah?
Right.
Right, that's what the fucking NHS is right now at the moment with mental health. Now, I know I normally come in there and we have a bit of a giggle and a bit of a bubble. Oh, but I'll tell you what, I'm experiencing what this mental health is. Not for myself so much, but soon. It's just kids. My daughter, she's 12 years of age.
Right.
And 3 years ago, she's proper 300 years ago, they would have got a load of firewood and put her in the middle of it. I know, I've got to laugh at it because I don't laugh and I cry. But she is a fucking proper banshee.
Right.
Smashing the house up, TV screens, punching holes. She's a little sick. Punching holes through the walls. Did it again tonight. I've learned some good decorating skills. I've learned how to hang a new door because she smashed through her door, not because it was locked. She just used it as a punch bag.
Okay.
And so that's what the NHS is like at the moment. They're absolutely taking the piss. I don't know if there's anybody in the chat log that is having problems with their kids as well. You know, with mental health, getting seen, getting just an appointment. Like I said, we went 3 years ago and we saw this lady, this psychologist, and she said, right, yeah, we're going to get you sorted out in the next 6 weeks. That's 2019. We've tried to deal with it as best we can. I mean, we're not like some people that are stuck in high-rise flats during the lockdown, can go out. We're quite lucky to have a nice place, and we do lots of holidays when we're allowed to. And so it's not like she's not been, like given good things. And she's one of 5 children that my wife and I have had.
Okay, now do you not have a telly?
Eh?
Did you not have a TV?
Like I just said, she just smashed one of them.
No. You said you got 5 kids. I said, what? Did you not have a TV? You had to keep yourself amused other ways.
Yeah, we were watching Pornhub, me and my missus. No, I'm joking. Not there's anything wrong in it. Anyway, so so I've been trying to get through to them again. You get, like call number 9, and you're waiting for about 4 hours, and you finally get answered. And they said, look, she said to me, look, yeah, we know, it's going to be about 3 years because of the COVID.
Right,
said,
right.
No, I'm not having that at all. And I said, I've explained to him. I said, look, we are really desperate. She's doing the most bizarre things. We're in a nice area. She'd go out there at 2 o'clock in the morning in just a nightie, no shoes, in the freezing cold for a walk. We have to lock all the doors and all that kind of stuff. And, the swearing as well. Oh, my God.
Right.
She proper little trooper. She's, it's all right. We don't swear all around her. I don't know why she doesn't. But at school, she's a high achiever. She's highest in her class and everything she does. And they don't see what goes on. It's like Tourette.
Yeah.
She holds it all in at school. And when she comes home,
Lets
if
it all
anybody
out.
triggers her, oh my God, it's honestly, it's like somebody. You look in their bedroom sometimes. It's like someone's had a Ouija board and summoned the most evil spirit from Satan's spawn, and then trapped it in a room, and it tries to escape. Absolutely smushed the fuck out of her room. So I'm at a point now. I mean, I don't want to call social services, because you know what happens there.
Yep.
Yes. Luckily, we don't live in Rotherham or Telford.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And so I can't do that. I spoke to a couple of friends of mine that have had kids with like autism and stuff like that, and they were waiting, and then they just bit the bullet, but they're a bit more accurate than me, and paid the 4 or 5 grand
Right.
just for to be referred and put up the queue. And when I ring up these health centres and that, and I'm trying to get through, and I'm trying to find the person, and it's all receptionists, and they say, look, you're just in the queue. I said, well, hang on a minute. Imagine this. I'm in A&E, and say I bumped my head on a cupboard door, and I got a bit of a black eye, and then someone and I've been in there for a couple of hours, and then someone walks in with his arm hanging off, punking all over the A&E department.
Yeah.
He's gone over a bandsaw. Do I still get seen before him because I was there before him, or is he a priority? Do you understand what I'm going with this?
Yeah, absolutely. Triage, isn't it? They have to, identify what case, what's an important case, and deal with that as a matter of priority.
And it's not done with mental health. And so the thing is, like I said about the tyre scenario, you're going to get 100 miles, instead of spending 30 quid on getting it retracked, and you're getting your 10,000, 20,000 miles at that tyre. The thing is, the knock-on effect is our future health service with mental health, where the kids aren't going to be going to work, they've got all these issues, then they're going to have to go on the dole.
We're already seeing it, though. We're already seeing it with organisations such as Extinction Rebellion and some of the others. Okay, many of them. Okay, still live at home with their mum. Okay, they claim benefits. I'm not knocking people that claim benefits who genuinely need it. Okay, they claim the benefits not because they need to, but because they want to. Okay, because if they get a job, it means they can't go and do these protests and shit like that. And they claim mental health because they get triggered easily. It's not mental health. It just means you're a fucking pussy. And then people who have serious mental health problems end up getting pushed back in the queue or overlooked because they're too busy dealing with the fuckwits that are using it as an excuse rather than having it as a genuine medical problem.
I mean, it poured down to the street because you're getting things in the papers where as young as 12, 13-year-old kids outside a shop, and the dad goes in to get a bottle of milk or something, and it has happened. And they're like rambunctious and being rude. And the dad said, calm down, and the dad dies because he got stabbed by a group of little kids.
Yeah.
All these things like this. I mean, when I was a kid, this ADHD and stuff, well, if it did exist, there was a cure for it. It's called the belt. And not that I'm saying that's a good thing, but...
Listen, it was a good thing. It was a good thing. It taught people disciplinary. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. Right, I would never suggest that I used to get battered around. Okay, never in a million years, because I didn't. But if I'd done something wrong, I'd get a fucking clout for it. I remember nicking a few bags of 10p crisps at school once. Right. Tuck shop was a pasting table with some boxes of crisps on. All right, so you'd go up with your pound or 50p, whatever it was you was given, 20p, whatever. Back in my day. You'd buy 2 bags of crisps, at a tuck shop at your break time. I used to go up there, it was packed around it. So I used to slip my hand through, grab a few bags, pull them out, stick them up my jumper, right? I'd done that once, and I had about 12 bags of crisps, not Monster Munch, Space Raiders, shoved up my jumper. I've gone running down the corridor, looking behind me, because I thought I was getting chased. And who did I run into? The head teacher, okay? Bags of crisps under my jumper, popped, crumbs fell out all over the floor. How did you get enough money to buy 12 bags of crisps? I was young. Do you know what I mean? So took me to the headmaster's office. Called my dad. My dad came up to school and said to the head teacher in front of me, if he does it again, I'll give you full permission to use a slipper or a cane on him. Right now,
when you was at school, then were they doing caning? I don't mean like the Ali G style getting caned. I'm on about the cane with a stick.
Yeah, no, it was after it stopped being used widely, but it happened. Yeah, but he turned around. My dad said, "You use the slipper, use the cane." Do you know what I mean? And he won't do it again. And do you know what? Even the threat of it, because I knew that I would get it, just the threat of it made me stop. But nowadays, somebody goes, "You're going to get a beating, you're going to get the belt, you're going to get the slipper." They go, child line, 19, 20-year-olds, child line. Yeah, my dad said he's going to slipper me if I don't do as I'm told.
He threatened me with that, and I said, "Go on, please, I beg you, call the police. Do it. Let them come round here, because you'll be gone." But, like we were talking about AB earlier on.
Yeah.
Yol. And he was in Swindon a couple of days ago. And I didn't realise. I thought I was quite vigilant. But we got another hotel with 640, I think it is, Afghanistani refugees.
Right.
And the joke is, right, listen, you guys are in the chat logging that. Type in on YouTube, Afghanistan HD. There's a blogger on there that, like some other bloggers, that just, like guys like me and you, when you go on holiday, you go off the beaten track and you film what you see.
Yeah.
Afghanistan is like Spain. The markets are plentiful with food.
Yeah.
There's no electricity problems. There's no fuel shortages. It's all cheap. There's no people being headed. You see women walking around without having to cover their hair properly and all that kind of stuff. It is what it is. And bearing in mind that they knew about getting out in 2020. They were people that these so-called interpreters. Fuck me, how many? It must be about 20,000 interpreters to every half a soldier.
Yeah.
The thing is, we've got another 20,000 coming over this month. Another 20,000, and that's what's coming at the moment.
Yeah.
Fair play to AB. I'm going to go down there next couple of days and do a little bit scouting around, so I know where it is. But we've got 4 hotels in Swindon, in Wiltshire. Right. One of them is a 4-star hotel. It's called the Marriott Hotel. Look on TripAdvisor, people's reviews about how they're finding shit and piss in the elevators, and the kids are going up and down at 4 o'clock in the morning, effing and blinding, and girls that are going to catch a bus nearby are being, disgusting comments sent to them.
Yeah,
but the thing is, what I'm trying to get to is that with the Dover thing, we got all these billions of pounds we're spending on that, but we can't even look after our own people.
Yeah, no, that's sickening, absolutely sickening. And this is what somebody said the other day about trying to do something for the for our homeless people. I mean, how could you possibly? You've got to get your own house in order before you start dealing with other people's shit. Okay, and the government, their house is a fucking mess. And what I mean by that is this country, okay? They're putting time, resources, and money into things that they think make them look good to the rest of the world, without giving 2 shits about us who are giving them the money to pay for all this stuff.
I mean, you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, right, everyone's going on about Boris at the moment. Get rid of him, get rid of him. The thing is, right, we could play a blind on this, because have you noticed, since this Partygate scandal and all that stuff, you know, now, all of a sudden, very much all of a sudden, and it's very well timed as well.
Yeah.
You can remember this happened a couple of years ago nearly, and suddenly they decided to leak it. But it works in our advantage, because now they're shitting themselves. They've dropped all this wearing the mask at schools and around, and dropping the passports now and stuff like that. So hopefully now, to gain favour with the public that voted them in, they might go back to the mandate that they were voted in for, especially about the immigration. Especially, let's hope.
Well,
you know, now he's fixing himself.
The backpedaling, but I don't think, you know, again, it's a case of saying what you think, saying what they think we want to hear. But they do it all the time. Every one of them does it. They say what they think we want to hear, and then when it comes to the crunch, they fucking fail to deliver almost every time, consistently.
There's only been one politician that I've seen. And the thing is, right, I'm 55, you know. When I was younger, just like you, all you wanted to do is go out nightclubbing, if it looked fit, bang it, go home, make some money, buy some nice clothes, and you didn't care about politics.
Mate, I didn't even care if they looked fit or not.
and so there's only one politician I've seen in all my life that I've been looking into it now, and I'll probably get a few haters on here, and a lot of people know me as well, but bear me out. There's only one politician that has ever come out with a mandate and stuck to it. There's only one. Who would that be?
I don't do politics, but if I was to say one, I'd say, wasn't it Maggie Thatcher? Or am I wrong?
Trump.
Right.
You know,
I thought you.
Now look at the state of fucking USA right now.
Right. Well, as I say, I know nothing about fucking politics. I don't follow it at all. I just base my fucking knowledge on what I've heard. Sorry, I've got a fucking itchy back, like you wouldn't believe. So I've got me. I've got a cat.
Have you?
Haven't you seen it?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about was some other YouTuber, but so going back to this mental health stuff, I don't know if I should go balls deep, on it, and I don't believe it. And if they don't do nothing, what can they do with this? Well, I don't want to look like one of these fucking insulated Britain pricks, but I'll tell you what, I'm at the point where I'd go to the hospital, and fucking super glue my hands to the door, call the media prior to that, just to get some kind of movement on getting my daughter seen.
Yeah. No, I get you. Totally understand.
I'm quite desperate now. I'm getting quite desperate. It's the effect it's having on my family, my wife, and I've been married to her for over 25 years. The only thing we argue about is when the kids don't eat all their food. But it's okay. I'll settle that now. What I'll do is I'll go and give it to the foxes.
When I was a kid, it'd probably get classed as child abuse these days. When I was a kid, I'd get him from school. Okay, it would be a case of, oh, can I go out and play with so and so? It'll be no. You sit down, you do your homework, then you've got dinner, then you can go and play. So it'll be. So we'd have to go and we had a like a seating thing in the back room. So we'd all have to go. You know, there was. When I was doing my homework, my older brothers were in high school. So there was me, 3 sisters, 2 brothers. So there was six kids. And we'd have to sit down at the table, and we'd have to do our homework. Okay, then dinner would be brought out to us once our homework was done.
And dinner was 2 choices: either eat it or go hungry.
Fuck it, exactly, 100%. We would all get exactly the same. Okay, I've never been with a woman who has done that.
Oh, I saw you about that.
Right, but honestly, they all go, what do you want, kids? You want that, you want something else, you want something else, I'm having something else, what do you want, Dan? And it's like, I'll just have the same as every fucker else. I don't give 2 shits. It's food, I'll eat it. But these days, you know, my mum would heat up our food twice. If we didn't eat it after that, then we had to eat it cold. But we weren't getting down from the table until it was all gone. And that meant sitting at the table until bedtime if we didn't eat it.
You got to heat it up.
Only twice.
Only twice. I never got it first time. It come on the table. When I stay at my grandparents, right? My granddad was an ex-army guy, and he's from the World War and everything.
Yeah.
And he was a big bloke. His hands were like sausages, and I wasn't allowed to get down. And when it goes so cold that the gravy that you put a bit of fat in it starts to go white, and I wasn't allowed to get down. And that's what I'm saying about discipline as well. He was a big bloke, really like 6'5", hands like shovels. And I remember when I was 14, and I do what I did. I said the word bugger, and he said to me, "What did you just say?" Nothing. No. What did you just say? I didn't say nothing. He goes, "What did you say? Tell me now." Like that. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I said the word bugger." And he, oh my God, I got slapped around like a bitch.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I don't know, it hurt, but I think the fact that he hit me hurt me more.
Yeah.
That's it. See, you can't do anything with kids. I've tried everything. I've even bought my kids, my daughter, extra nice things, presents, Christmas and that, in the view that she really loves it so much that if she's so naughty, I take it away from her, that might hurt her even more. No, nothing works. And the trouble is the schools, they're so pansy now, aren't they? They're so fucking woke and left wing. And although my kids are more Afghan than Afghan himself, trust me. No, they are. I have to be careful taking them out sometimes in case of what they might say. But, you're caught in between a hard rock and a soft. You just don't know what to do these days. Like I said, the school have done everything they can. This thing called Calm. When I ring up these NHS professionals, they said, "Look, get the doctor to refer you." I said, "He's referred us about several times. How many times do you have to be referred?" So I think the next step would have to be going down to the hospital, calling the local media, and doing that. I don't know what else to do. But then again, I look mentally unbalanced, don't I? What do I do?
We're all fucking mentally unbalanced these days. I wouldn't worry about it.
As parents as well, you blame yourself in a way because you want your children to have better things and better lifestyle than what you had.
Yeah.
And so we spoil them. We do. We spoil them.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right. Absolutely right.
You promise you're not going to let Crinkle on because I can come off in a little while then.
Well, he's not tried phoning for a while. I'm not even sure he's still in the chat.
He's lurking about.
Hiding in the fucking shadows.
Probably what it is, right? He's probably gone into that clothing bank that he lives behind, and he's probably lost his signal for a little while. Or he might have lost his phone. And have you seen his background on live?
What, the big pile of washing?
Fuck me! It's raiding the clothing bank.
Yeah, but do you know what? I actually think he went and found that picture online. I don't think that's actually his background. That probably looks better than his real background, I think.
He's probably got 400 cartons filled with piss, like you see in the papers. These
behave.
they just sit and shit and piss in bowls and everything. Anyway, so Dan, listen. Going back to earlier on with Jamie, I'm going to get going in a minute. Jamie, what are you getting? I know he's come off the YouTube. What are you getting coming on your live like we used to do back in the day? Remember?
Well, I'm not entirely sure what the script is with Jamie at the moment. As I say, he said he's dealing with a legal issue. I didn't press him for information. I don't know. All he said to me, and I didn't want to press him because it ain't my business. If he wants to ask me for advice, then I'm here for him. Do you know what I mean? And he can tell me if he wants to. But he said to me that I asked him in a message. He messaged me back and said I'm having some problems, and then we had a chat on the phone, and he said that he's got a legal issue that he needs to deal with, and for the time being he's taken his content down. But Jamie's Jamie, and there ain't nobody can keep Jamie down for long. So I
do like yin and yang when we used to do back in the day. We used to do the double up.
I will speak to him and see whether or not he's up for that. Again, I don't know what the situation is. He may, for some reason, not be able to, but I will ask him.
All right. Listen, you have a good evening. I'll stay on for a little while longer. It's
Oh,
all
well.
right, but I can't go back into the house. It's too mad. And I hope everyone's been summed. Well, you got 148 to 117 likes. So I hope everyone's been summing up okay. And I'll speak to you another night, Jamie.
Jamie?
Dan.
All right,
On
man.
the brain. Take care, mate. Thanks for putting on my bladder.
No worries. You take
care,
it
mate.
easy.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
Ta-da.
you too. Ta, mate. Ta, ta, ta. Ah, missed it. 0151 528 9590. Hello.
How you doing, Dan?
Hello, who's this?
It's Scott, mate.
Hello, Scott, you alright?
How you doing, my brother? You okay?
Yeah, not so bad. It was you that phoned me the other day, wasn't it?
It
left-
was my good brother.
Yes,
I spoke
yeah.
to Angela. I spoke to her in a text message because I've not been about, Dan. I've been remanded. I was remanded in Pentonville.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say. I mean, my apologies for not getting back to you. First of all, but I know
you're busy.
the message that you sent me. I know you sounded a little bit. How shall I say? Not your normal self.
Well,
and I want to speak. I'm not going to go into it on here. Don't worry or anything like that. Not my place. All I was going to say is that you didn't quite sound yourself, and you are on my list of people to get back to. So I'm glad you phoned in.
No, I appreciate that, Dan. I'm in a terrible state, my good brother. Horrendous state, mentally and physically. It's been a very awful experience.
Right.
When I come out, I know Chrissy and the other boys have gone through various bits and bobs in their own personal life, so my thoughts and my regards go out to them. I hope they're doing all right. But yeah, when I talk to them, I've completely forgotten how to set. I'm trying to set up a Gmail account. I'm trying to get on the chats. I talk to the brothers and sisters in the chat there. I'm struggling to do it. I've forgotten how to do it. I'm all over the place. I just spent about an hour trying to sort out I've set up a new Gmail account, but I can't get into it. I don't know how to do it, Dan, basically.
Right.
And I don't know if there's someone, even your good self or one of my friends that I've got tomorrow or later, I should say, that is able to assist me, because my mental health has completely failed me since this. I was inside for 8 months and it was very difficult.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, no, it's, I made an attempt on my life. There's been a good community bond over the last years since COVID with the live chat shows that you do and various auditors do. So, that is, like you said earlier, and I've been watching it at night, there is the community there for us, Dan, where we're lacking it elsewhere.
Yeah. I mean, look. Even Lucifer's. I think. Lucifer was saying, Scott, woo. I know that's. I know I didn't quite get across the emphasis that he probably had in his own head about that, but basically it looks like he's saying, yeah, Scott's here.
Yeah, that's it, my brothers and sisters. Pump up the volume. I'm going nowhere. Scott's back. Scott is back, but I ain't going to lie, my good brother, because I know you're very honest and candid with what you go through, Dan, with your own personal life. And I'll tell you something, this nearly finished me, mate, after 16 years of hell on earth. And I am struggling, so I will need... I won't overload you, Dan, because you've got your own personal life. I won't overload Angela, that I have a connection with. But, and I won't overload my friends that I've known for 10 and 20 years. But I tell you, I am fucking really struggling, like, badly.
Right. Well,
really
badly. You know that. You know anyway that there's people. You've got my number. Again, I'm just gutted that I can't answer the phone to everybody all the time. That's my issue. But I will always try and help where I can, as I've always said and as I've always done. But if you needed somebody to speak to and I didn't pick your call up straight away, it might take me a little while to get back to you. But I will always get back to you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, my good brother. And also, Dan, I know you're double busy with your own life and bits and bobs, so I don't hold any resentment and things. It's the way of the world at the moment, Dan. People just haven't got enough man-hours in the day to spread the love.
Yeah.
But I am reaching out for the love now, because I'm a 44-year-old man, and I put my heart on my sleeve. I always have on these chat shows, and I've always supported you from afar. And I'm in big shit, mate. Big shit. My mental health has never been so bad. I'm completely broken. I contracted a skin infection in Pentonville that was going through the prison. Various other brothers contracted it on their body through the showers and the dirty sink water.
Yeah.
I unfortunately, from battling sepsis, contracted it on my face of all places.
Yeah, I remember your message saying about that, yeah.
Dan, mate, it's bent me up like a wire coat hanger, mate. I'm all bent up like a wire coat hanger. I've been in tears. I ain't ashamed to admit it. I've had severe bullying from the Metropolitan Police, I mean, to the degree that they're responsible for my near death. They make graphic comments when they come through my door that they've been on my Facebook saying, no, that I support you, and they dropped a few names. So it's all a little bit of a witch hunt for, you know, you're putting your head above the parapet.
Yeah.
But it will... Look, I know there's people listening. I can't see the chat. I haven't been able to get the chat up, so I don't know what's saying, who's saying what, or whatever.
Well, let me just interrupt very quickly. Keenan 1066 says, police abusing ploughs. Please tell this caller I'm thinking of him. He's been in a bad place. Hopefully, he's back on track. So yeah, there's people are out there. People are concerned. People are listening.
Well, that's why I rang you, my good brother, because we've got a lot of diversity across the earthly world. We've got a lot of people that have sold their souls to the devil. We've also got a lot that remain with their humanity intact in a human form.
Yeah.
And none more so on your chat show and in the chat, in the side room. So
Well,
you get the love, don't you? You get
well,
the love
we
over
do.
it 12
We do.
o'clock at night.
I think we're lucky. I mean, you know, I would like to have a large community, you know, for the simple fact I like interacting with people. But I'm glad that we've got this almost a smaller, tight-knit community where more people are what I call core members. Rather than having sort of any Tom, Dick and Harry come in and being abusive and slagging people off, I like the idea that we've got this core community. Anybody can become part of the core community, you know, just comes through getting involved. But we've got this core community that is genuinely really lovely people. Apart from that Lost Souls Paranormal, as you may know her as Molly.
Molly put the kettle on. Oh no, that's Polly put the kettle on, isn't it? No, it was I will never forget, Dan, as long as I've got an hole in my eye, because I was innocent. I shouldn't have ever been reminded. Even the SOs of Pentonville, the brothers and sisters in uniform, were absolutely tremendous how they behaved towards me.
Yeah.
And not just me, many other brothers are wrongly or rightly incarcerated. They've got empathy, compassion, and a moral compass pointing towards heaven.
Right.
They wrapped me up. They looked after me as best as they could. And even they said, you know, I was under the mental health back there, speaking to a lovely woman called Anisha. And this SO, I won't name drop him, but he said, look, for what it's worth, he shouldn't be in here. It's an absolute joke that he's in here for what he's been accused of. And I will never forget the day in tears I attempted lignature, Dan. It will be something that will haunt me to the day I leave this world.
Listen, do you know?
It was a real awful time.
Right, let me say something to you about that. Right, okay. People that do those kind of things, I've done similar. Okay, people that do those kind of things, you think you're embarrassed by it. You beat yourself up over it. What you've got to do is you've got to accept what you tried to do. Okay,
Yeah.
You've got to accept that you got to a breaking point and you nearly done something silly, but you didn't. But you're still here, and that is what you've got to celebrate. You know, don't dwell.
God, it didn't work.
Exactly.
God, it failed.
Exactly. Don't dwell on the fact that you tried to do it. Use that, okay, as, you know, switch it around and say, look, okay, I tried to do something, but I'm still here. But I'm still fucking fighting, and I'm still pushing forward.
Yeah, that's it, my good brother Dan, you know. But I am struggling. I mean, the flat's gone to a disarray, which I think you can probably sympathise with. I mean, I don't live messy. The flat's become very messy, which is not me. I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning the other day, just sobbing my heart out, looking at a bike chain, contemplating putting that round my neck and throwing the key down the toilet. I mean, some of the most barbaric fun. I'm sorry for the heaviness to the brothers and sisters in chat for this early morning heaviness of a phone call, so please forgive me. But
no, don't be soft.
You know, I speak the truth, and I need to speak about it, because if you don't speak about these things, Dan, they end up like cancer.
Yeah, and of course, this is again. This is why I talk about my own issues, because I need people to realise that when you talk about your issues, it helps. When you hide it away and you pretend to be something you're not, you're living a lie. You're not being true to yourself or to anybody else, and nobody can help you if you hide what's actually going on. If you hide how you feel. Yes, sometimes you need to keep things, a bit low key and not tell everybody. And I understand that. I mean, I've got some things going on at the moment which I can't tell anybody. Okay, I will eventually. It will be something that goes on this channel, so that will give you an idea as to what it involves. I.e. the police and some other bits.
Sorry to interject, my good brother. Some of them are an absolute fucking disgrace how they treat human form.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I met a couple, they took me to Newham Hospital, and the brothers in uniform that took me were a credit to their mothers and fathers and a credit to themselves. They was empathetic, they spoke to me about their own suicide attempts only 3 years earlier, so there is some good working for the Met Police, but they're few and far fucking between, and the damage that the bad ones do sometimes could be too much.
It far outweighs the good that the good ones do. Far outweighs. But get this thing with the police that I'm going through at the moment. This isn't to do with my arrests, by the way. This is something completely different, something completely separate to that. There's an issue going on where I've had to call the police. Now, I wouldn't do that unless it was a serious thing and it was a criminal offence, which this whole thing that I'm dealing with is. I've already been mugged off by the police, and again now I've got now in a position where I've got one actually coming round tomorrow, not tomorrow, on the 2nd, coming round here to speak to me. Now, what I'm going through at the moment, as I say, it would ruin a lot of people. Let's put it that way. It would ruin a lot of people. And it's probably something I should never say on the channel, but I will do when I get to a point where I can, because I trust people enough on this channel to. I know I'm going to get some trolls. I'm going to get, called names and stuff like that. But I trust people on the channel to have got to know me over the past few years.
Of course, my brother.
But yeah,
you're good stuff, Dan, ain't you? You're what I call one of the old school proper stuff. What you see is what you get.
Well, I try to be. I think what I'm going,
No, you are. I told you before, you're a credit to your family, credit to your children. You're out there putting yourself on the front line. You're doing it on the YouTube, and you're reaching out to a wider community by doing that. So, let's put it this way: if you weren't doing the chat show now, I wouldn't be on the phone because there'd be no one to talk to.
Yeah.
So you've helped me tonight because I've been battling this evening, and what we do is we tend not to share our emotions with too many because we don't want to get judged, and we also are cautious and conscious that others are going through a similar situation, i.e. you. But I'm needed to reach out, Dan, and I hope you get through what you're going through. I hope the police treat you with a bit of respect on the 2nd of February.
Well, you also...
They ain't treating me of any.
Just the other thing as well is you also feel like a burden to people.
Yes, you do, my good brother. That's how I started getting up. That's why I attempted my life. From having what I used to have, the Ferraris and the 6-bedroom house, I now haven't got those things. I'm not a saint. I've contributed 50 grand a year to the tax companies when I was employed, but I'm now signing on. I'm now Universal Credit, and that is another system I'd like to talk to you about. What a joke that is, that Universal Credit.
Yeah.
That's an embarrassment, mate. They're not paying me the right money. They've stressed me out. I mean, they've 100% contributed to my more falling in mental health. They've given me the runaround on the telephone.
Yeah.
They've been rude and condescending to me and unempathetic. They've put the phone down in laughter. And these people we've got to share our most intimate life series with to try and get the best result that they could give us. And they laugh and mock and hang the phone up, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd never ever can see myself running my own stationery and printing company that I used to do years ago while I'm in this mental decline and getting no support. How the fuck am I supposed to do the language? But how am I supposed to get better
They don't want us to get this again. This goes back to being reliant on the government. They don't. They go on about we want to bring down unemployment and this. And no, you don't. If you wanted to bring down unemployment, you wouldn't be so concerned about fucking AI and getting robots into factories and doing jobs that we should be doing. So people will end up out of work, nothing to do. Lots of people will die. Lots of people will die. Because of boredom. I mean, a lot of people that retire. When I say a lot of people, I don't mean like a majority, but there's a lot of people that when they retire, they have no purpose in life, and it can kill people. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to give us no purpose in life. We won't be working for a nice house because we won't be allowed to own a house. We won't be working for a nice car because we won't be allowed to own a nice car. We won't be working because AI and robots will be doing the work for them. We will be stuck at home.
That's the setup that they want.
Completely reliant on handouts, and we, what kind of life is that for anybody?
I can tell you now, when I was in Pentonville, I've done a lot of good in Pentonville for a lot of the brothers on the wing and the brothers and sisters in uniform. This is gospel truth, Danny, so I make everyone laugh. Started calling me Daddy Jesus. I shit you not, brothers and sisters. I went, here he comes, Daddy Jesus, everyone. Because while I was there, obviously in jail, spice is rife. I think we all common knowledge with that across the earthly world. And I was banging my gums about reach out to Father Jesus, he'll help you. Anyway, cut a long story short, I got through to a couple in the prison. I stopped taking the drugs, started going to the gym. And one of the most pleasant experiences I had was when I was walking around with a brother in uniform called Mr. Jones. He walked me around the wing because I was having a bit of a Swedensville and a Western Supermare. I was ready to explode. He went, look, just come out of the cell for a minute, have a little walk around the confinery of the inside of the prison. So as I walked around, I passed a bloke called Tony, and he was leaning out the hatch with his rosary beads that I'd never seen him wearing, and he went, Daddy Jesus, you've converted me. I'm one of your disciples. And it's amazing how Father Jesus works, bruv, because I was Swedensville, Western Supermare, ready to go. I walked around with Mr. Jones, see that, it gave me a reason to keep going on.
Yeah. Scott, just 1 second, Scott.
Go on, mate.
I just need to respond to someone in the comments. NPO. You'll have to excuse me, because if you're talking about a chat that I've had with you personally, I get confused as to who I've spoken to's real name and their screen name. So can you give me some way of identifying who you are, i.e. your real name?
From the old days, I used to go under as my name.
No, not you, Scott. Sorry.
Sorry. Someone else. Sorry.
Yeah, just somebody in the comments there. Just need to double check something.
And just going back while you're doing that, Dan, these universal credit people that are guilty of killing people expect me to live on £279 a month.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
I can't live on that. My bills come on more than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's to make people reliant. It's to make people thankful that the government are helping them out when it comes to it.
And you know what I was going to say, Dan, before I got waylaid with the Father Jesus story from the brothers and sisters in uniform? When I was in the prison, they were telling me, Scott, you might have to go and UC. This was the brothers in the wing. I went, oh, God, no, not that dreaded UC. I said, I'm on the old system, because I was originally on the ESA and the DNA for mental health and sickness.
Yeah.
And anyway, I said, oh, God, I got to go on that. I like Craig, brother Craig I was talking to at the time. He went, oh, Scott, I'm telling you now, he said, it seems like you've got a lot on your plate with the phone calls you're making to the DWP, the fact that you're trying to save the flat while you're in. He said, I'm dealing with universal credit. That's all I'm dealing with, and it's made me mentally unwell. Anyway, while I was in there, I read a newspaper called Inside Times, and there was a story in there of a young lady. It might have even been the Inside Times. It could have even been a national newspaper, so forgive me if I'm wrong. But I read about a young lady, a sister of ours, Dan, that took her life. She was on the old system like I was. She was forced under duress to go into the new universal credit system.
Yeah.
They underpaid her by £200. She wrote off to them saying, I can't live on the money I was getting, so I can't live on under £200 a month. They said to her to appeal it. She appealed it. They come back with a negative equity response of no, we're not going to up the money. She took her life down by overdose and laid on top of the letter and died.
Fucking hell.
And I know the anxiety that I've been feeling, which is a new mental health problem that I've got because I never used to suffer anxiety. But now I've got that horrible feeling in the stomach every day when you have to make phone calls and you're bent up like a wire coat hanger and you don't want to make the call. And I'm making these calls knowing what a terrific human being has already done off the back of universal credit. And these people are being vile to me and I just don't know what to do, Dan, anymore. I ain't got much energy left.
No, well, I think we're all in a similar situation. We've all run out of patience and energy, and again, I think this is part of the plan. I know I keep saying it, and you probably get bored of me saying it, but I think this is part of the. I think this is part of the plan. People call me a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but.
Well, look who was right about the COVID all them years ago. When I told you about COVID spelt backward is Devok. You said to me, Devok's an evil spirit from the Jerusalem faith, if you remember, or the Jewish faith, I should say.
Yeah, that's right.
And I told you, Devok stands for devil is violating our country. And fuck me sideways. 2 years later, we're only starting realising how much the government have lied to us about the jabs.
Yeah.
It's all coming out now. 1 jab, 2 jab, 3 jab. We don't need any fucking jabs. So it's like you've said, it's that designed with lockdown, designed with mental health, designed with marriage splitting up, designed with boyfriend, girlfriend splitting up, designed with work closing, businesses shutting. We are all getting bent over and we are all getting ridden like Seabiscuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Balls deep. Mate,
they're not even smacking backwards and forwards, mate, because they're in
listen,
they are in fully deep. They are deeper than deep.
I've got just going to pass a message on to you, Scott, from Princess Angela. She says to say hello.
Oh, bless you, my little darling. Yes, I'll speak to you later on today, Ange. I did text Angela as well, because I have her mobile telephone number, and I also text your good self. I didn't text you immediately. I've been out since, I think, the 16th or 17th of December, but I've come out to the biggest headache. Debt, rent arrears, bills, electric, gas, water. I've really come out to a massive headache that even well I couldn't deal with. So trying to deal with it unwell with no mother and father support, because I got a mum and dad in the earthly world.
Yeah.
And we all need a mum and dad. I don't care how old we get. We all need the cuddle of a mother, the love of a father. And I'm telling you, my good brother Dan and my brothers and sisters in the side chat, and like I said, I can't see what you're saying, so I can't get the bloody chat up, but I'm in big trouble at the minute, and no one seems to be helping me. Oh. Even friendships have become disjointed over the last 2 years because of COVID.
Yeah. It's destroyed families and friendships, absolutely.
It's another plan, isn't it? Eventually, what happens is you don't start meeting your mate as much as you used to, even with the COVID lifting coming on, because we've become resilient to living on our own. We've become
accustomed to it.
We've become like robots, really, Dan. We've become like robots. Up to Nissa, bit of food, perhaps the kebab shop, straight back home, bit of YouTube, kebab or beer or vodka, pack of fags, sleepy poos. Right.
Let me just respond to a couple of comments here, because some of them are directed at you. First of all, Lucy, hang on. One of them's directed at me. Dan, are you getting PIP? Mind me asking how much you get. I get the low rate. The low rate PIP. I've put in about my stroke and whatnot, and the effects that I've had since there. I've done that about 6 months ago, and I've still not heard anything from them. But I'm on the low rate of PIP. Mickey Mouse says, tell Scott I give him a shout out.
Oh, thanks you, Mum. Mickey Mouse. I remember Mickey Mouse. Love you, brother or sister.
Different gravy says, bless this colour. God bless the UK says, what area is Scott in? Chigwell in Essex.
Yeah, Chigwell, Essex.
Princess Angela says she's going to sleep now, but she'll call you tomorrow, Scott.
All right, God bless. No, night, Angela. Sleep tight, love.
And Mickey Mouse says, you know me as Tom Lamb.
Yeah, nice one. Thank you, Mickey. I appreciate your compliments. Thank you, all my brothers and sisters in the side chat. It means a lot to me at this time of my earthly life, because it is the worst. Dan, I've gone through a lot. I lost an 8-week-old kid, as you know. I lost a 6-bedroom house in 2009. I lost my own stationery and printing company that I had in Chadwell Heath. I lost all my hundreds of thousands of pounds. I've lost everything. I say lost. Let's rephrase that. It's taken away from me. And now they're taking away my body as well, because they're literally killing me.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do anymore, mate. I just feel that we live in unfortunately, brother, we live in a society now, bar a few of us wonderful brothers and sisters that seem to have lost their way. And the ones that have lost their way are in a position to help and choose not to.
Sorry, yeah, and absolutely. Sorry, Scott. That was really rude of me. Then I do apologise.
You're multitasking. You're not a woman. Only women can multitask.
It's because somebody asked in the comments if Citizens Advice can help sort out outstanding bills. I found out through Tina, who is a subscriber of the channel, and I've been speaking to her on Skype recently. Tina's setting up a website to help people. She's worked in positions like for councils, and she knows about the housing. She deals with people that does PIP forms, DLA forms, whatever you want to call them, reviews, all that kind of stuff. She's setting up a website with lots of information to help people. Now, she sent me something. I'll put the link under this video once I come off of this live stream, and then if anybody can go find it. But she gave me a link the other day. Sorry, not the other day. Yeah, on the 11th of January, sorry. She sent me a link. Citizens Advice Bureau had to sign a gagging order, okay, in order to receive a share of £51 million from the department.
You can bet your life, bro. Bet your life.
Hang on, from the Department of Work and Pensions.
Wow.
So Citizens Advice no longer works for the people; it works for the Department of Work and Pensions, and they've been given a gagging order, or they were given a gagging order to prevent them from telling people that they are now tainted. So, so I would suggest you don't use the CAB if you can get away with not using them, and I will put a link in the description for Tina's website. In fact, let me just hang on. I'm sure she might have she has sent it to me. Just give us a second, and I'll pop it. I'll pop it in the comments.
Because what I've got to do, my terrific brothers and sisters, is I've got to ring this UC up again tomorrow. Now, it's been 4 or 5 weeks since I've been out, and I tell you, Dan, I ain't no lie. I call a spade, I tell it how it is. Whether you like it or not, you let the truth out my mouth.
Yeah.
And these people put me in bed for 5 days the other day. And I'm dreading the phone call, because, Dan, because you suffer with your health as well, bless you. That these people don't seem to appreciate the damage that they're doing.
Yeah.
And they don't seem to care, Dan.
Absolutely not.
They don't seem to care, my darling brother. You're honest. I'm honest. If I'm telling you I'm really ill, then you should be wrapping me up in cotton wool and picking me up and trying to help me.
Yeah.
We wouldn't treat God's creatures the way that we're treated as human beings. You wouldn't step over an injured puppy. You wouldn't step over an injured kitten in the street, but you'd step over a human being.
Yeah. Mad, isn't it?
And you kick dirt in their faces and walked off.
Sorry, just let me say, I'm going to put the link in the comments now. This is this is independentadvicenet.uk. This is Tina's website. This is who's dealing with it. As I say, there's lots of information on there at the moment, but there is a lot more to go on there as she builds the website. So give us some support with it, and if you need any help, you can get in touch with her through the contact page. So there.
Yeah, I will do. I appreciate you, Dan. I appreciate you, brother.
So the link is now in the comments, and I will stick it in the description after this live stream. But remember, the Citizens Advice Bureau are working for, on behalf of the DWP, since they received the share of £51 million from them.
Well, to be fair, Dan, they always were. I mean, they were always very lacklustre with the information they give across the phone. They've always been a very cloak and dagger organisation. The fact that Tina's got sense and sensibility about herself, we already know this. We already know they've been getting backhanders and brown envelopes all day long. What's happened is the devil's got his hand in plenty of these people's back of their shoulder now, and he's dragging them back with him, and they're not prepared to help us. They don't care if we commit suicide, because it's just another statistic. Bye-bye, no money for you, no universal credit, no housing. You're one of the statistics that's gone, and you can get off of our books.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it. So I think not just with me, but with every brother and sister that needs a supporting arm right now.
Yeah.
Horrible. I never ever thought that in the 21st century we'd be living in a society that was once called Great Britain. There's nothing great about this country anymore, Dan. The great's been kicked out of it years ago.
Yeah, somebody said the word. Somebody said the word. We were great, earlier on, and I pointed it out. I said you're absolutely right, and that's the magic word. We were great. We were powerful. We were a country of people that would stand up and fight for our freedoms, that would care about other people. Yes, you're always going to get people that are wankers in whatever society. Every society has its wankers, but the vast majority of people would do anything for anybody. When we was going, especially when we was going through a fucking a crisis. I mean, look at the war. Everybody was there for each other. Do you know what I mean?
Well, them days, my terrific brother Dan, they're long gone. I mean, you think about how good the earthly world was years ago. We are so disjointed across the world now as a nation that it is actually frightening.
Yeah.
It's really scary how we treat humankind. Our fellow brothers and sisters, we look down our nose on people, we judge people, we ridicule the ill, we desecrate the sick, instead of putting a Band-Aid on them and going, come on, we love you, you can do this.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's really sad. And it's terrible affairs on this country, this world, what we've become. I never thought I'd go through something like this. I mean, look, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant that I used to have a successful stationery and printing company. It doesn't come into it. But when I've contributed to the country, I do expect a little bit more of a cuddle than maybe some that haven't contributed.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And I'm not getting that. And I'm thinking, why the fuck did I pay 50 grand a year to this country to then them not help me through no fault of my own?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and I've said this as well. We when it comes to things like the national insurance, for example, and I'm going to try and steer clear of the people coming into the country and not paying towards it, but getting all the benefits. I'm going to steer clear of that and use the NHS example. Now, the NHS have turned around and said that they may. And lots of other people are saying, don't treat people who haven't been vaccinated. Well, fuck you. If we've paid NI all our lives, we have a contract with you for you to supply us with the care that we fucking deserve.
We so need. Yeah.
Okay. So if you're not going to supply us, that means you're in breach of contract. Okay. Therefore, you can give me back all the fucking NI payments that you've ever had, and I'll go private. End of.
And I guarantee you get a nice few quid out of all the years you've worked and grafted since you were 16, 17, 18 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan, I'm not scared of anyone, mate. Being religious, I'm not even scared of the devil because I stand with Father Jesus, okay? Now, what does scare me is what I'm capable of, what I've been capable, I should say, of doing to my own human form. And I don't want to be pushed there because I'm not taking my life because West Ham United lost the game of football.
Yeah.
I'm taking my life because society has absolutely fouled me and many other good brothers and sisters like me.
Right, I'm going to correct you. You wanted to take your life.
Yes, bruv, I wanted to. Love you.
Right.
Not
okay.
anymore. Not anymore. Though it's going to be a fight, and it's going to be a real tremendous fight because after such a long traversity of 16 years of misery, it has started eating away at me now.
Yeah.
Because what happens, my good brother Dan and the brothers and sisters in the chat room there, you start getting tired. I'm getting older. I'm not getting younger.
Yeah.
I'm 45. All of a sudden, the window of opportunity to once be that once successful businessman is getting taken away from me further because I'm getting older in early years. So then the energy level goes down. You think, pretty much, fuck it, I'm fucked. This is me now. I've got to rely on the state for the rest of my earthly life.
Yeah.
And they're not even helping me. So how long can I live on what they're giving me? A year? Perhaps two? Before I think, fuck this, excuse my language, guys. But 279? 279? I can't even afford to eat, let alone pay the bills. And eventually you give up, don't you?
Well, let me put it this way. My lecky bill and my gas bill. Now, a year ago, when I had the dogs, because I still had the dogs at this point a year ago. So a year ago, when I had the dogs, I used to leave the telly on. Okay, so the telly was on all the time for the dogs, unless it was night time and then it'd turn off. But as soon as I got up in the morning, the telly would go on, and it was for the dogs. It was to keep them, you know, feeling that they weren't alone. I used to come in here, I used to do my stuff on the computer, so my computer was on 24/7. I had washing machine running all the time, I had lights on, I had all of that stuff, and I was spending about £1 a day on gas and lecky, okay, which I think's pretty good.
I think it's very good.
But now, I mean, I got used to that pound a day. But now I'm seeing some days it's over £2 a day. Other days it's just under £2 a day. So it has got up over double, nearly
and
triple.
So food, Dan, in the 8 months I was reminded, I've come out and shopped at Nissa and had a heart attack nearly at how much the food's gone up.
Yeah.
In 8 months of being incarcerated.
Of course. But the thing is,
they're sticking everything up, my brother, Dan, but they're not putting our money up.
but this is what I'm getting at. I when they say choose between eating and heating, I thought to myself that you must be in a really bad position to be in that state. It must be horrible.
Well, that's like me. But that's before on the old system that I was on. It was still a struggle, and there was times I had to rob people to pay Paul, but I got by it. They're underpaying me. I'd say between £300 or £400 to what they were paying me before I was incarcerated in April of last year.
Right.
And I can't live on what they were paying me in April, March, February and January of last year and the year's gone by.
Yeah.
I certainly can't live with inflation at a rate of £300 less.
Well, yeah. Well, look, I'm just, I'm struggling myself, and again, I'm not saying this for any fucking sympathy or anything like that. And I'll probably get some people go, oh fucking hell, here we go, whatever. I'm saying it because I'm saying it because this is what I'm going through, and again, there's lots of people that are going through similar. Today, for example, and I do this a lot anyway. Okay, I don't eat all the time. Okay, I can go days without eating, but sometimes when you're hungry and you want to eat, but you got nothing in because you've had to pay it on your bills. Those are the days that get you down, because it's not by choice. Then you're not choosing not to eat that day. You're forced not to eat that because your money's gone on other things, and that is what brings you down. When you make a choice, that's fine. It's a choice you've made. You live with it. When you're forced to do something, i.e. not eat or not have heating, that is when it starts affecting you.
Yes, my brother. And I'll tell you another thing down in the side chat room as well, and I hope they're not going through the situations I'm going through, and I wish them every bit of happiness on the earthly life that they've got. But what happens when you do crumble mentally, you make bad choices. So perhaps you'll go and drink when you wouldn't be drinking normally.
Members of this channel have seen that with me. Okay, I've drunk a few times because my head's been up my arse, and I use it as a way to hide the fact, to hide how I feel. But I do that sometimes. I make the wrong choice. Most of the time, I make the right choice, and I don't drink, and I'll push through it. Sometimes I make the bad choice, and I'll get a bottle of brandy, and I'll get myself wrecked. But we all do it. We are all human beings, and we all make fucking mistakes. Mickey Mouse, listen, honest. I didn't say it for that reason. I'm just. I choose most of the time. I choose not to eat every day because I am a fat bastard. Okay. My issue comes is when you're forced not to eat because you can't afford to, and that does happen sometimes to me. I'm sure it happens to many people that are watching, especially when you've got kids, because they come first and you may have to go without so that your kids get fed or clothed or whatever. Okay, so I get it. It's just that it's not spoken about enough by people when they're in situations like that because they feel embarrassed. And yes, it can be embarrassing, but it is not our fault. It is not our fault that we're in this situation where we get given scraps to live off of by the government.
We break down and spend the money that we shouldn't be spending on drink because we've been broken down for a month beforehand.
Yeah.
Because on Saturday, in a crisis, and I'm very, very tearful, and I ain't ashamed to admit that, very, very tearful, I went and got 2 bottles of drink through the day, not because I wanted to drink, because I just didn't want to think about it more, Dan.
Yeah, right, I'll get you.
and got myself in such a misery. I didn't even drink to enjoy the drinking like the brothers and sisters at the side chat, or if you're in a good place, you go to the pub and you go and meet your friends. I got drunk to numb the pain, and that's scary because I was drinking vodka like water.
As I say, we make these decisions. They're poor decisions, but it's not being made with a straight thinking head, which is why we make these decisions.
They're bred. Sorry to interject, my good brother. They're bred out of the problems that we've given for 3-4 months, or 3-4 weeks, or 3-4 days before we snap.
Yeah.
Then we make a bad decision because of how people have treated us in false positions of power, the government, the DWP, the Universal Credit, the council, whoever it may be, the police. They bully, let down, rude, hang up, laugh, put you on a silent hold.
Yeah.
You then have to make 10 phone calls. You're exasperated. After the 10th phone call, you're down the shop getting a bottle of drink.
Yeah. But you could be on the phone. I mean, I had to phone them a few weeks back, and I was on the phone for over an hour on hold. On hold, and I swear to God that it must have been over their lunchtime, and they just left me on hold while they all fucked off for their lunch.
Yeah,
so I swear to God.
To me, I was on the down. This is no lie. I don't lie. From 8 o'clock in the morning, which it'll be tomorrow, to 6 o'clock at night for 2 days solid, and 4 weeks beforehand, this Universal Credit treated me like this.
Yeah,
that's a long time. 8 in the morning, lots of phone calls, lots of rudeness. Yami being rude, Paul being rude, this one being rude, that one being rude, no empathy, no compassion, no moral compass pointing towards heaven. Just a complete and utter disjointed behaviour towards me as a human being. Then what do I do, my terrific brother Dan and the side chat brothers and sisters? I'm then fucking letting my own self down as a human being because of the behaviour of others. I'm storming up the road. I've got a Swedensville. I've got the beanie hat on. I've got a cigarette in my hand, puffing away like Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah.
There's another bottle of vodka, and who lets themselves down drinking me?
Yeah.
But they don't get it, Dan. They don't understand that I'm drinking not out of choice. I'm drinking out of necessity.
Yeah, no, I get you. Honestly, I do. As I said, people have seen me drink on these live streams, and I shouldn't do that. It's fucking stupid, but I do. Okay, sometimes, not all the time, because as I say, sometimes I have a clearer head, and I think to myself, I need a fucking drink, but then I talk myself out of it. Sometimes things get so bad that a drink isn't, you don't even think about it, you just go and do it.
No, you're damn right. It doesn't even come into it. You just walk down the shop like a robot, get it, and you pour the biggest amount of vodka or brandy that you've ever poured in your life.
Yeah.
I mean, on Saturday, I was in a very scary situation, which I know you can appreciate with, and I dare say brothers and sisters of mine and yours in the chat room that can appreciate it. I'm pouring the most biggest measures down, and I'm drinking it like it's an orange juice. So I'm not putting the glass down until it's empty.
Yeah.
Then I'm pouring another one. Then I'm necking that, and then I'm crying because I don't even want to drink.
Yeah.
It's the most horriblest thing that I've ever been put through because of the behaviour and conduct for others.
Perpetual cycle, unfortunately. But as I say,
and scary, mate.
And that's
very,
one of the reasons I love this. I love this community. I know there's people in this community that will say to me, "Stop being a dick," and they're saying it from the right place. They're not being, they're not being offensive. They're not being rude.
Saying it 'cause they care.
They're saying it's coming from the right place, and they'll go, "Don't be a dick, Dan." And I've had it from people in messages, maybe not on the live streams, but but people will message me while I'm on a live stream on my phone, going, "Dan, don't be a dick, mate. You shouldn't be drinking." But again, this is why I love the community, because there are genuine people out here that care that much that they will take, even though it's a few seconds, they will take the time to message or to phone. That to me is more important.
Last year. I did when you was in a bit of a wonky place. I texted her and said, if there's anything I can do for you financially or there's anything you need, let me know. Now, I'm not a millionaire, but I would have reached out and done what I would expect any good human being to do for a fallen brother or a fallen sister. That's what we do. We pick one another up. The government are not doing it.
Yeah, sit.
So we need to.
Absolutely.
But it's, I don't know, my brother Dan, I don't know if I'm going to make this, but I'm going to do everything in my power to try and make it. I mean, it's like I said to you on the text message the other day, which I'm pleased to give the platform that you've given me to share it with the brothers and sisters in the side chat there. I've shown an avid interest in the auditor for a very long time because I admire and I appreciate my brothers in arms for what they do on the front line with regards to the police. They're not doing it because they're bored. They're doing it because the police are fucking poor.
Yeah.
Simple. That's why they're doing it. And Chris and Cody Burks and DJ and Matty and you and everyone that's out there, putting yourself out there, I've got so much love for you, brothers. You'll never, ever understand how much love I've got for you. Because I would love to be well enough to do the same. But unfortunately, society has bent me over and ridiculed me. So I do it from afar, which I said to you 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. When the police come through my door, they've glorified and they've been on my Facebook. They see I support the auditors. They see this, they see that. Because they're watching me.
Yeah.
They're watching my compliments on YouTube. They're watching my chat. I haven't got the chat up now because I need some help to do it. But last year when I had my tablet, they refused to give me back. Henceforth, I'm without the chat facility because they've got my tablet, the police, and won't give me it back. So I've got a new tablet. I'm trying to reset the chat up so I can talk to my brothers in the chat room, my sisters in the chat room, and start engaging with one another again.
Yes,
but
yeah.
they don't want that, do they? They don't want me to have support. They want me to commit suicide. That's why they don't give me my tablet back.
If they can, I was talking to somebody earlier. I think it might have been a call. You'd have to forgive me if it was a call earlier. Forgive me, because sometimes my timeline goes fucking skew if. So it may have been yesterday or Thursday. Somebody was mentioning something about. Oh fuck's sake! Oh, do you know what? Sometimes this makes me feel like having a drink when something is in my mind, and it's literally that. It's like, do you know what it's like? It's like having this here. It's like having a microphone, right? And I'm talking away, and I'm so used to it being there that I wouldn't even notice it. It just disappeared, and I carry on talking without realising that you guys can't hear me. That's what it's like. It just fucking goes. It just disappears, and it is really annoying. It is so annoying.
You're all right, Dan. You're good stuff, mate. I've told you before. I'm going to tell you again. You're a fucking terrific geezer. I've got enough respect for you. I've never met you in the physical sense, but you're a proper brother. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of what you're doing with your free time to try and help us, help the brothers and sisters in the side chat, and help me this evening, or this morning, as it is now. And you're a credit to your kids. I told you this before, told you it, and I'm telling you again. You've done enough for me, and you've not even met me. And it's just nice to know you're there. Not just you, but Mickey Mouse, the boys and girls in the chat room, because we're a family, and we don't want to lose any of our family to diverse circumstances like suicide.
Of course not. Of course not. Actually, talking of which, just some sad news. Let me just I need to bring this up because it's on my Facebook, so just bear with me 1 second. Where the hell is it? Messages, inbox.
I hope the brothers and sisters don't mind that I've taken up a bit of time today on the phone. I do apologise.
Nah, they're all right. Just ignore them anyway.
I can't see them. Thank God for that.
Right.
They're slaughtering me, they Dan. Go on, they're slaughtering me, Dan. Every cloud had its silver lining. I can't see the chat.
Oh, where the hell is it? I should have done this earlier. Oh, where the heck is it? It's here. I know it's here. It wasn't that far back. It was the other day. So where is it? Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, here we go. Right. Does anybody here remember Petrolhead?
Yes.
Does anybody remember Petrolhead?
Petrolhead was the one that was abusing me. I remember him.
Right. Does anybody else remember Petrolhead?
I do. He really was gunning for me on the cyberbullying.
Okay. I was told on Tuesday that Petrolhead had died on the 18th of January.
Oh my goodness, really? God rest his soul.
Well, I'm not. I'm not saying. I know you had your issues with him. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it to upset anybody.
You know the problems we had because I come on your chat show and I ridiculed him and told him to get on the line and stop cyberbullying me over the fucking cyberbullying.
Yeah.
And be a man up and get on the phone to me.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm a religious man, as I said 10, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour ago. So if that is true, God rest his soul, home to heaven with that ever-growing, ever-loving heavenly family, amen. Because I don't hold any animosity to him. He obviously judged me from what he thought he knew of me. He got me wrong. He didn't understood me. I arranged to come and meet him at Ilford if he wanted a coffee and a latte.
Yeah.
To get to know the man that he was cyberbullying. Because his cyberbullying, Dan, was absolutely gross at a time when I didn't deserve it.
Yeah.
But even so, I'm not the sort of guy when he was being horrible or go, well, good riddance, bye-bye, off to hell.
Yeah.
I'm not made like that.
No.
So if that is true, then I'm very sorry to hear that because,
Well,
no one likes to hear such bad news.
The contact I had, I won't say a name, but it's I received a message saying saying that hi Dan, Petrolhead died on the 18th of January of a heart attack.
God.
So obviously on my Facebook page it sends an automated response when somebody messages me just to say that I'll get back to them as soon as possible. Then I had a response to that saying it's William's partner. So William was his name. So
I'm very sorry, William, for his loss from the earthly world, and may he be embraced with a bosom of Father Jesus cuddles and kisses right now.
Yeah.
And maybe Daddy Jesus can have a word to him about the son that stands on this earthly world talking on the telephone to you tonight, Dan, because now he will understand what a terrific human being I am because he'll be standing next to our dad.
Yeah.
And that's our Father Jesus. So he will know exactly the man that he didn't come and meet now.
Yeah.
And he will know I'm a good human being. Now he'll be told.
So
it's sad, and I pray for his family, his wife or his girlfriend and his children. I think that he had a lot of kids, from what I can gather. And it's a terrible loss. Whatever he thought of me, he's still got a family that he provided for, and he had children's mouths that he needs to put food in their mouths. So I hope that his wife gets all the support that she needs. And I hope that all the community rally around for him and his wife and protect her as much as they can and get her through this very difficult transition.
Yeah, well, she says obviously she's clearly upset.
Of course.
I said to her, because I was having some trouble receiving the messages, I was getting a notification, but when I went into my inbox, I wasn't seeing the messages. So obviously I told her that my thoughts are with her, and I actually asked her if it was okay to let the community know. My bad.
Well, I am quite sad. I'm quite sad.
Well,
it's quite a sad state of affairs.
My bad. I should have said it on Thursday when I'd done the live stream. I completely slipped my mind, which is pretty terrible. But you mentioned what you've just mentioned. Our chat here has just made me realise and made me think. So I asked if it was okay to share with the
crowd. It's sad, Dan, that we never know, sweetheart, and my brothers and sisters in the side chat, we never know when it's our time to go. I could wake up tomorrow. We never know, do we, when it's our time to leave this world.
Right.
That's why we've got to be as humanitarian as we most possibly can. So when we do leave, we can stand in front of Father Jesus and we say, I was the best human being I possibly could be, Dad.
Yeah.
Made mistakes, but I reached out and I've done the best I could, and that's what I know I can say. And hopefully Petrolhead's at rest now, William. And I'm very sad to hear that because I would like to have met him. I would like to have spoken with him, and I guaranteed it would have gone full circle with me and gone, I'm sorry, Scott, I read you all wrong and I apologise for the cyberbullying. I know that would have come out of his mouth.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen. So, sad.
Well.
Who else is going to cyberbully me now without the Petrolhead? I feel like I'm lost part of me right arm, Dan. If I ain't got a William cyberbullying me, I feel a bit lost.
I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can find somebody if you really want.
You idiot! You idiot! If you play your cards right, Scotty, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What was he over?
We're never
The
listen.
whole joke's just like
Listen,
very sad.
we're never short of a troll or two on YouTube. Don't you worry about that.
Well, unfortunately, that's the way of this world, Dan, isn't it? That when you're honest like I am, because if people want to read my Facebooks, I speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now, a lot of people absorb that like a sponge absorbs water, and they feel for me, and they have empathy, compassion, and a moral compass pointing towards heaven. But there is others that look at that, don't have any empathy, don't have any compassion. I think, goody, goody, goody. Now I'm going to beat you with all your honesty.
Yeah.
That's being honest on this earthly world that gets you bent over and ridden like Seabiscuit, your honesty.
Sorry,
with me, there ain't no airs and graces on me. I tell you, it is. You won't ever hear a story about me in the background because I've told you everything on the phone line.
Yeah. There's a message here from Mickey Mouse saying to ask Scott to go on the Real North Media's channel if you would. I don't know if he means now. If he's trying to poach you from my channel, then I'm not very happy.
Well, I used to get on very well with a Real North audit, and then I don't know what happened. He started blocking me on the thing and a this and a that, and I just couldn't quite work out what had happened. So I don't know if someone got in Sweden or that he believed the pack of lies that was said about me, but he started disjointing from me and disjointing from the conversations, and then before I knew it, I was blocked.
Yeah.
So if I'm not blocked from the Real North audit, then I'll go back and have another talk with him, because I used to have a lot of respect for that man. Still have. Used to have a lot of respect for him.
Sounds.
And thought he was out there doing a good job.
Right.
So yeah, no, I will do.
Cool. Well, listen, Scott, we've been chatting.
Listen, thank you, my brothers and sisters, for listening. I hope it's not been too long with you. Thank you, man. Yeah.
No worries. No problem.
You're a star, and I'll try and speak with Angela tomorrow, and perhaps you can help me set up this Google so that I can get to see the chats, because I don't know what I need to do with the tablet that I've got, which is only a cheap £70 Amazon Fire one, but I don't know what I've got to do to reset up that thing so that when I come on your shows, I do see the side chat there.
Yeah.
So perhaps someone can help me later on today with that, and we can go through it while I'm on the telephone with someone.
No worries. I'm sure there will be.
All right, love you, Dan. Love
All right,
you,
my friend.
brothers and sisters in the side chat. God bless you, Dan.
Look after yourself.
I will do, and thank you for my opportunity to speak candidly and open and honest with all my family. Take
Always.
care, yeah?
Take it easy.
Love you, Dan.
Good night, mate. Good night.
Bye, mate.
Oh, it's non-stop tonight. Hello, caller.
Hello, Dan. It's Bobby again.
Hello, Bobby. You all right, mate?
Not bad. How's yourself?
I'm okay.
I've just been listening to Scott then.
Yeah.
Now, this is what I get pissed off about for Dan. There's a lot of people like him needs help, and there's other people just moan about stupid things
Yeah.
in the world. Now, I'll give you a backstory to me. I was from the age of 12, 13, I was drinking whiskey up to about 5 years ago. I couldn't function without a drink. Now, so I know what he's going through. Like, my mother tried to kill me 3 times.
Fucking hell.
Now, and one time she brought 4 big fellas to give me a good kick, and then I was 14, 15. So I've had a lot of problems in my life. Like, when I used to drink, I was drinking about 2 bottles of whiskey a day.
Right.
I couldn't function. I couldn't even get out of bed without a drink, Dan. So I know what people like him, that fella's going through. And I truly believe that we should help people like him. And like one woman, what is the one woman friend? What's that? Barney or Bailey or somebody? The one woman, I can't remember the name. So I believe that's what I get mad for, Dan. That's why I had a bit of a rant before.
Yeah, no, I get it. Look, I totally understand. People find the most insignificant things to make a fuss about when there is so much more important stuff that people could be concentrating on.
And that's what I say, Dan. When I wasn't drinking, I was a nasty bastard, and I'm sorry what I put my ex-wife through. But now, even today, I have to have a bottle of whiskey in my house. I don't drink it, and I might have a little sip. But people say, well, you're a drunk, you're this and this. It's an illness. It doesn't matter. Like, smoking. I smoke cigars as well. It's a comfort.
Yeah.
And people say, well, oh, you should stop. You should do this. You should do that. You can't. You've got to stop. The only way you're going to stop is when you realise you're at the rock bottom, and it's up to you. I have been through AA meetings, left, right, and centre. Nothing helped me.
If you're not ready to give up, you won't give up, and that's why when I was doing, I know it's not quite the same, but when I was trying to give up smoking, I thought that's what I wanted to do. I went to a few meetings, then I realised I wasn't ready to give up, so there was no point in me taking up that space anymore. But when I was drinking, when I was younger, it took for me to nearly miss my child being born. That was the kick up the arse that I needed in order to say, right, enough is enough. And it's very difficult for people to find that kick up the arse that they need, so I understand where people are coming from when they need something as a crux to help them function.
I fell on the phone, Dan. He's not alone. I said to that one woman, what's her name? The lady, Barney, the one woman.
Bryony, one woman vigilante.
Barney.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said to her, I'm a good listener because I would rather help somebody. My life experience, maybe it's different to yours or different to other people, but when I was born, Dan, I was born with porphyria. I'm allergic to the sun. So
Right.
my mum thought basically didn't want me from the second I was born. My nan brought me up. After that, my mother hated me with a passion. She tried to kill me 3 times. One time she tried to slit my throat. So people think I'm a racist, the sexist, the homophobic. I just think that if you treat somebody, you should treat somebody with respect. And you should give you the back. I don't care who you are or what you are. If I could do something to help you, I would. But you get people in the comments, like that fella said, I'm a racist and all this crap.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm just saying what I like I say, Dan. There's a lot of fucking weird shit going on in this world.
I think people forget that you need to take time to get to know somebody.
Yeah.
And people will hear something that they may misunderstand, or they may have been indoctrinated to believe it means something else, and they'll use that to make their decision on whether you're a decent person or not. Whereas what we used to do is we used to meet people, get to know them. Yes, sometimes you can tell people are complete wankers as soon as you meet them. Literally within seconds, you get a vibe, you get a feeling. But when it comes to things like being online, it's very difficult. So you need to get to know people before you start making assumptions about people.
That's right. That's what I just believe. That's what I say to people. When you want to talk to me, you can talk to me anything you like. I don't give a rat's ass what you talk about. If you need to get something off your chest, like I say, talk away. And you get people like the fella on the phone where he's going to commit suicide and all this business. And people seem to think, well, he's crying out for attention. Maybe so, but if he's crying out for attention, he's asking for help.
Yeah, 100%.
Get help. And you get doctors, nurses, like police officers. Like there was one of the chats said the police officer in mental health, the nurse laughed at it, and the police officer called it a wanker. The nurses, the police are there to protect the public. And you get some dickheads in the police, nurses, etc. You think you're a piece of scum.
Yeah.
When I had to go to the hospital the other week because I get turned. Another thing that I've had porphyria since the second I was born. Sometimes I get chest pains, back, legs pains. I went to the doctor. The doctor's got all my records. The first thing he said, it was a woman, standing doctor. Oh, it's COVID. I took 14 tests, Dan. Every one of them was negative.
Yeah.
So I said to the doctor, I said, well, the test was negative. I said, So you're trying to say to me, I've had cold for the last 50, 49 years. She goes, oh, no, no. I said, well, there's the proof. It's a negative. She goes to me, well, it could have been the negative. It could have been a false
False
negative.
negative, yeah.
So I said,
14 times.
I said to her, right then, if it was positive, could have been a false positive. She said, no. I could argue it. So when I went to the hospital, Dan, I was in the waiting room. The police officers there to arrest me. The fella came in, and then I was really pissed off anyway, Dan. I had to phone my ex-wife to take her to the hospital.
Yeah.
So I said, so I'm sitting there waiting 2 hours. That's what I mean. The fella came in, done a big, and you doing this. I got sore straight away. And I said, I've been waiting here for 2 hours. All I need to do, I get an injection. It's like, I can't remember what it was, to get me heart down and I get high blood pressure.
Right.
But people think I'm just like a racist and pedophile, blah, blah, blah. Homophobe. All sorts. I said, well, I just want to do what I want to do. If you're going to do it, do it. Then you get people's stories like the fellow on the phone. I feel sorry for them people. They're crying for help and people laughing at them.
Yeah.
So that's what I believed, and I just believe there's some sick people out there who just think it's the world's all them and living.
Yeah,
and everyone's got to.
Yeah, you're right. Some people get off on demanding respect from people that they've not earned. They get off on berating people that they don't know. Slagging people off at every opportunity, with specifically without getting to know somebody properly. Most people that dislike each other, if they took the time to get to know each other rather than basing their assumptions on just on what they see, for example, or what they've heard, this world would be a far better place to live in. And again, back in the Second World War and whatnot, when people were pulling together, it didn't matter where you was from. People would help each other and they would be there for each other. But now, life has got so messy that people just don't take the time to communicate with each other anymore.
Another thing, man, I felt last day. How much pip you get. It's not anybody's business what you get and what you don't get.
Yeah.
That's what pisses me off. People think, well, I don't care how much you get. What you get, you get. Now, it's not other people's business what you do with your money, what you get, and this and this and this. And then you get people like, oh, you're on pip. So what? If you're on pip, so what?
Yeah.
What? Like, you must be getting pip for a reason. That's what I look at it. I've worked all my life, and I go, well, you pay national insurance. I said, I don't care if I pay national insurance if that money goes to people who need it. People go to the food banks now, and they flag them off. I said, well, people's got to eat. Either pay the levy or eat. If you got kids, Dan, like my nan had 14 kids plus me, so she had 15 kids.
Jesus.
So, like you said, what happened with us, if you didn't eat your tea, it used to be there for breakfast, then you didn't eat the breakfast, it'd be there for lunch. So, people's got to realise something on it, that instead of fucking other people over, just think to yourself, that person could be suicidal, a drunk, like I was. I'd be honest with you, Dan. If I would have phoned you when I was a really pisshead, I would have been screaming top of my head because I was a really nasty bastard. Now, that's the reason why I stopped. I had my son and his granddaughter. and the kitchen caught fire
Right.
because I was pissed. And that did me that really shocked me.
Wake up call, innit? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get me wrong, Dan. Sometimes I have a little swig now and then, but now I could go weeks and weeks and weeks and months without a drink. But before, I couldn't even get out of bed without a swig. But then people then think, well, I put it down as a mental illness. It's an addiction. Any other addiction. Coke, weed, whatever, cigarettes. You're addicted to it. And it's like a comfort blanket to people. People should just watch what they say, because you might say to that fella on the phone, son, blah, blah, blah. He could then take that and kill himself.
Well, yeah, this, again, this, you if you invalidate somebody who feels invalidated by everybody, you could be that final straw on the camel's back, so to speak. Now, I'm if somebody's pissing me off, I'll tell them they're pissing me off. Okay, yeah. I've got no qualms about that, and but that's just the way it is. But I will always offer my time to people who make it clear that they need to talk to somebody. All right. So, and the reason I do that, like I just said, is if I could be the last person to invalidate their thoughts. They get that all the time. Everybody that that suffers from mental health and depression, you are constantly invalidating yourself and your own thoughts. Then you get invalidated by other people. Okay, so it's a barrage of invalidation, and you get to a point where somebody's going to invalidate you, and you are going to be right. Well, fuck it. That's it. Nobody cares. What's the point of being here? And the last thing I would ever want to do, and it's not the reason I'm doing it. You know what I mean? I don't sit here and think to myself, I would feel guilty. That's not the reason I do it. But I would hate myself if I knew I could have helped somebody, and instead I made them feel like shit. I couldn't live with that.
That's why I respect you for that. That's why I phone you up. That's why I met you on Facebook.
Yeah.
I just think you give people a voice that hasn't got a voice. If it wasn't like people like yourselves, that fella would have been sitting on the road, thinking bad things, thoughts. That's what I'm saying. That's why I can't understand people. And another thing I can't stand is like people say it's mental health and they talk a load of nonsense. I believe I'm a Napoleon. If they believe what they believe, it's up to them. Don't go to them and say, you're not Napoleon, Napoleon's dead.
Yeah.
Just say, oh yeah. I used to have a woman, speak to a woman, this is years back, thought I was her husband. I never corrected her.
Yeah.
Say, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. Because I used to think to myself, if I said I'm not her husband, then she would have to come to the conclusion that her husband was dead.
Yeah.
What that would happen. So I spoke to her, she's passed away now, she was lifting back of me. She's passed away now. But every day I used to go, oh, how's my wife today? And then she used to do a big smile, used to come out a big on her face, Dan. So I used to think, well, that's another that made happy today.
Yeah.
But you get other people say, well, oh, he's talking nonsense. Yeah, they may be talking nonsense. But to them, it's what they believe. It's what they believe to be true. So maybe it's nonsense to you, but to them, it's perfect sense.
Yeah, but Bobby, just 1 second, mate. Different gravy has just said, I need to talk, but think it's not worth it. Listen, if you need to talk, think about the words you've used. You've said you need to talk. Therefore, it is worth it. Therefore, it's important to you. Okay, so
tell us that, or tell him, whatever it is, that it takes nothing to talk, and maybe that little talk could save your life.
Yeah.
I said to people, just ring me up. If I'm busy, I ring you back. If not, and that's the phone. I could talk to people for hours, Dan.
Yeah.
And then just sit there and say nothing. And then when they're at the end of the day, they say, "Oh, that got a lot on my mind. Thanks."
Yeah.
Go ahead. But that's what I'm saying. People should just learn to talk to people instead of judging and mocking people for mental illness. Mental illness is the worst sort of illness going because it's in your head, and you may think one thing, and in reality, it's a different case.
Yeah.
But
Let me just say something there, Scott. You said, fuck's sake, it's going again. Oh my god, I fucking hate this. Oh Jesus Christ, this is really annoying when this happens. Sorry, go ahead, Scott. Carry on. Sorry, I didn't. Not Scott, Bobby. I'm sorry for interrupting you and then fucking losing my place. I apologise.
don't worry about it. It's just that I just believe if people ask us crying out for help, don't mock them. Just say what's the problem, and if you can't solve it yourself, then you say, well, I might say for example, somebody asks me about the police, and I don't know much about the police. I might go, well, like I was talking to my ex-wife in the hospital, and your channel came up. I said, go to him, look at his channel, and that's why the police told me he was going to arrest me. And that's why I messaged you on Facebook. He said to me, it's not an offence to talk, your opinion, blah, blah, blah. So if I don't know the full information or I don't know anything about it, I would say to you, go somewhere else or point them to somebody who could help.
Yeah.
Like you said about the citizen fight. The citizen fight is all about debt. All the citizen fights would do for you, Dan, is come up with the debt replacement scheme, repayment scheme. That's all they do. They're not worth a wank. And loads of people go to them and said, I can't pay this debt out. You come back and say, well, but if you could pay a £5 a week, but that £5 a week, Dan, could stop them buying baby food.
Yeah.
Stop them buying baby. So, like people, it's only a £5. Yeah, but a £5 to some people
It's a lot of money, of course, yeah.
So
Absolutely.
I just truly believe to myself, Dan, I just think now, because I'm in a happy place at this moment, that if people talking about whatever they want to talk about, let them. Don't go out mocking them, or don't even ask a personal question like that. Lucifer asked you, how much do you get paid? So what? It's not on our business what you do or how much you get. Like, I wouldn't expect you to ask me how much I was on.
Yeah.
I would tell you to fuck off. It's none of your business. Not being disrespectful.
No, I know.
People should.
Sorry,
sorry.
different gravy. Who am I to think my life is more important than anyone else's? It's not about being more important than anyone else's. Everybody's life is important. Everybody's life is just as important as everybody else's. Your thoughts, the way that you feel, okay, is important enough to you to make you say that you need to talk. Okay, you didn't say you want to talk. You said you need to talk, and I pick up on the words that people use. Okay, so you've said you need to talk rather than you want to talk. That means that whatever's going on is important to you, and if it's important to you, okay, then that is all that matters. Okay, so if you need to talk,
Would you tell her that she's important to somebody? Somebody loves her. It doesn't matter who or when. Somebody loves her, so she's important to somebody. So, like you just said, every life's important. It doesn't matter what you are or who you are. You're here for a reason. So I just tell her that if she wants to talk to anyone, I'm willing to give people my phone number.
Right.
And I could talk to them all day.
Yeah.
I normally work at night third. So, and now because I'm on furlough, so I'm basically home most of the day. So, I could talk to anyone. Now, I might not have the full answers, the right answers for you. or I can listen to you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's exactly what, sorry, now it's come back to me what I was going to say. You said about listening, talking to somebody. You're saying how
Yeah.
important it is just to be able to talk to somebody. But I think that the most important thing is not talking to them; it's listening to them.
Listen.
And I know what you mean. I'm not picking at you, by
Yeah.
the way. What you've said, I'm just, I just want to confirm to people that it's not the talking to somebody. Personally, I don't feel that it's the talking to somebody that is the most important. I think it is the listening to what somebody's got to say, so they can get that stuff off their chest, get it out in the open, rather than keeping it bottled in, eating away at them.
That's what I'm saying. Just respect people. I don't know why this so-called big madness conspiracy with everything's like the government's shafting us
Yeah,
left, right, and centre. And you get people who to say oh, we should keep it in lockdown, we should wear masks, we should tell the nurses, doctors to get vaccinated. We should tell them to do this and do this. What plans are there from that? Is that people in lockdown, the suicide rate's gone up in lockdown.
yeah.
So why are you people keep saying, like, I don't understand people. I do not understand this big, like, people wearing masks. The mask that they're wearing the street, it's not wear for wank dance, because it could go, the virus could go through the mask and they could exhale the virus.
Yeah.
So, actually, when it first came out, Dan, right, I've never wear a mask from day one, but I got loads of stick for it. The security guards, people on the bus, this and this and this. And I just used to say to them, well, you're the sheep. Now, I could breathe on you. If I had it, I could breathe on you. You get it. Doesn't matter you wear a mask or not.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes people should think before they do.
But they don't, and we can't make them. What's that saying? You can explain something, but you can't understand it for them.
You can't. You could take a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink.
Yeah, well, the one that I've heard recently is I can explain something to you, but I can't understand it for you, and that is such a perfect saying for lots of people that have shown their true colours over the past 2 years.
And you get people who phone the police, glass people up for having birthday parties, and my neighbours has been listening to the neighbours for years and years and years, glassing people up, and then you got the Prime Minister having birthday parties.
Yeah.
You got, and people are going in the hospital, come see the loved ones dying alone, and then you get some dickhead like Boris having fucking people on cheese and wine, was it? And that's what I'm saying to you, Dan. People's got to take control of this now. This is going. At first, it said it's only supposed to, what was it, 3 weeks, like 13 weeks to bring the curve.
Yeah.
2 years later, and we're still in the same situation. So, every other country's been in lockdown. Germany, Australia locked the borders down, but they still got the virus, Jan.
Yeah.
And it's fucking pointless now. It's got to the point now. I said from day one, we need a variant that's less deadly but more catchable.
Yeah.
This new one, it's done it. And then you people say, well, you still could catch it. Yeah, but you're not dying. That's the point. You're not dying.
Yeah.
Like you catch flu, you're not dying. In just the hospital, just people in hospital, it's down. People who, and even the data that they come out, 150,000 people died of COVID. No, you've died
with
COVID.
But not of.
Like if you go to hospital, like that, if I went to hospital now, before I even get to hospital, I used to have a COVID test in the ambulance. And everyone, I had 14, every one of them was negative. But the doctor, I had made with my doctor. I said, technically speaking, I could have, because I went out. She didn't tell me to put down as COVID. I went out. If I would have got arrested, I would have been fined.
Yeah. Listen,
Anyway,
Bobby.
talk to you then.
Yeah, Andrew, man. Listen, I want to go make another coffee. I want to get a couple more calls in before I call it a night. So I'm gonna put everybody back on the old porn music for for a couple of minutes. But listen, thanks for calling back in again, man. Nice one.
Before, Dennis, but I was so mad.
Say again.
Sorry, I was ranting about other things before, but I was so mad.
Mate, listen, right, as it says, right, fucking, where is it? As it says along here, okay? Any of those you can do. That's the whole point of this phoning. So it's absolutely fine. You talk about anything you like.
All right, keep up the good work anyway, lads. Thanks.
Oh, man, I'll speak to you soon. Bye, mate. Bye. Right, guys, I'm going to go make myself a coffee. I'm going to probably take another 2 calls, and then I'm going to have to call it a night because I am starting to get tired. What we've been on 6 hours almost. Jesus, it goes so quickly. So let me just pop you on hold for a minute while I go make myself a quick brew, and I'll be back. And different gravy. You are important. We're all important. Okay, and our thoughts are important, and our feelings are important. Other people may not feel that they're important to them, but if they're important to you, then they're important. Okay, and if they're important to you, then they're important to our core community on here as well. So I'll leave you with that for just a second, and I will be back. And we're back. Let me just respond to a couple of comments here. So James Whale made a career out of cutting people off. Well, James Whale works for an organisation where they have time constraints. I don't, so I don't cut people off if I can help it. Hello, caller.
Look, I'm being greedy, but I just heard some people struggling out there. God bless the UK.
Right.
Again. Right, let's be quick because my missus, Nurse Hatchet, has just given me a Zopiclone. You know what that is, don't you?
Yeah, it doesn't work for me, but yeah, I know what they are.
Yeah, mate, if you were sat here right now with me, I'll be giving you my car keys, my wallet, telling you how much I love you. Anyway, right, go back to people's hardships early on, especially
Yeah.
with Scott.
Can you just turn the sound down in the background a little bit, please? I'm getting feedback, getting an echo. I can hear myself.
Everything down here. I've got the speakerphone. How's that?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I was hearing myself as an echo, but now
me too, mate. It happens to me as well. It's on topic phone.
now it's gone.
Right, listen. Let's just couple of things. I'm starting to hang now. Electricity and gas. People that are on a low income will most likely be on one of these prepaid payments.
Yeah.
They can get £100 a year for free in 2 payments of £49.
Yeah.
If they're suffering from hardship. Okay?
Yeah.
There's that one out of it. That's it. I know not much, but £100. And then you've got the gas. Same thing again. If you're on a prepaid payment meter and you're suffering hardships, they will give you free electricity. They have to twice a year, and gas rather. Then you can go for government. There's government and council funding as well to help people with hardship as well.
Yeah.
Then we move on to the thing about food banks. The thing is with food banks, you can only have a couple.
Yeah, you're only. I think you're allowed 3 in a 12-month period, I believe.
Exactly. But the thing is, what people don't realise is now, I don't like coming in with this. Mickey Mouse knows what I kind of do and a couple of other people, but I don't like the most important thing about charity is what if you're involved in that.
Yeah.
Is silence. I don't like people knowing what to do, but I found out a lot of things.
Yeah.
And food, fuck me, Dan, I'm telling you, the amount of food is wasted is unbelievable. So every Friday night, I go and pick up food from supermarket, like Marks and Spencer's. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I can go and get lots more food if I want to, but I haven't got time on a Friday night. And like Christmas Eve, I had to fill up 2 transit van loads of food.
Right.
Absolutely loads. And then on Christmas morning, it was a bad Christmas this year, I had 30 turkeys delivered to me.
Jesus.
This morning to go and deliver back out again. I got rid of them.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier on, I don't believe in wasting food. But the thing is, people have to get involved in their local charities. Oh, habits kicking in. Yeah, people have to go. Honestly, mate, I'm fucking starting to space out. So bear with me. I'm not normally this slurry and
go on.
laborious. And every Friday night, other charities that go different nights of the week, they go to their local supermarket and they get given an abundance of food. You don't have to go dumpster diving. You don't have to go feel embarrassed. Just get in contact with these charities and they will give you get some fish freezers and use the electric.
Yeah.
Get the government electric you can get for free. Keep it running. But there's so much food out there. Damn. The amount of food I see is disgusting.
Oh, I know. I mean, even when I was a kid, when I used to, I'd tell my parents I was staying at one person's house. They'd tell their parents they were staying at my house, and we'd stay out all night. We used to go back. I don't know if it used to be the same where you are, or even up here in Liverpool, but we used to have Sainsbury's.
Yeah.
And that turned into a co-op. But we used to have Sainsbury's, and we used to go round the back of there of a night time. And yeah, the food that was thrown out, that was,
you talk about
the shelf life was that date, but it still had a week's left of used by date or longer. And this is back then. I didn't need to do that. I just done it because I was out all night and I was hungry.
Yeah, mate, you're not the only one to. What a bonus it was in the mornings at 4 o'clock in the morning to get yogurt, and orange juice. Apart
That's
from
right.
The milk and the bread.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know it's a bit naughty, but survival.
Absolutely.
But like I said, the amount of food that I'm just a volunteer. A friend of mine's got a good place, and she's just needing help now and then. And the amount of food I get
like I said, I don't waste nothing. And what we got left over that goes to the homeless or people sheltered accommodation, whatever's left they don't want, I put out for the foxes and the birds. Nothing gets wasted. But look, people have got to understand. I know it's embarrassing. I'm yet to have to go to a food bank. Touch wood, I don't. But
Yeah.
and you only get so much, and they make you. And what I see on videos and that, it make you feel humiliated.
But the thing as well, and I won't keep you because you'll end up falling asleep on the line. But what I find as well, or what I've found, because I've had to use food banks. When you go, they don't give you any real substance. Okay, they'll give you the trimmings, but they won't give you the main. Okay, so you go, you get rice, you'll get some potatoes, you'll get some tin of carrots,
a crushed loaf of bread,
but you won't get anything to go with it. I mean, if you're going to have roast potatoes and carrots and peas that you get from the food bank, for example, you want some chicken breast to go with it. You know what I mean? But you don't get any of that stuff. They just give you the tins and the dry food, and that it helps. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking it. It certainly helps. I mean, I've had pasta with gravy before. Do you know what I mean? I've had to cook some pasta up, and I've had it with chicken gravy. Because I've not had anything in. I mean, I've got nothing in now, to be honest. Like, literally, I've got nothing in. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Well, I'm going to go. I'll show you what I'm going to do. This is how I live on a daily basis, right?
It's going to be some Weetabix and with some custard on it.
And this is kind of by choice, okay, that I live like this. But just wait there. I'll leave the camera running. I will take a picture and I'll bring it back on the camera. Right, 1 second.
Yeah. We'll wait. So God bless the UK show now. Yeah, look, why is gone? Guys, listen, don't go to these food banks where they try to humiliate. I mean, it's helpful, but then if you've got kids as well, they don't provide their kids those little treats. There are organisations in every town and city and villages that feed you because there's so much food being wasted. Like, if you go to the supermarket, you know, like if you go, I don't know, 8 o'clock in the evening, they're doing the reduce to clear. Once they've done that, any food left over in that supermarket hasn't been taken by the charities, sold by you guys. The charities, we pick it up.
Right.
And it's redistributed. And there's no shame, there's no humiliation. We will,
That's my fridge.
Why is there empty milk bottles at the top?
It's got water in it because my fridge is never full up. So when you if you put water in bottles in there, it doesn't work. It doesn't work as hard to keep it cool.
Yeah.
So
loads of bread in the freezer.
So that's my fridge. That in the middle, that's a can of cat food. That's some paninis, 2 paninis. That's a bit of bacon underneath it, and underneath that is onion. That's all that's in my fridge, and in my other food, I've got some dry goods. That's it. That's how I live on most on most weeks, and I tend to go to the shop and I might get a pot noodle, or they might have a chicken in there one weekend or whatever, and I might go and get that
pot noodle sandwich. My favourite.
But that's sometimes I'm forced to live like that because sometimes I don't have the money because I've got to go on bills and whatnot, and sometimes I choose to do that, and I'm not showing that because, again, I want to be, give me some sympathy, because I don't want sympathy from anybody. What I want people to realise is that we all go through situations where we're left in this shit, okay? And I, not just me, there's other people on here as well. The reason that I show my situation is because I want people to know that it's nothing to be embarrassed about. It happens.
Exactly. This is why I'm here. That's why I'm struggling to not go into a coma.
Yeah.
It's a school night. It's definitely on me all night long. I've had a few beers. But I'm doing quite well, really. We've got on several pints of beers. But I've been sat here listening to people like Scott.
Yeah.
Even Chigwell, posh sucker. Right. I'm from South London. And I'd love to... Look, my number's coming up, isn't it? You see my number?
Yes, it has, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just send you a text. on the mobile, but you're blocking text, aren't you?
No, not on this. Don't text me on this. If you're going to text me, use the number that's above on my main channel page in the banner.
Right.
There's a number in there that says WhatsApp. If you use that to text me and just say who you are in that, then I can save a number. And then if it pops up and I'm not in the middle of recording or whatever, then I can answer.
That's all I was saying earlier on. Right? Look, I go up London occasionally. I go over that part. Well, it's a bit posh, big world, but I'll go over that. I'd love to take the geezer out, use a proper salt of the earth like the rest of us, and just a pint and a meal. It'd probably only be a Wetherspoon, but it's contact.
Yeah.
And just like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
You know, it's just, I ain't taking them to the fucking rich or anything. I'm not that rich. But I'd love to come up there, and if you've got any issues, like you know, I'm an IT consultant. I can fix PCs, make them run, and do this and do that. If you want some help, I'm happy to come up there, give them a bit of my time while I'm up there, sort them out, and so on and so on, and lead them in the right direction to get that help.
Yeah.
To get that help. We all lose our way sometimes. We all lose our way.
We do, yeah, absolutely, we do, absolutely. But again, we've got to realise, or people need to realise that it happens to the best of us. It's not embarrassing, and it's not it's not weak to ask somebody for help.
Yeah, it is embarrassing at first, but when you look at what the fuckers are getting, these little bastards that come into this country, that gives you the kick up the arse. You think, well, if they could. Why should they have more than me that I've stayed in this country, paid my taxes?
Yeah.
You know, that's the attitude that you've got to take.
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely. Anyway, I'm going to go. I'm about to fucking go into a coma.
Oh, man, no worries.
She made me chew it as well. It's like snorting a zombie clone.
Jesus.
But, look, Dan, as always, thanks very much. You've got to get out of the caller on in a minute. What was that caller earlier on? Said that they need to talk.
Oh, different gravy. Different gravy.
Different gravy. Please come on the line. I'll just jump in for a few seconds. Please jump in. This is what it's here for. Just like all the other things in life that need help us to. Oh, fuck it, Dan, I'm slurring. I could go. Love you, mate.
Go on, man. Mate. Listen, you take it easy.
I've got to go. Bye.
Always a pleasure. Hello. Oh. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can. I need you to turn the sound down in the background, though.
Yeah, I'll turn it off right here.
There we go. Brilliant. How you doing? Who's this?
Can I tell you something, yeah?
Yeah, of course you can.
I know you like to call Pap or...
Pap, Dan, call me what you like. I've been called far worse things.
Can I say one thing, Dan?
Go on, mate, yeah.
Yeah. You know, you actually saved my life through lockdown and all that, you know?
How? Okay.
No, you saved my life, brother. I'm not lying.
Well, I'm not sure what to say. I mean...
No, don't be scared. I know you're a proper man, you are.
I'm not scared. I'm not sure what to say to that. That's all.
Well, have I offended you or?
No, you've not offended me. I'm you know, I just don't know what to say to that. You know, I don't. No. I'm not doing something. I don't do what I do for that kind of comment from somebody. I just do what I do because I think it's the right thing to do.
No, because when you go to bed at night, you must think you must have done something good in this life. You must have done something good. You know what I mean?
Well, I'd like to think that when my time's up, people think of me in a good light. But you know, I'm genuinely stunned. What to say? I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're here to talk to me. Obviously, you know.
I would love to meet you in person. To be honest, Because I know you live in Liverpool, right?
In Liverpool, yeah.
Yeah. Where are you from originally?
Essex.
Essex. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Where's Essex?
Just the other side of London. South side of London.
That's where you're born and bred.
Sorry?
That's where you're born and bred.
That's where I'm born and bred. Moved up here about 15 years ago.
No, because I'm a Londoner, so.
Sorry.
I was born in Hammersmith. Sorry, no, it's all right.
No, it's all right. I don't want you to think I'm being rude or putting my hand up to the camera. I'm just trying to get it to focus properly. But carry on talking.
No, it's fine. I think the thing with me, yeah, I'm proper real, you know. You don't even know me from Adam, do you?
Have we spoken before? Or
No.
no? Okay, first time caller. Cool.
No, it's all right. But I think you talk to civil, innit?
Civil disobedience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gone missing though.
He's about. It's just that from what I've been told, I spoke to him on the phone the other day, and he said to me that he's dealing with a legal issue, and whilst he's dealing with that legal issue, he's taken his channel down. But
turn everything off the manner. Yeah. Let me tell you something. You're doing the right thing, brother. I love you.
well, I'm. Thank you.
I don't know if you're religious or do you believe in God?
I'm not a religious person.
Okay.
I don't discount it. It's just that I've not seen anything. You know, maybe when I had my stroke, I was in hospital. That was some intervention, and it stopped me from being seriously worse. But I've not seen anything or felt anything or
but you
experienced
was very
anything.
lucky, wasn't you? You was very lucky.
I was lucky, yeah, absolutely lucky.
Because you was in the right place at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
So God bless you.
As I say, maybe that was some kind of intervention. I'm not going to knock it. Maybe it was just pure luck. I don't know. And you know, I'd love to know one way or the other. Do you know what I mean?
You can speak to me anything about anything. You can speak to me about anything.
Yeah.
You know that?
Well, thank you.
No, you can. You're more than welcome. I think it's quite crazy that I can speak to you on the phone.
Well, I'm not some out of touch mega star who doesn't give a shit about anything but money. I am one of you guys that, you know, you think about Fight Club, when that guy dies in Fight Club and they all turn around and go, I can't remember what his name is now. And that's us. We are all equal. We are all the same. You know, nobody is better than somebody else.
No,
we're
I don't
all
really
important.
think about Fight Club and all that. No.
You know, we're all important.
It's quite strange though. You're on how many 2-minute delay?
The what? Sorry.
Are you in 2-minute delay?
I think I'm not catching that. Sorry.
No, I'm saying, are you the 2-minute delay?
Oh, 2-minute delay on the TV. Right. Sorry. Gotcha. Yeah, there is a bit. It can be a bit of a delay sometimes. That's why. Go on.
No, I'm saying that I've got a massive telly in front of my face. The thing is, you know, I'm looking at what you say, yeah? Share your story. Yeah?
Yeah.
Whistleblow. I can't whistleblow because I don't know. Yeah? Talk crap or call me a name.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just, in other words, we are open for business no matter what your business is.
No, but the thing is, you turn people off down.
You're breaking up a bit there.
No, I'm saying you cancel people down.
I do what? Counsel people?
No, I'm not in general. I'm saying like, you know that man? He's the worst man in the world, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. Your signal's breaking up a bit there. I'm sorry.
Can't hear me now?
I can hear you. It's just it's going really muffled and a bit crackly, and I'm struggling to hear what you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You know Crinkle.
Crinkle, yeah.
Why do you give him the time of day?
He has. Crinkle has an opinion. Crinkle's opinion is important to him. Therefore, it is just as important as my opinions are to me. I know that some people do get pissed off when I get him on the phone, but there are also a lot of other people who enjoy
No.
the back and forth that Crinkle and I have.
But the thing is with him, the problem is his opinion doesn't go nowhere.
Well, maybe, but again, it's an opinion. He believes his opinion, and if
But you know, he's always tied up to pharmaceutical companies or something like that.
maybe
No?
so, but you know, the way I see it is I see it the same as religion. Okay, if
Yeah.
somebody I don't believe, but if somebody else does, and that
Yeah.
belief is
You take
important,
that, yeah.
that's important to them. So I have
That's,
to respect. I have to respect that.
Free speech, isn't it?
Yeah, but I've got to respect that. If I don't respect it, I'm no better than the people that we upload videos to
Dan,
battle.
I'm not. Dan, I love you, all right? Yeah. I mean it. Trust me.
Well,
You're a really nice man.
I
If I meet
appreciate
you in
it.
person, I will meet you. Where do you want to meet? I can't go to Liverpool, though.
Where are you?
I'm in Harrow, actually.
Oh, in Harrow. Well, I've got to go to London on the 9th to answer my bail.
I know. Actually, where are you going?
Oh shit, what's it called? Charing Cross Police Station. Here we go. Anybody that wants to meet me outside Charing Cross Police Station at 2:00 on the 9th of February,
You
come
never
down.
got nicked, do you?
The
You
what?
get nicked.
Yeah, I got
No,
nicked.
what are you
Yeah,
going there for?
I got nicked.
For
No,
what?
I got
For what?
nicked covering the story of the paedophile statue at the BBC.
Yeah, but the bloke was smashing down. I saw
Yeah.
that.
Well,
he was smashing it. Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause I know that bloke. I know.
I got arrested for conspiracy.
Conspiracy for what?
Conspiracy
For what?
conspiracy to commit criminal
Wait,
damage.
Dan, I could speak to you all day, you know. Hmm? Hmm?
Well. It's not often people will see me fucking lost for words. Make the most of it, folks.
What do you mean, folks? He speaks to other people.
No, make the most of it, folks, as in everybody that's watching, because it's not often I'll get lost for words. Normally I'll
Listen, let me tell you something, Dan. Yeah,
go on.
I walk as a man. Yeah,
Yeah.
because people, I know. Tell me what's in that cup of tea there, the mug.
That's just a coffee.
But you used to drink it.
I used to drink alcohol. I'll have it occasionally nowadays, but nothing like I used to. I tend to drink coffee all day long. I don't even drink water. Just drink coffee, which is really bad for my health. But such is life.
Can I meet you?
I'm sure we can arrange something at some point. Yeah.
Well, I'm not lying to you. You
Oh,
know what
look.
I'm doing right now?
What's that?
I'm smoking a cigarette. Yeah?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Why not? It's just I'm gonna light one myself.
But you got the fake one, do you?
Well, I cannot. I can neither confirm nor deny at the risk of incriminating or not incriminating myself.
Yeah, no. Yeah. No. But if you're in Liverpool, how are you going to meet me there?
I can get about. I've met some people in Liverpool. I've been to Leeds. I've met some people. London. I didn't meet anybody when I went down to London, apart from some new police buddies. But as I say, I'm back down in London on the 9th to answer my bail. I'm more than happy to meet up with anybody before I go in and after I come out of the police station for a little while.
Why are you going to go in there?
I've got to answer bail. I'm on bail, aren't I?
For what? What have you done?
Because I filmed the gentleman smashing the paedophile statue outside the BBC, so they arrested me because they thought I was part of
Oh, they actually
a
arrested
plan.
you for that.
Yeah.
But it's quite funny. You got arrested for that, but the mainstream media never put that on a fucking. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Forgive me for swearing.
Oh, mate, you can swear all you like on this channel. I don't give a shit. I'd do it myself.
Can I tell you something?
Go on.
You might hate me for it.
Go on.
I'm watching you on my big screens, by the way.
Right. And
I'm bisexual, right?
And I bet I'm all blurry, ain't I?
No, you're not.
Oh, is it coming through clear, is it? Okay.
I've got a massive telly that I can tell. Is that wrong? Tell me that.
What do you mean? What is what actually wrong?
I'm bisexual. Is that wrong?
Why would it be wrong?
I don't know. I want to know your opinion.
Listen, if you want to be greedy and be bisexual, that's entirely down to you. Do you know what I mean?
Greedy.
Well, you got more choice, haven't you? When you're bisexual, so go for it, mate. That's what I say. Fuck it.
It's not like that. It's not like that. It's not like that. You gonna stay on the line or what?
Say again.
You gonna stay on the line?
What tonight? I'm going to be on. I'll probably be on for another half an hour or so. Then I'm going to have to wrap it up and get my nut down because I'm starting to get tired.
So I'll call you back in 10 minutes.
Well, I think somebody else is trying to get through at the moment. As I say, I'm going to be on for about half an hour, so I'll take whatever calls come through in the next half an hour or so, and then, as I say, I'm going to have to knock it on the head and get me nut down. A busy one tomorrow. I've got some videos I've got to put out tomorrow and record for the day after. So, but if you can, if you want to call in, I don't, more than welcome. Everyone's welcome to call in whenever they want.
Well, I don't know if you know about the law.
Go on.
No, because they took £100 off me.
Who did?
I know you know. I know you about PIP and all that. You know what I mean?
Who took £100 off you?
Oh, the PIP took £100 off me.
What, the PIP is in the personal independence payment?
Yeah, you know.
So you're on PIP and they've taken £100 off you.
Yeah.
What?
They took the mobility off me. Yeah.
Oh, you had the mobility as well.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Got you. I haven't. They wouldn't give me that. Just the Just.
What they give you?
Just.
You don't want to say it. You don't want.
No, I don't care. I'm just on standard rate PIP. Just on the low rate PIP.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps. Don't get me wrong. It does help. I mean, I have to go to appointments and stuff, and I can't get on a bus because there's too many people. Getting on a train, I can do, but I have to.
Listen,
it's a struggle.
brother.
Go on.
I'll speak to you all night, mate. You know what I mean? They take the piss out of us. You know?
I think there's people taking the piss in the comments there. Yeah, but.
What are they saying? What are they saying? Tell me. What are they saying in the comments? They're probably saying I'm a cunt or something like that.
No. Well, Lucifer says my girlfriend's going to be pissed.
Your girlfriend?
Get your hat you've pulled is another one. But,
What's that?
Somebody's telling me to get my hat I've pulled.
No, what do they say about me, though? What are they saying about me?
No, that's what they're saying. No one's being horrible. Nobody's being horrible. They're just taking a mickey.
All right.
But, such is life. If we can't laugh at ourselves, then we're going to leave a very fucking boring and sad life. But there we go. So, it's all good.
I'm very sorry about you lost your dog, isn't it?
Yeah, I had to give them up with not being able to take them out for walks.
I had a very, very, very big dog,
Yeah, what did you have?
It's not even legal. It's a Fila Brasilia.
A what?
Fila Brasilia.
Never heard of it.
Never heard?
No, I've never
Well,
heard of
look
one of
on
them.
Google it. Very good dog, but very, very big dog.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
I shouldn't have even had dogs. I'm allergic to dogs and the cat. But
You're
it's
allergic?
yeah, I'm allergic to them. But it's
How are you allergic?
the grease on the fur. So I can be around animals, no problem.
Let me ask you a question.
Go on.
I don't know if you want to say that in public or what. You know what I mean? What's your background? Because I'll tell you my background.
My background,
It's
is
not
it?
like your heritage, you know?
Well, I'm adopted, so I don't really know my real parents. I don't really know
Alright.
where I come
God bless you.
where I come
Yeah.
from.
No.
I have met my real dad and my real sister, and I've spoken to my real mum.
Sorry, can I stop you, Dan?
Go
Sorry.
on.
Can I stop you? It's very, very. You must be a strong man to say that. You know?
Just part of life. I mean, I was lucky. You know, there's lots of people that
Lucky,
that-
yeah. A lot of people get lost in the system, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. There's a lot of people that get taken into care and they get shoved from one home to another home to another home. Never really settling with anybody. And I was so lucky. I was put with a family and they kept me, and I'm still
Dan.
with them today. Do you know what I mean? So,
But the thing is, yeah, Dan,
go on.
let me tell you now. I want to cry, yeah? Is that all right? Can I cry? I don't know.
I don't know.
Is that all right?
Go on.
I'm not trying to break you down. I
Right.
speak the truth. You see, my mother, yeah?
Right.
She is an orphan.
Okay.
So I know both sides of the story, yeah? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, as I say, there's a lot of lot of people have terrible stories. I can honestly say that I have a great story in that respect. I mean, when I was in my early 20s, I was suffering from blackouts. So the doctor said, does it run in the family? I didn't know. So I spent some time on the internet looking for my real family.
Dan, sorry to cut you off there. Am I actually a positive story to your channel? You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Are you a positive story?
No, because I want to tell people the positive story, you know?
Well, you can.
You understand?
You talk about anything you like on his channel. I don't mind.
because it says,
So
tell your story, whistle blow, talk crap.
yeah, exactly.
Call me names.
Exactly.
I don't understand that part. When it says call me names, I'm not going to call your name.
We get a few trolls on the channel, so I stuck that on there because I actually want some people. I like people
You want
phoning
people
up.
to hate you.
Well, I don't want, but it's not that. But there's some people that will hate me anyway, for whatever reason, one reason or another. So I put that on there, call me names, because it's quite amusing sometimes when people phone you up and give you grief down the phone because all they're doing is making themselves look like dicks.
I don't give you grief.
You know.
You know what? Go on.
No, what did you say? I didn't catch what you said.
No, you said you know what? That's what you said.
No, I find it amusing when people phone in and give me grief. I don't get it very often, but it makes them look like dicks, not me. So I'm quite happy for people to do that. That's why I put call me names
you're
on
way
there for
above
the
them.
trolls.
You're way above them.
So if I let somebody's opinion of me get to me, then I'm gonna, that's gonna affect my mental health. So.
Like I said to you before, I'll be honest with you, yeah? I watch you, and I respect you, but the thing is, I don't know, you're not really, no.
Not really a what?
Are you really?
A what? I didn't catch it.
No, I'm saying you don't believe in God now. No.
I'm not a religious person.
Mm.
No. As I say, that's, my opinion. I don't knock other people for believing it. In fact, I envy people for having something to believe in. I just, at the moment, I just believe that, when we go, we go. That's the end of it. I've got no reason to believe otherwise at the moment. But I would love to know if there is something else.
You would love to know. You would love to know. Yeah. Dan,
Yes.
if we meet, yeah, I'm not a preacher. Trust me.
Right.
You understand? I'm not a preacher. Yeah?
Yeah.
But if we meet, I swear to you, we can get on. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'll try and get on with everybody.
No, but I'm saying I will come to you. I'll go to Liverpool. No problem. I'll go to anywhere. Manchester. You know what I mean? You laugh, innit?
No, I'm not laughing taking a mickey. I'm not laughing taking a mickey.
No. But you laugh. Because I want to meet you.
Right.
I want to speak to you. I want to give you my heart. You can take it. Do you understand?
Right.
Do you understand? You can take my heart. No problem. Take it.
Well,
That makes sense, or not?
that's very kind of you.
No, it's not kind. It's real. Take my heart.
Listen, damn it. Crinkle. Sorry, Henry Crinkle's trying to...
Crinkle? Where the fuck is Henry Crinkle?
Henry Crinkle trying to call in there.
Mm. Can you do a thing where we speak to Henry Crinkle? Can you do it?
Can we do a thing where you speak to Crinkle?
Yeah. Because he's an absolute arsehole, I tell you. You know what I mean?
Crinkle, give us a ring back.
Dan,
Yeah.
listen. He's an absolute arsehole. I don't know if he works for the government or he has a, you know what I mean?
Well, as I say, here we go. Right, let's get him on. Let's add him to the call.
All right.
Right. Hello, Henry.
Yeah. Yes, Dan.
No, Dan, don't talk to Dan. I don't know. Don't talk to him, please.
Well, listen, I've nearly finished my coffee, so I'm going to have to start wrapping this up anyway. I just want to speak. I'm going to speak to Crinkle for the last 5 minutes while I'm drinking my coffee, and then I'm going to have to get off to bed because I'm really starting to feel tired now. But listen, I genuinely appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much.
Let me speak to Crinkle.
Well, Crinkle's on now if you want to speak to him.
Hmm?
Crinkle's on. Crinkle's on this call with us.
Yes.
Let me speak to him.
Go on,
Can you hear me all right?
Hey, Crinkle.
Can you hear me though, Dan?
I can hear you, yeah.
Oh yeah, cool. Big up yourself, you know what I mean?
Crinkle.
Yo. What's up, man?
Crinkle.
You good?
Listen. Where do you live, by the way?
Camden Town.
Camden Town. All right.
Yep.
I used to live in Camden. Listen. Calm yourself down. Yeah?
Go on then.
Calm yourself down. Yeah?
Alright.
You want to play with me, Crinkle? Crinkle.
So where you
Crinkle?
from? You said you're from Camden.
Yes. I'm not from Camden, but I tell you Camden.
Oh,
You know Holloway Road? Do you know that?
Yeah.
I'll meet you there. You know me there?
What, you're there now?
You're a joker, man.
So
You're a joker.
I hear you think I'm a government shill. Is that right? Come on, man.
Listen. You know what you are, eh? I know you are.
Come on, man.
You know you are. You're a drug head. You're a drug man.
No, man. Don't do
Of course
drugs.
you're a drug man. Come on.
Well, I take caffeine. I drink alcohol now and again. So, yeah,
All right.
you could technically say that.
You live in the background Yeah.
In a where? Back garden?
Listen, Crinkle.
Yo.
Like I said, listen now. I
Yes.
know.
Go on then. Go on. Yes, my bro.
No, Pat. Hey,
Yeah, yeah, mate.
Dan.
Yes.
Tell him.
So what do you think about what's all these new cyclist laws? What's that all about?
It's not bollocks. That's what it's about.
What do you mean? Why is it bollocks?
Because it's bollocks. Hang on, give us a minute, Crinkle. I'm gonna have to cut this short. I'm afraid. The conversation that we've just been having. I want to finish my coffee, speak to you for a few minutes, but I will be back at some point, probably during the week, for another live stream. So by all means, come and join us on that live stream. But I need to start. What's the word? Winding myself down to get off and get my nut down.
Yes, Dan.
Oh. What's happened?
Yes, Dan.
Hello, sorry about that. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
I think we all got disconnected. So what are you up to, brother?
Not a lot at the moment.
Huh?
Not a lot. No. So yeah, do you want to know about these cycling laws?
Yeah. What's that all about? Is there new laws?
It's all bollocks, isn't it? It's a way of the government clawing back some money that they've spunked up the wall over the past 2 years, because most of the stuff that they're saying is now law, people used to do anyway.
Right.
And there are people out there who are selfish, who don't think when they drive, and they will get caught out, and the police are going to start fining people. It's dangerous. Telling a car driver that if somebody's standing on the corner of a road and you're going to pull into that road, you have to stop to let them go across the road, which means all the cars behind you are going to get backed up. If whilst you're waiting to turn, potentially causing an accident. It's fucking mental.
Well, it's the most dangerous place to cross a road if you are. So if a silly pedestrian decides he's going to do that, it's better that people are forced to stop, surely, because they run the risk of being run over. No?
Well, I would suggest that it's better to say that you're not allowed to cross at the corner of the road. Look, you've got rules in America, jaywalking, okay?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so over here, if you turn around, you're not allowed to park within a certain amount of feet of a corner. Therefore, you shouldn't be allowed to cross the road within a certain amount of feet from a corner. You should have to go round the corner and cross the road. And I think that is the safest way of doing it.
Oh, but don't you run the risk then of penalising all the pedestrians instead and fining them?
If it's right, it's about safety, isn't it? It's about road safety. The highway code is about road safety.
Probably,
okay.
Yeah.
So getting a vehicle to stop on a main road to let a pedestrian cross a lesser road, shall we say, potentially having a car go up your arse, or backing the traffic up for a bit. Okay, you're not going to back the traffic up and cause a traffic jam, but you could back the traffic up long enough to cause an issue. Is ridiculous. Whereas if everybody had to cross a certain distance from the corner, then at least you could get a car in that road, not blocking the traffic. And by the time that person's crossed the road, that car can disappear. You're not gonna have a backup of anybody.
Well, what's the the more detailed bit? Like, do they have to be on the road, on the pavement, 1 foot on the road?
I believe it's the same as a zebra crossing. I believe so. If somebody's standing at a zebra crossing, you are to stop and let them cross. They don't have to have a foot on the crossing. They don't have to potentially look like they're going to cross. They just have to be standing at the edge of the zebra crossing. And I think it's the same with regards to this. If somebody is standing on the corner, and you're driving up the road, you see someone standing on a corner, you have to stop to allow them to cross. And again, I just think it's a dangerous game to be playing.
Surely it must have to look like they want to cross. I mean, just if they're just standing there talking.
But you can't take that risk anymore. You can't take that risk ever.
So, but is it more dangerous to stop or allow people just to take the risk of crossing at the most dangerous place you could imagine, which is a crossroads? It's the stupidest place to cross anyway. Maybe they would get run over if no one stops. More chance of that.
Well, maybe they would, but again, if you're standing at the crossroads and you're worried about a car coming around the corner, then you would use your brain and you'd walk down the road a little way, and then cross over. You don't have to. I'm not talking about half a mile down the road. I'm talking about a car's length. I mean, normally at the corners, what you'll find at a lot of corners is you've got yellow lines.
Right.
At least for the distance, the minimum distance that you have to be from a corner to park.
Yeah.
So if that is the same thing, you to cross the road, you only have to go as far as the yellow line stop, for example, and then cross.
Right. So what would you do? I mean, you'd make the onus on the pedestrians, like control them. So what would you do with all the rule breakers who just cross on crossings anyway, on crossroads? Would you fine them, arrest them, or jail them, or what?
Well, no, you wouldn't jail them. It's not an offence that's jailable and arrestable. I don't think it's not an offence that's arrestable. However,
fines.
I think that if let's put it this way, right? Car drivers pay road tax.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can hear something. It must be rain. Car drivers pay road tax to in order to drive on the road. If they don't pay road tax, they're not allowed to drive on the road. Yeah. Okay, so because vehicle owners pay for the upkeep of the roads, I think that they should have, in effect, they should have a right of way in that respect. And people that are walking should realise if you get hit by a car, it's going to fucking hurt. So you've got to use your brain, okay, when you're out on the roads, and you've got to use your common sense. And you, rather than crossing the road in a dangerous place, you go to somewhere that's less dangerous. We're taught this as we're growing up. We're taught not to cross the road in between two parked cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't there any situations you can think of where giving the cars a right of way, or the authority, let's say, that might be a more dangerous situation than something else?
No, I don't. And the reason I don't is because the majority of people, if they see somebody's about to cross the road, or maybe not the majority of people, but there is enough people on the road, if they see somebody's about to cross the road, if it's safe to do so, they will let them cross the road.
Oh yeah, I mean the same as a zebra crossing, isn't it? I mean no one really stops, on a dime, knowing that a car could crash into the back of them, even if someone is on a zebra crossing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean the car drivers can also use their brain like that.
Oh yeah, it's about respecting each other on the road. But what I'm saying, even though the car drivers, they. When you do your highway code tells you to be careful of people crossing the road and people riding their bikes, okay? But what happens is people forget that because they've, as I said earlier, they've got such a busy life and they want to get where they're going as quickly as possible, and they forget the smaller things, the small rules of the road.
Maybe they should have a highway code for pedestrians. What about that?
Well, it doesn't. It makes sense. Well, look, they've got the green.
What I mean?
Well, no,
it's up to the car drivers to know all this shit. Why not make pedestrians read the highway code?
Well, they have a green cross code, don't they? But nobody ever talks about that anymore. It's all about the highway code.
Do they still have that though?
Well, it's something that we still teach kids, isn't it? That it's ingrained in us, and we say to kids, right, don't cross on. We tell kids not to cross on corners. We tell kids not to cross between parked cars. So we teach kids, or we're supposed to teach kids. I was taught that anyway. I was taught not to cross on the corner, and I was taught not to cross in between cars.
Ain't that a case of a nanny state though, telling us what to do?
No, No.
Shouldn't we be free to decide where the hell we want to cross? No.
Well, no, not if it's going to cause an accident. Again, we have to use our brains.
How do you know
It's
it's
a
gonna
common
cause
sense.
one? Nobody would cross knowing that they're going to cause an accident, though. You'd have
Okay.
to know ahead of time or be from the future to say,
how do you
this
know?
is going to cause an accident here, I'm not going to cross here.
How do you know sticking your hand in a pot of boiling water is going to hurt?
From past experience.
And from what you've been told. From experience, yeah, from what you've been told, from stories you've been told. What we're taught from an early age, don't go near the cooker, it's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah? So why is it that we can't teach people, don't cross at the corner of the road, don't cross in between cars?
I think common sense says that, though, because we all know it's probably the most dangerous way to cross a road.
True, but why is it, if it's common sense, why has it now been made this new highway code law? Why is the onus put on the driver? Okay, well, when some little smack rat might be trying to cross in between two parked cars and you hit them and it's their fault for stepping out, or whatever it might be.
Like you just said, we do that anyway, not crossing these dangerous places. So what difference does it really make for bringing in a law that probably nobody's going to ever need to use, except in an emergency where somebody may be crossing at a crossroads where it's a dangerous situation?
Yeah, you're right. Why bring in the law? And that's the point. They brought in the law. Yeah. I think they brought in the law because they know they're going to make money from it.
Well, because it's such a rare thing, though, because common sense says don't cross in the crossroads. Can't see that they're going to earn much money out of it.
No, but it's not, though. It's not that rare. It's not that rare. If you see somebody who is standing on a road looking both ways, which happens, don't get me wrong, that happens, but there is also a lot of people who will stand next to the road not looking like they're going to cross.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you look at them and you think to yourself, right, they're not looking both ways, which a lot of people don't. They're not looking both ways. They're not looking to see if the road's clear, so they're not going to cross. And then they step out in front of you, then you're fucked. Plus, also, a lot of people could simply turn round now, because I can't see how they're going to enforce it unless it's like a hate crime. It's on the person's perception. So if somebody turns round and says, I was going to cross the road, but they didn't stop, are they going to get fined for it? Because somebody said so.
I guess you got the choice then. Either stop and run the risk of having an accident, or just keep going and run the person over. I know which I would choose. Would you step on the gas, Dan? Step on the gas.
Well, it depends what the person is, doesn't it? It's like, what is it, 70 points for an
crackhead, would you step on the gas?
70 points for an OAP. I think it's only about. I think it's only 15 points for a smack rat.
Could be like a video game, isn't it? Like, I mean, Frogger. You remember Frogger?
Yeah. Cross between Frogger and Grand Theft Auto.
So what's the new cyclist laws? What's that? Do you know anything about that?
They're talking about cyclists. If you're in a lorry or a bus or something like that, I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think if you're in a certain tonnage vehicle, for example, right. And you are at a roundabout, or well, not at a roundabout, that's every vehicle. But if you're going to turn left off of a main road, or any road, if you're going to turn left and there's a bike coming up beside you or in front of you, or if it's in front of you, you're going to let it go first anyway, because you're never going to get round the corner if you're in an Arctic without squashing the bike, so you let it go anyway. Common sense. If there's a bike behind you, for example, and you can see it in your mirror, I believe that you have to wait until that bike has gone, which is going to be a fucking nightmare in London. Also, if you come to a roundabout, I believe if you see somebody on a push bike coming round the roundabout, you have to wait for them to pass.
Right. Don't that sound sensible to you?
No,
because living in London, right? I know that the majority of cyclist deaths are lorries turning left onto them.
Yeah. But is that necessarily the driver of the vehicle's fault?
Not necessarily, but shouldn't the onus be on the driver to make sure they're not going to run someone over by turning left?
And it generally is. However, what you'll find is not so much now, because they have the additional mirror that looks down the side of the cab. But what you'll find is a lot of people that get run over by lorries in London, or anywhere for that matter, for a vehicle turning left, is because they are not hiding, but they are sat in the blind spot, and a lorry can't see them. So they check their mirrors, they look down the length of the wagon, nobody there, nobody waiting to turn left in front of them. They look through the windscreen, nobody waiting to turn left or go straight on, and they start pulling off and turn left, and the person is right down by their front wheel and they didn't see them. So that was always going to happen, because cyclists are impatient as well as drivers.
Yeah. But now now they've introduced this law, lorries have to check cyclist ain't there to get his melon squashed.
Yeah, basically. Which makes sense anyway. It's common sense, yeah.
Do you think, overall, that it's making our roads a bit safer or less safe?
No, of course, in that situation, that's making it safer. Of course it is. But when you come to a roundabout in any vehicle and you see somebody coming round, and you've got plenty of time to pull away, and you've got to wait for that bike to go past you, by which time you've got another 3 cars behind you, somebody else has pulled out onto the roundabout, it's going to cause problems. It's going to cause frustration and anger, and it's going to cause traffic to build up in places.
Well, come on, I mean, there's not that many bikes going around roundabouts. Seriously?
Well, listen.
Isn't it a price worth paying, to increase the safety of a cyclist just by waiting 20 extra seconds if you happen to be the car at the front? Surely that's a price worth paying.
Do you drive?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a cyclist as well. I've driven cars, motorbikes, electric scooters, every type of vehicle except lorries and all that.
Right. If you're pulling out of a junction and you see a vehicle coming up, do you judge how fast it's going and how much time you've got to pull out before you pull out?
Yeah, obviously.
And do you sometimes pull out before that car goes past?
Well, a lot of the time, yeah.
Okay, so why? That's using sense. That's judging the distance that they're coming from. That's judging how fast they're going, and that's putting all of those calculations together and deciding that you've got time to pull out and go on your way without affecting any traffic. Mm-hmm. So why is that not the same with the roundabouts and the bikes now? Why does that need to be different?
Well, the difference is that a bike is like naked, basically, when it comes to getting knocked over by any vehicle. They may as well have no clothes on. That's how vulnerable they are. It's because they're the most vulnerable thing on the road, right? And you're talking about the Green Cross Code and getting us to realise what's safe, a good place to cross. That's maybe the nanny state and all that. It's just another example of that, isn't it? Getting us to realise maybe we should let the cyclist go rather than trying to judge something. Because if it goes wrong with a car, it doesn't matter. You just prang the next car.
Well, not necessarily.
If you misjudge it with a bike, that could be the end of their life.
Well, it could be the end of your life if you're in a car. Remember, if you're pulling, no, if you're pulling out of a junction, okay, no matter what junction you're pulling out of, if a car hits you, okay, if you're pulling out into the traffic and a car's travelling in that direction of traffic, when it hits you, it's going to hit you. It's not going to hit the other side of the car with a cushion of a passenger seat in a way. It's going to hit you.
Let's get real, right? Yes, I mean, there's a scenario where you could imagine a car hitting a car on a roundabout and someone getting killed. Isn't it far more likely if you hit a cyclist, they're going to get seriously injured or dead? Isn't there a difference to you? Like, isn't the cyclist way more vulnerable at getting injured or dying than someone in a car? You must see that, surely.
We're talking about this. That's right. We're talking about common sense, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we shouldn't respect other people on the road. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that to criminalise, in a way, people for for the benefit of others. This is what this is what's been happening for years. Okay, we are giving certain people more power than others. And what I mean by that, look at the hate crime thing. Okay, so we've given people of a particular kind a weapon to use against people, and they do use it as a weapon. All right. Now, what's happened is we've given another set of people a weapon to use against people. So we've given cyclists a weapon to use against motorists. We know cyclists and motorists generally don't get on. We know there's always issues between cyclists and motorists. What happens when a cyclist turns round and thinks that a driver has pissed them off for some reason, and they phone the police and say this person pulled out on me, or this person didn't let me go, or whatever it might be? What's going to happen? It's going to start getting abused.
Well, it'll become apparent if there's enough of these complaints that the cyclist needs to provide some evidence in the form of either video or some other type. I can't see any other type of evidence.
But
they're not just going to listen to the testimony of the cyclist like that, are they?
Right. Okay. Let me bring this up then. Okay. So a driving offence. Go on.
One thing, Dan, because right, a cyclist, even if the cyclist feels like they've been wronged and pulled out on, right?
Yeah.
And they report it, they're not going to be able to get the police there instantly. They're not going to, unless they lay down in front of the car. So what they're going to have to do is get the number plate, report it to the police, and then they're going to have to show evidence, because they're not just going to believe a cyclist. No way.
Right. Okay, you say that. Now listen to this. Hate crime doesn't require evidence. A hate crime can ruin your life. Getting a fine for putting out on a cyclist or not waiting for a cyclist to cross a junction, okay, that's nothing. That's nothing. It's not really an offence at all. It's just it's an inconvenience, and they fine you for it. Okay, so if they're going to need evidence from a cyclist to say that a vehicle didn't let them cross the road over a fine, why is it they don't require evidence, a video or photos or anything else of a hate crime? They just rely on what the person who perceives to have been hated against feels at the time.
Well, if it ever went to court, they would need witnesses and all that. Unless you can, you're not going to be able to convince a jury when it's one word against the other, right? Even if it went that far. But you're going to need witnesses, video evidence. And I say that even if cyclists do try to abuse it, it will just be found out in the end. You ain't got enough evidence unless they really do have evidence.
Do you know how the police work in this country?
And there's lots of things already that drivers could abuse like that. I mean, car drivers are some of the most frustrated people who get into fights, like road rage and all that. And you don't really hear about people abusing much to do with. I think it's like you've sort of made this problem, and I can't really see that there would be a problem.
Do you ever watch Car Crash TV? Have you ever heard of it? Car Crash TV.
I've heard of it, but
it's a TV show where basically they show videos that they found on YouTube or online of people that have had car crashes, accidents, things like that, people getting knocked over and all that stuff. In Russia, okay, and some other places, somebody will literally walk along the road, and then purposely jump onto somebody's bonnet, roll off onto the floor, claiming to have been hit by the vehicle.
Like insurance, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what could happen over here. Because
that's a fair point. Yeah. Well, we'll soon find out.
I'm not saying it would. I'm saying that there is a potential that something like that could happen over here.
Potential, but do you really think people are going to abuse? You might get the odd person trying to abuse it, but if it's something that's only going to get the motorist a fine because they haven't actually run anyone over, I can't see anyone trying to abuse it for an insurance payout unless they get injured. And if they are injured, then that's evidence in itself to show the car might have hit them. But even if it's manufactured injuries and they pretend, there will be witnesses. They're going to have to do more than just, fall over next to the car and then claim the car hit them. Cases, in most of the cases, it's going to be even if the car pulled out and took a risk and the cyclist reports it, there's no way they can get any sort of payout. The most they could do is get the driver a fine.
Yeah, but this goes back to, especially in in big cities. Okay, let's use London as an example here. You must know how fucked up it is to get round London. Okay, even with congestion charges and all that stuff, and stopping vehicles from going into the centre and all that kind of stuff, it is a fucking nightmare. And I've not done it myself, but I've seen it, and I know it's a fucking nightmare for drivers and cyclists who get pissed off with each other. Okay? Not because that particular driver or cyclist has pissed them off, but because some other driver or cyclist has pissed them off. Okay, yeah. And then they take it out on the next person.
Yeah,
that is going to happen. That is going to happen because that is human nature.
Well, the most they could do, like I said, is report it and get the driver a fine. I mean, that's the most. I can't really see people abusing that in any way, though.
I believe that we should respect everybody on the road, cyclists, motorcyclists, and vehicles, lorries, wagons, whatever you want to call them. That, it should be standard. We should respect everybody on the road. If you see somebody and it's safe to let them cross, let them cross. If you're going to turn left and there's a bicycle next to you, let them go. No big deal. They're going to, they'll nip across the fucking junction. You can get on and do what you're doing without literally, you won't have to stop. You know what I mean? If you travel slow enough, they'll be gone by the time you want to turn. All of this stuff is just common sense. Yes.
Have you got any beef with cyclists?
I haven't, no.
No. I mean, do you think we should be, do you think these laws maybe to try to encourage more people onto bikes?
Yeah, I don't doubt it. They want people to stop driving. I know they do. This is, it's been published that they want people to stop driving. This whole electric car thing.
Think it's a good idea?
What they'll be? No.
Why not?
No, because you are being controlled again. You can't get in your car and just fuck off where you want.
Well, yeah. I mean, they want to encourage more cyclists, but for good reasons, don't you think?
What do you mean?
Like to, first of all, cut down on air pollution.
Oh, let's not go down that route of climate change.
Well, no, that and. Like the most immediate thing they do it for is to cut down on air pollution, which has been proven. Children are dying prematurely because of the bad air in major towns and cities. Isn't that a good reason to encourage more people onto bikes? Also, the health benefits of actually cycling. And it will make business drivers, van drivers and all that, it will cut down on congestion so they can go about their business.
What about the health? What about the health benefits of driving to the country, getting out and getting some fresh air?
Well, that's a good one, yeah, but you don't have to pay congestion charge and all that. I mean, you're not going to cycle. Yeah, obviously you can still do that, but in the towns and cities, I can't see that there's much wrong with encouraging more people to cycle to places.
Look, I don't discourage it. I don't discourage.
You would benefit from it.
I've got a bike. I just don't use it. It's got a flat tire. I don't discourage people from getting on a bike. Okay, I've got no issues with people on a bike as such. Okay, what I have an issue with is the law, which is supposed to be equal to all, being used to protect some more than others. If some dickhead on a bike, wants to put themselves in a dangerous situation and they get hurt, that is their fault. If some dickhead in a car wants to put themselves in a dangerous situation and they get hurt, that is their fault. It is the fault of the person who is fucking stupid at the time to step out in the road in front of a vehicle or whatever it might be. Okay.
Well, this is what we said earlier about the Green Cross Code, like the nanny state. It's their own fault. I mean, we shouldn't need that. You know what I mean? But the major thing that you said it already is, climate change. I think.
No. I didn't say it. I said don't talk about climate change. Is what I said.
That's the main reason, though, isn't it? That
No.
we might be trying to encourage people onto bikes.
Climate change is a hoax.
You see now. No. You see now. How do you know it's a hoax?
No.
If you're wrong? What if you're wrong? And what's wrong with like a Green New Deal that might provide loads of jobs, get people to be more frugal and live, more humble, less wasteful lives? Encouraging people to do that, I can't really see the negatives in that regard either.
What are these car batteries made of?
Lithium.
Okay, is that good for the planet or bad for the planet?
Well,
is that good for people? Is it bad for people?
Well, it doesn't do any harm because it comes from the ground in the first place.
Right, dead battery cells.
Yeah. Firstly, they're recyclable. Secondly, dead battery cells, the lithium in them form a type of mineral, which is what you dig up in the first place.
Right.
It could just go back in the ground and be lithium, it was.
Right, they're recyclable. Okay, so you need a recycling plant. Okay, that's going to recycle them. It's going to clean out. It needs to be automated. It's going to clean out all of the battery cells. It's going to I don't know what they're made of. It's going to melt down the fucking metal or whatever, plastic or whatever it is that's used. It's going to melt it down. It's going to remake it. Okay, so you're going to need a plant to do that. That plant is going to need energy in order to run.
Yeah.
Okay, it can't run off of lithium cells because there's nothing out there that is powerful enough battery wise in order to run something like that. So you are still going to get issues.
Hang on, wait. What if they run this recycling plant using technologies which provide renewable energy, wind energy, solar energy, geothermal, all the rest of it? It's part of the same project.
We don't get enough wind in this country to power the homes.
Nuclear energy, but we've got enough renewable energy, solar, wind, geothermal, between them all, and maybe one or two nuclear plants to do this.
Right, so if
that in itself is clean.
If we've got enough to do this, why am I now paying nearly 3 times more for my gas and electricity?
I'm not sure. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I wish I could. Why is it that everybody is getting an increase in their gas and electricity when we've got this renewable energy that's free?
Well, no, we haven't though, really, have we? This is the project that the Green New Deal would provide the country with real enough. There are bits of renewable energy, but most of our energy still comes from fossil fuels.
Right. What about the solar panels? I used to sell solar panels for company I used to have. Yep. Now, all of them companies, we was told, okay, and we sold in good faith, okay, we was told that they would, with a certain amount of solar panels, they would be able to power their home and they would make some money back selling back excess to the grid, okay? Yeah. Now, we done that in good faith because that's what we was told. That's what we was taught, that's what we was trained. Now we find out that most people that got solar panels are actually paying more because they're not getting money back from selling it back to the grid because they haven't got any left over because of where we are in the world. We don't have enough sunshine here in order to create enough solar energy to be able to make a big enough dent in powering homes. What's it called? Wave, the wave energy, whatever it's called, may be with incoming and outgoing tides. Maybe if we had something the entire length all the way round the country, maybe would be able to make a dent using that. But again, it can't be done because you can't put something like that all the way round, like a fence all the way around the country, because it's going to interfere with getting in and out of the country and shit via sea. Yes, we've got all these things that we could potentially do, but I think when you think about it, there's just not enough to be able to.
Is there any harm in trying? But we already know that it is viable to get more renewable energy. Maybe we may not. I don't know. I haven't looked at the numbers. Get to 100%, but we can certainly increase it. And what's the harm in that? It would provide lots of jobs. It would end up.
It wouldn't. No. It wouldn't provide lots of jobs because they'd do it. They'll get robots to do it. Automated. It will all get automated. Like most jobs are looking to automate everything at the moment. People will be out of work. People will be stuck at home.
How do you automate putting up windmills or going in the sea and laying down the technology necessary to do power, geothermal? Come on, Dan.
How do you automate the job of the Royal Mail?
Even the manufacture of cars is automated, but you still have people working in car factories.
Yes, but far less. How do you automate?
Well, that don't matter though. Robots coming, and doing certain jobs. It's going to happen anyway, but it's still going to provide people with jobs, isn't it? Like the Green New Deal.
It will provide less jobs. More people will be out of work.
Why would it provide less jobs, though?
Because it's automated.
Yeah.
You might need 10 people to put a car together. Okay, I don't know how many it takes. You might need 10 people to put a car together. Hang on. You might need 10 people to put a car together, and one person or two people to check the quality of the work and make sure it's safe. Build a machine that does the work of those 10 people. You only need the 2 people, maybe one person to maintain the machine. So you lose 9 people.
Well, it's not a problem exclusive to making, stuff to do with helping the environment or climate. That's happening anyway in all sorts of walks of life.
Look, this world has gone. This
argument against making clean energy viable, is it?
This planet's had a dozen climate catastrophes in its long life. Probably more. The flipping of the magnetic field, for example, the melting and refreezing of the frozen areas, the poles. Okay, that's already been done. We already know through science that that's happened multiple times in the however many billion years old this planet is. Okay, so what's the different now? What's the different now compared to all the other times?
Well, we also know that from science, that when the climate is high, the average temperatures are higher, water levels are higher because water expands by thermal expansion. And so we know the climate is going up by measuring it. And from what we understand about carbon dioxide is that it does trap heat.
Right.
And so we are spewing out billions of tons, trillions actually, of CO2 into the atmosphere.
Okay.
Doesn't that add up in your mind that maybe we are putting all this shit in the atmosphere, which would normally stay underground for 200 million years? That's the rock cycle's length of time it would take for all these coal seams and all that to work their way back up to the surface. We're digging it up and putting it into the atmosphere on a 1 trillion ton scale, every year.
Okay.
And we know just by shining light on dry ice, CO2 absorbs heat and traps it.
Okay.
Isn't it like just playing the safe card by just assuming, yes, it is because of us that the temperature's going up, because we don't want to be flooded in London. We don't want to have to move up north, right? And all the green jobs and all the changes to our lifestyles I can't see what's so negative about that. It would be a win-win situation, no?
Listen, all it takes is one mega volcano to go off, and we're fucked.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I know it doesn't get rid of the fact that we are spewing this stuff into the atmosphere. That can happen, and they do contribute massive amounts, but it doesn't get away from the fact that we're also spewing loads of shit out into the atmosphere.
Right. Well, nothing in this world is forever. Okay. Nothing in this universe is forever. Okay. We've had a pretty good run so far on this planet. Okay. We're working at ways of going and colonizing other planets. All right. I say, fucking get on with life. Do what you need to do. Okay. Live your life. Stop worrying about things that may or may not happen. Okay, and that's what we're worrying. We're worrying about things that may or may not happen. This whole climate change thing. Okay,
what if you're wrong, Dan? What if you're wrong? What about your children?
Well, look, we could.
Your children, listen, the world you may leave behind.
Well, we could get hit by an asteroid tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
We could Yellowstone Park.
By an asteroid. Hang on average, it's millions of years between.
Okay, well,
getting hit by an extinction event of that magnitude. Let's just say that won't happen.
Okay.
The odds are it's not going to happen in anyone's lifetime, but we could put our climate over a tipping point that we can't get back from during our lifetimes.
But
what if you're wrong, Dan?
Let's just say we didn't. You just said you just dismissed what I said. Let's do this. I could say the same argument of yours. Let's just say that didn't happen. Let's just say that what they're saying. Well, let's just say that what they're saying about us being responsible. Maybe what if it's not us? What if it's a geological or some chemistry, in the world that we don't know about yet that is causing this to happen as well. Maybe what we're doing isn't as bad as what was being made out.
Well, because all the evidence suggests that it is us and it is happening. It's not like a random event. We can measure what we're doing and we can see all the trends and all the graphs pointing towards it's us.
Yeah, but
and isn't it better, right, to be safe than sorry? And like you said, we're going to die anyway, right? So why don't we just allow it to happen and let all our children grow up in misery and die prematurely? They may not even get to the end of their lives because of the mess we are putting them in now.
Right. In order to do an experiment and come to a conclusion, that experiment has to end, doesn't it? We have to observe an end of that experiment in order to come to a conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually, yes.
Right. So you can't set up an experiment that's going to take an hour and after 5 minutes make a conclusion.
You can't.
Or make a determination. Rather, you can conclude, but you can't make a determination on what's going to happen. Okay. Nobody that is alive has ever experienced anything that they're saying is happening now. So nobody knows what will actually happen. Nobody knows how bad things really are because they've got nothing to compare it to.
Well, we have though, actually, and most of the signs we use are proxies for historical temperatures, right? So we look at ice cores, pollen,
which is all best guess scenario.
No, it's not. There's certain ways to determine what the temperature was in history, and also you don't need to observe, right, on a planetary scale, water expanding. You can do it on a small scale in a lab. When you heat water up, it expands a little bit.
Right.
And if the whole planet is basically water, when you've got that much water, you only have to expand a tiny bit for it to flood whole countries.
Right, and everybody's whinging about it. But if I believe, I might get this slightly wrong, but if you got every single person in the world, every single person, you could fit every single person in somewhere like fucking a certain state. I can't remember which one it is, but like a state or two in America, right? Because there is so much. Each person has got X amount of ground for one person, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm trying to get at there, don't you? Right. So there is vast swathe of this planet that has not been touched by has not got people living in it. So why is everybody bitching and moaning about, oh, we might lose some of the coastal towns? You won't lose coastal towns. You'll get new coastal towns. Right. That's the first thing. Secondly, what's wrong with going and moving to a place, okay, that's not been ruined by governments and councils and things like that? What's wrong with going to one of these places and fucking setting up a new home there and fucking living your life somewhere nice, right? Instead of trying to do something which is impossible to do. You cannot fucking turn back what is going on.
It's not impossible to do. We could develop sustainable energy that's carbon neutral, right? There's all sorts of ways of biofuels and all the rest of it, so that, whatever CO2 emissions those fuels do emit, they're reabsorbed again to form the plants that you're getting the fuel from in the first place. Renewable energy, what if you're right? Whole countries cannot just move. Where are they going to move to?
Well, we're not talking about whole countries.
Yes, we are.
I'm not talking about whole countries have to move.
Bangladesh would be underwater, most of it. That most of London would be flooded. There's whole swathes of this country that would be flooded. You just can't move people on that type of scale. You can't do it.
Well, listen,
you have to upheave the whole fucking all of that, when we could just say, let's develop, renewable energies. And also that comes along with this, that the increase in temperatures are, all our consumption wouldn't change, this thing, if you think it's a hoax. We are killing off species on this planet at a scale never seen before in history, right?
Right.
Because of our what we do. And once we lose biodiversity, we are doomed. We rely on the natural world. Without certain species, we would be finished.
Listen, we're fucking doomed anyway. Right? That's number one, we're doomed anyway. Not necessarily from mother. Well, of course we're doomed. Not necessarily from Mother Nature, but from people.
That's a quitter's attitude.
No, we are doomed. We are doomed. Listen, I'll tell you why we're doomed. Okay, because everybody wants to fight everybody else. Okay, nobody can go. Okay, your religion doesn't compute with mine. But you know what? Fuck it. Good luck to you.
You know what people fight each other over, Dan? Over land and over movement of people and borders.
Right.
In your scenario, where everyone's got to move, there's going to be more wars
and politics and money and resources.
Point, though, to say we're doomed anyway, so let's just let it happen. That is sort of believing the.
No, we are more likely.
The propaganda, right? Do you think you may have been brainwashed by the propaganda that big oil gives out? So that they want people to believe it's all a hoax, so they can keep selling us fossil fuels. Do you think you may have been brainwashed by them people?
Listen, humanity is more likely to be wiped out by each other than it is Mother Nature.
Well, yes, but by our actions, and we are actually doing it by pumping CO2 into the atmosphere.
Right. But that's not stopping wars. That's not stopping people fighting. That's not stopping people creating weapons of mass destruction. That's not stopping people It's not stopping people from wanting to drop fucking on each other.
Well,
so
it's likely to make it all worse, though. If people have to be uprooted and moved, and people don't have water where they are now, they have to move maybe to where all that's scarce. That's just going to cause much more conflict.
It's not. No, listen. Right, we have got hundreds of years. Okay. Hundreds of years, I'm telling you, right? You'll probably disagree with me. But we've got hundreds of years before we get to the point of anywhere near critical. Okay?
Well, no, it's actually, in a couple of decades, to be honest, the worst scenarios, yeah? And, you say you're a man who likes to look at evidence. It just seems to me you're trying to find anything to back up your narrative, because you think climate change is a hoax.
I don't know.
No.
I don't.
The scientific consensus says, by evidence, by hard fought scientific evidence. Yeah, people study their whole careers in certain fields, and all of these people, the whole community of scientists, are saying we're doing it. It's us. That is evidence,
Yeah,
Dan.
the whole scientific community said that fucking vaccines would work.
Well, they do work, though,
Well, they
Dan.
don't work though,
Well, they
Crinkle.
do, Dan.
But they don't.
You see. Well, they do. The evidence says that they do.
They do that, don't they? Don't.
Well, they do. They do. All the evidence. If you look at the evidence, if you've been vaccinated, your chances of dying and all that from the virus are dramatically lowered.
Right. Well, my chances of catching a vaccine, of catching a virus, is pretty high, but I haven't caught it yet.
Fair enough. But what we're really arguing about was, scientific evidence, and
Yeah.
you're just denying.
No, right. Let me just clear something.
Your narrative,
Let me-
narrative is that climate change is
It's a hoax.
When
No,
there's tons and tons of evidence to say it's not, though, Dan.
you didn't get that I was being sarcastic when I actually said climate change is a hoax, right?
No,
I don't
believe it.
I don't disagree that climate change happens. It's happened multiple times throughout the history of this planet.
Is it
Multiple
happening
times.
now? Is it
Okay.
happening now?
I don't know because I wasn't around any of the other times to compare it to. Nobody was.
Well, hang on. Well, we get proxies from, we get evidence from proxies about what the temperature was. You're already saying we know the climate changes. This is from the same evidence that shows, it was warmer in the past. It's been warmer than it ever has been in the past, and that same group of people have gathered the evidence to draw graphs on. And the further back in time you go, the more uncertain it gets. But we can be quite certain about recent geological time and the temperatures. And you only have to compare to the last 100 years to show that the climate's going up. It's just the average global temperature.
Yeah, well, mate.
And it's going up. And we know when it does go up, by looking at water, that expands and it could flood us all out.
Okay.
I think the question we really need to focus on is not that it's not happening, because we know it's warming, right? But are we the cause of it? And all I'm saying is, isn't it better to be safe than sorry? If we are causing it, if we take measures now, we could prevent it. If we're not causing it and it's going to happen anyway, I can't see what's bad's going to come of it if we change our lifestyles and do all the things necessary to halt it. What's bad about that?
If it was so obvious, okay, if all of the stuff that you're saying is so obvious, okay, why does it need to be forced upon us? Why are we not being why are the government not using the science to educate people more? Okay, instead of saying, well, we know this, that, and the other, right? Because we've been told by the scientists, and because of that, we're going to tell you you've got to do X, Y, Z.
Well,
why do that?
They do, Dan. They do, and and I can prove it by saying that it's the young people who are trying to warn people like you who are not educated on it. They are being educated on it. They're the ones who are in schools and colleges and all the rest of it.
Yes, and we all know we all know what schools and colleges are. They're indoctrination centres.
Well, how are they?
Because they are. Because they don't listen. Schools don't teach kids what they need to learn to live a proper life, right? They don't teach kids about their finances. They don't teach kids about pensions. They don't teach kids about a lot of stuff in schools.
That's the job of the parents. A lot of things are down to parents. This came up the other day, right? About should we homeschool, right? Are you happy, right? Let's just say, I don't know if you've got kids or not, but would you be happy for you to teach your children maths, English, history, geography, science, or would you prefer somebody who's qualified, who's got a degree in it, to teach your child how to write English, yeah, in coherent sentences, and be creative with it and do all the stuff you need to get on in life? Or you, when your child comes up to you saying, Dad, how do I do this A-level maths problem? What are you going to say?
Well, I wouldn't be teaching them fucking stuff that they're not going to use in real life.
Right, so, well, is it in... Well, engineers who make cars need mathematics, they need science. People who are weather forecasters, computer programmers. There's so much that a school will teach you. All that other stuff is up to the parents, yeah?
Right.
But you need so much that they teach in schools to get anywhere in life.
Okay. It used to be parents taught their kids. That's how it used to be. Then it got to a point where they started bringing in, the schools, getting one person to teach all the kids. Okay, whilst everybody else went to work and could afford to pay for their family's food and all the rest of it. That turned into schools. Okay, and that turned into colleges and universities and all the rest of it. Everything that they're taught at school is down to the parents anyway. Okay, it's just that the government have turned around and said, well, children should learn this and they should learn that and they should learn this and they should learn that. So we're going to make it a curriculum. Now, if there was no such thing as schools, okay, people would still get educated. People would still be educated, okay, because people, as you say, people are creative, okay, but they don't learn to be creative. You are either creative or you're not.
No, you can learn to be creative, but here's a scenario, right? This is why we need schools, right, and not just parents bringing up their children. Imagine, we've got a divide between one group and another. Let's call it Christians and Muslims.
Oh, yeah? That's a touchy subject.
Oh, hang on, there's a big division there, right? And it could be another two groups of people, but if you leave it just to the parents, right, who some of them may not have had a good education themselves, they may not know anything to do with maths, no science, hardly any English, and then what they do is end up bringing up their kid by their own standards, and that kid ends up with all the same bad English and bad this and bad that, and the same values as well, where they may hate other groups like blacks or other religions or gays and all that, right? So, and then those other groups bring up their own kids with the same hate. You never end the divisions, and
right.
and there's so much more opportunity for the wealth gap to increase, because the poor people will stay poor with their thick kids, and the ones who are educated can educate their children properly. If we all send them to schools, we know they're all on an equal footing, getting what would be a relatively good understanding of the world and how to get on in life,
but they're not
be prejudiced.
But they're not on an equal footing. We see this all the time. There are kids in schools, okay, from multiple backgrounds, okay, because of the way that that maybe they've been educated or whatever, okay. Nobody's on an even level anywhere. They might get taught the same stuff in school, but it does not mean that they're on the same level. Some people are more advanced than others. That's nothing to do with it's nothing to do with being taught to be more advanced. They're just able to grasp things better.
Well, that's true.
And hang on. You talk about division. Schools create division, and I'll tell you for why. Because they, especially now, they are politically motivated. Schools are. Okay, so you will get these schools that go, right, so now we have to talk about women with penises, okay, and if you speak up against it, you're in shit and you go to detention. Now that creates division. Whereas, as I said to somebody, I think it was earlier this evening, you let kids, if kids know that they can go and speak to somebody openly without fear, okay, then when and if children or young adults or whatever have the thoughts that they're not sure about, they can go and speak to somebody about that and get the advice. Forcing shit on people,
right, well, Dan
causes division, and the schools are doing that.
Right, barring sex education, right, what's the problem with schools? And barring religious education, let's cut them out. Imagine you could opt out your child and teach them that stuff yourself. What's wrong with schools teaching English, maths, science, all the core subjects that will allow you to progress and get a decent job in life? Maybe even design cars, motorbikes, be an engineer, build bridges.
If kids were taught things that were genuinely helpful throughout their life, okay, not stuff that most people won't use, okay, ever. Well, I'll just look. Yes, some kids, okay, they might use algebra for what, you know, as they're older. They might use algebra for a career. Okay, fine. If they want to learn that, let them fucking learn it. Okay, but if
Dan, in most jobs that aren't, you know, pen pushing or whatever, jobs where things are created, like whether it be cars, chemicals, you know, all sorts of things, right? All of those products, that without mathematics and algebra, we wouldn't have them. You could look anywhere in your room where you are now, look at your speaker, your monitor. That is all a product of somebody somewhere doing a lot of mathematics.
Okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. But do you know something else, right? When AI and computers and robots and all that shit take over all of these jobs, okay, rather than having 100 people working on a plant floor, they'll have a machine. As I've said to you, they'll have a machine. They'll have somebody to program it and somebody to fucking maintenance it. That's 2 people. That's 98 people out of work anyway. Okay, we've already been told the great reset. Okay, you will own nothing and you will be happy. The reason
no, hang on a minute.
The reason you'll own nothing is because the government want you to be reliant on them. That way you are controlled.
Right. Well, look, in a world where robots can do everything, let's imagine they could get to the point where they could do every single job a humans would do. We wouldn't need to work, and we could get, you know, our resources off of that, yeah. And so that would be a sort of a utopia where the robots could just produce everything and we could just lay there and, procreate or whatever.
It wouldn't be utopia at all.
You keep bringing up this thing about, you know, robots taking over. What's that got to do with what we were talking about whether sending children to school, learning these? You may not think maths is important, but it's important in a modern world. You cannot, all of this stuff we consume, it's all a product of science and maths. Anything you look at in your room, right? And you may not be, you know, you may not think geography is important. I don't think it's that important to me, but it's important to the modern world. And for so many walks of, like, types of job, it is important. So most of the stuff you learn in school you may not use, but there will be parts of it that you will rely on heavily, and it's good to get a broad understanding of all of those things, part of which you're going to use in later life. Like, I don't use a lot to do with history, but if I was to do a job where learning history is important, then it is important. All of that, every subject is important, what they teach in school.
Yeah, if you was going to do a job where history was important, you would go and learn history.
Yeah, but at the time when you're in school, you don't know what you're going to do when you're older, so they have to teach you a bit of everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a sec, I'm getting a fucking sore ass.
Since when is any core school subject unimportant? And basically, like we said, you were going to this example of sex education. Just ignore that.
Well, that was just an example. It wasn't, you know, I'm not using that as my sole argument. It's just an example.
Well, no, look, it seems like because you're against, I don't know what you're against, educating children. People bring up that example to try and make it. It's a form of, you know, bad journalism, to bring up these bad examples to try to make your point. It doesn't hold up in the argument. And also, this came up earlier, that thing about you will own nothing. Yeah, who said that? Who said it, and what's that about?
The World Economic Forum.
Right. Well, I looked at that today. That's got the World Economic Forum never said that.
Who said it?
It was a woman who was talking about something, right? How the world may look, right? This is not like the World Economic Forum saying this is our goal. She was giving scenarios, yeah. This has been fact checked as well, firstly by other people, but then by me tonight, because another one who calls in, that Welsh bloke, he said the same thing, and we've proved him wrong. It's nonsense. This is Facebook fucking memes going around that you're buying into. That is the ultimate type of brainwashing, buying into these Facebook memes.
Right. So what is the Great Reset?
It's to do with building a world that's more sustainable in a nutshell.
Right. That would include green energy. That would include, as I've already said, that would include AI. That would include robots to do stuff and all the rest of it. That would. You're saying about having a utopia. Do you believe that having nothing to do all day long, every single day for the rest of your life would be a utopia?
Well, do you really believe that's going to happen? That's never going to happen, is it, Dan?
Well, I don't believe that that climate change is going to kill us all. Because, as I say, it's happened multiple times throughout the history of the Earth.
Yeah, but it's happening now. Whether or not we're causing it, that's a big thing, isn't it? Better to be safe than sorry. That's all. Because it happens in the past. We know it's happening now.
Yeah.
From all the average temperature maps and all the rest of it.
But I don't recall.
Is it a good idea to just let it happen? And if we all do die from it, yeah, and get chaos ensues, right? We'll be looking back thinking, should we have done something?
Well, I don't recall paleontologists digging up a T-Rex with a fucking hard hat on and a power drill. Do you know what I mean? And saying, well, it's their fault for poisoning the atmosphere.
Well, we can do something about this. Those other events, were natural occurrences on the cooling crust of a planet, But what we are doing, we can see it's most likely us causing this warming.
Likely us.
Most likely, yeah.
So this is supposed to be
overwhelming that the possibility of it not being us is reduced so much. It may as well be a fact.
So why are they not saying it is us? Why are they saying it? Why are you saying it's most likely us? If the evidence is so overwhelming, why does nobody say it is us? Why are they saying it's most likely us, or it's probably us? Or
some people do say it is us, but scientists say that because there's nothing that can be proved like 100%. What scientific evidence does is reduces the probability of it being something else. Like what we can say is all the evidence is, and what we're saying, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. You cannot prove something 100% right, but we know it's not wrong. What we're saying is not wrong.
But you can prove things. Of course, you can prove things 100% right.
No,
of course, you can.
Only in mathematics. You only get proofs in mathematics.
Are you okay? Are you 98% heterosexual, or are you 98% male? Are you 60%? Do you wear glasses? Of course, there is things that you can determine as 100% through science. Of course, there is.
Oh no, there isn't, Dan. Like, let's just say science says all sheep are white. So all we've ever experienced up till now are white sheep. It only takes one black sheep to come along, or an albino, or something with a mutation, and then you have to revise it. What science does is make something so probable that it's very unlikely is something else, but it never goes to 100%. Never. Because something may come along which gets in the way, so you have to revise the scientific theory or whatever it is to say, hang on, we have to account for this now. So nothing is ever 100. I mean, you got logical facts by logic, like all husbands are married men. I mean, that's just a logical fact.
Right.
Just by using logic. So there's that type of thing that are pretty much 100%. But whenever you're trying to explain something in the world and provide evidence for it, there's always the possibility of an exception coming along. So what you are saying as a true fact is never really the case, but the chances of it happening, the more evidence is provided, the less possibility of that happening. Just like an example is the heliocentric theory. It's a theory of science that says the Earth goes around the sun.
Yeah.
Right? So there's so much evidence that supports that. It could be said it's going to be 100%, but actually no. When you really think about it, there could be something that we discover where actually, like, we're all moving on a different plane, there's another dimension that we just haven't noticed until now, and it's all different. That's what I mean.
Right. Well, listen, as much as I enjoy talking to you, and I know the community loves hearing from you as well. I was only going to be on for 5 or 10 minutes when I finished my coffee. I've now been on for nearly an hour, which I don't mind, because I don't mind having a debate with you, but I am as tired as fuck. I really am, and I do have to go. Otherwise, I'm going to struggle tomorrow.
Cheers, brother.
But listen, appreciate you jumping on. And again, we can leave these conversations on good terms, and that's what it's all about. Do you know what I mean? We may disagree, but we don't. As I try and tell people all the time, as long as we leave and we can still remain, respectful of each other, then that is the way to go forward. Whether we agree or not. So
read out that thing in the comments. Look, Crinkle's #1 fan.
Yeah, I saw that. They actually said that, because I said to them, somebody said, oh, you should change your name to Pap's #1 fan, and they said, oh, no, Pap's a close second. So I was like, close fucking second, bloody cheek of it. But no, it's all good. It's all good, and this is what I love This is why I love the community. Anyway. Listen, you take it easy, Crinkle, and
big up your bird's nest. Big up your bird's nest.
And I will no doubt speak to you again at some point.
Nice one, man.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Take it easy, bro.
So, mate. Shut up. Oh, goodness me. Right. I've got to do that. Oh, my God. My ear rolls. Oh, goodness. Genuinely, my ears now hurt. But do you know what? As I've said, regardless to whether you agree with... Oh, sorry, I'll put the microphone over there. Regardless to whether you agree with somebody or not, as the case may be, the way that people can leave a debate and still be respectful to each other is the way it should be. None of this cancel culture and all that kind of stuff. I like talking to Crinkle because we have such differing views, and sometimes it can be funny. Sometimes he does make me go, oh, actually, but then I think, nah, fuck it. Oh dear. But it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, exactly. Having a laugh. Exactly. The Don. So anyway, guys, it is now almost 10 to 4 in the morning, and I am genuinely fucked. And I'm glad that I've got some videos already for tomorrow. So at least you will get some content on the channel tomorrow. Please do keep an eye out for it. I'm hoping to stay a day ahead. So I will, of course, try and bring you news that you will know about, some you won't. So this is what it's all about, is trying to collate, you know, different sources into one place and share that news on to you. Every single one of you that has stuck by it until this time in the morning, huge thank you. Those of you who have helped out with some super chats, again, to you guys, much appreciated. Everybody in the comments, I know we have sometimes a little spat in the comments now and again, but you know, if people can accept that we may not get on with everybody and maybe block the person for the night or stop responding to them or whatever, and we can all, you know, we can all hang out in this community and you know, and get on without people fearing that they're going to get slagged off by somebody for having a different opinion. So yeah, so I'm going to leave it there, guys. Again, I appreciate every single one of you. Please keep an eye out tomorrow for notifications on the channel. Maybe unsubscribe and subscribe again. You know, click the button twice, unsubscribe, subscribe. Sometimes that helps. Sometimes it doesn't, so it's entirely up to you. But other than that, I'm going to see you all you guys in the comments, hopefully tomorrow, on the videos once they are uploaded. So enjoy the rest of your night or morning. I'm going to go and have another coffee, decaf, of course, before I shut my eyes. And I shall see you all in the morrow. Take it easy, stay safe, look after each other, and film the police.